Pokemon. The starter Pokemon is Agumon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 The Beast Tide Attacks. Time goes back to 2 hours ago. In the deep jungle of Zansuga town. In a clearing filled with the smell of burning, a completely scrapped helicopter was lying in the middle. The broken wings and other steel parts were almost half deeply embedded in the soil. At the edge of the clearing, an old man with a beard, white hair and beard, tall and burly, wearing a dark suit and a black windbreaker, looked at the completely scrapped communicator in his hand, and threw it into the flames after a moment of silence. Then he slightly turned his eyes and looked at the long-tailed monster hand standing next to him. He nodded and said, "Thank you for your help, Jiba." The long-tailed monster hand raised his head and looked at the human in front of him who was pulled out of the crashed helicopter by him. He took 2 steps back in fear. It's not that it's timid, it's because the expression of the guy in front of it is really too scary. Although he had just experienced a life and death crisis, his face did not show any fluctuations, as if he was not the one trapped in the crashed helicopter. He remained expressionless, and even the sound of his thanks was as if he had been hit by a freezing wound. Combined with the wound on his head that was still oozing blood, this look of not caring about his current situation was so terrifying. The long-tailed monster hand did not care why the other party was like this, and hurried away. Dr. Yamanashi looked at the other party's rapidly receding back, his thick and tall white eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and then he raised his hand to touch the cold face, and remained expressionless for a few seconds. After a simple identification of the direction, he picked up the briefcase on the ground and began to leave. However, compared with the flexible and fast long-tailed monster hand, Dr. Yamanashi took every step very slowly, and every time he moved, a little red liquid kept dripping down his forehead and trouser legs to the ground. But for such a scene that should have hurt him, Dr. Yamanashi seemed to be the one who was not hurt. He just glanced at it lightly and continued to move forward with his lame leg firmly. Nearly an hour after he left, several heavy footsteps sounded. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. 4 large wolfhounds with gray and black colors and bright red pupils jumped out of the bushes. After quickly twitching their noses on the ground to identify the smell, the 4 large wolfhounds quickly locked onto the bloodstains on the ground. Soon, 2 middle-aged men in brown mercenary suits also came out. After seeing the bloodstains surrounded by the large wolfhounds, their smiles gradually brightened. "Finally found this old thing. I said my feeling is very accurate. Then let's report it directly to the leader and Lord J now." The other person immediately refused. "What to report? Reporting something that has not even been written yet? What will you do if you don't find it in the end? Use your dog brain to fill in the gaps." The man who made the report was stunned. Indeed, after all, that Mr. J is a lawless existence under the connivance of the leader. If they report it but there is no follow-up, the fate of the 2 of them will definitely be miserable. Then should I follow him now? Useless. Before the 2 of them finished speaking, the communicator in their ears suddenly rang, and a slightly hoarse female voice that seemed to exude infinite chill sounded. "Have you found any clues?" No. What a bunch of useless trash, you can't even find an injured old man." After that, the female voice on the other side was silent for a while, and continued, "But it doesn't matter now. Since you can't find it, just drive away all the Pokemon and trainers nearby. As long as they are frightened and eventually form a beast tide, I don't believe that we can't find the trace of that old thing and that guy." Hearing this, the 2 fell silent. "It seems that your ears are deaf. If you don't need it, I can help you cut them off. In addition, if there is still no discovery in the end, then I hope that the wolfhound will bring back your heads instead of you." After that, the communicator was hung up. Seeing this, the 2 looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. "So are we going to find someone now, or should we follow what Master J said to drive away those Pokemon? Are you really stupid?" The other man knocked on the man's head with a curved peanut and cursed, "It doesn't matter where the Pokemon tide is caused. It doesn't affect finding the old man. We just need to work with other guys to make this place chaotic and follow the blood trail to find the old man and catch him. If we complete the 2 tasks, we won't be punished for either one. If we complete both, we won't even be reused. Do you understand? So that's how it is. You are still smart." Then the 2 gradually went away. and time passed by invisibly. Tisk! Exclamation mark. A few bird Pokemon in the distance suddenly seemed to be frightened by something. They flapped their wings violently and quickly and flew into the air in a panic. Behind it, there were several other Pokemon in similar situations that reacted with fear. Qingliu glanced at them and ignored them, continuing to discuss matters related to assistance with Paimon. As he had guessed before, Paimon, who was a little timid but loved life, happily agreed to Qingliu's suggestion and expressed his willingness to do what an assistant should do. Since I was born, I have often not had enough to eat because I am not good at fighting. There seems to be no big change since my evolution, but I also want to help you, Qingliu. I am very satisfied with this fighting method that suits me. And I also want to see the scene where I can use crazy moves to increase the combat power of my companions. As if afraid that he would affect Qingliu's judgment, Paimon deliberately said in a very sincere tone. Qingliu smiled and nodded, and did not continue to be hypocritical. Then next, you should simply formulate the moves you are inclined to learn next. To master a move, Biruman only needs to use its own plant-like instincts to rub the edge, and then consume physical strength to learn it. So in order to optimize, it is natural to master the moves that can be used first. For example, using the roots of the feet to dig into the soil to restore physical strength. For example, cotton spores derived from mushroom spores that reduce movement speed. For example, aromatherapy that can protect teammates and compatriots from all abnormal conditions through refreshing floral fragrance. For example, paralysis powder that paralyzes the opponent and hypnotic powder that puts the opponent into a sleeping state are very practical in various battles. These are all very meaningful moves. Biruman also quickly and seriously invested in the mastering process. One move after another appeared in Biruman's mastered moves column at a speed that was vying with each other. Just like this, I don't know how long it took, when Biruman had already begun to develop towards the parasitic seed. Boom! The ground suddenly shook as if some creature was stepping heavily. Qingliu, who was explaining the process of flowering, fruiting and seed transformation to Biruman, looked at the location where the bird Pokemon had made their sounds. The next second, a louder and heavier vibration sounded. Then, the ground began to vibrate continuously, and even the gravel and soil on the ground began to change positions in the shaking. And the shaking was gradually intensifying. Later, even Qingliu himself felt that he was not standing steadily. This phenomenon. Qingliu inexplicably thought of the Pokemon fleeing all over the mountains and plains caused by the fleeing Yatang and Houndoom when he was in the suburbs of Binhai City. Could it be the same this time? Qingliu opened the panel, and the surroundings turned blue. In the direction of his gaze, all the Pokemon illustrated information appeared in front of him. Even Qingliu was surprised. The information that appeared in front of him was just a glance, and there were no less than dozens of Pokemon. Even at this time, it was still soaring at a very terrifying speed. After easily breaking through 100, it began to go towards 200. Even soon after, there was no sign of stopping when it reached 200. Qingliu was shocked and couldn't help but frown. Even though this was a very nice jungle, the number of Pokemon that appeared was a bit too much. Chapter 177 Two Weird Words. There are only 200 or 300 Pokemon in a limited area with a viewing angle of less than 180 degrees. How many Pokemon are there in the entire jungle nearby? Thousands? Or tens of thousands? The key is, these Pokemon seem to be a little bit wrong. Qingliu's eyes fell on the information of the illustrated books one by one. Race, raccoon, Psyduck, swimming ring, mimosa, geodude, swallowtail, shellless sea hare, murkrow, snowcap, charmeleon, flareon, Pokemon. Water, grass, rock, bug, flying, ice, fire, and many other Pokemon. Even Pokemon and Snowcap, one living in a crater and the other gathering on a snowy mountain, two Pokemon with completely different habitats, appeared together at the same time. This phenomenon that theoretically shouldn't exist is happening clearly in front of him, and Aoyagi can't help but doubt where this place is again. What is the purpose of Lugia bringing him here, and is there any connection between the two? Having completed 2 summons and now having enough free time, Aoyagi fell into deep thought. Is it a primitive jungle that preserves a climate very close to that of the ancient Sinnoh region, or is this a place where humans study Pokemon? Qingliu quickly rejected this idea. The place where the original climate of the Sinnoh region is best preserved should be near Qiangliu Mountain, but Qiangliu Mountain is in the center of Sinnoh, and there is sea breeze blowing from time to time. so it can basically be ruled out. As for the latter, if there are really some black-hearted guys doing illegal research on Pokemon here, Lugia doesn't need to send itself here. I'm afraid it would have already destroyed this place by itself. After all, from the brief contact before, the other party's intelligence has exceeded the normal level. If both guesses are wrong, then there is only the last possibility. Qingliu remembered that it seemed that each region had an authoritative research institute responsible for storing and taking care of Pokemon that trainers could not take care of in time after catching them. And because the trainers in each region have accumulated over the years, there are many active ones. In order to facilitate the adaptation of Pokemon of various attributes to the new environment, the territories of the research institutes in each region will be planned to be very large. If he remembered correctly, the Oak Research Institute of Professor Oak in the Kanto region directly turned several hills into back gardens and used them to foster the Pokemon that trainers sent over. The Research Institute in the Sinnoh region seems to be headed by Professor Yamanashi. So is this the Yamanashi Research Institute in Masuga Town? If so, why did Lugia send him here? To meet Professor Yamanashi? In my impression, Professor Yamanashi and Professor Oak have a good relationship. They also mentioned that they once conducted a systematic study on Pokemon together in Kanto. Lugia, as a legendary Pokemon, must have been among the research subjects. With the sincere attitude of these two people towards Pokemon, it means that Lugia may have contact and acquaintance with these two. Aoyagi exhaled lightly. If this is the case, he has been waiting here for so long without any news, so he has to take the initiative. Biruman, let's stop trying the moves for now. Tyrannosaurus will enter the daily state and follow me. Blue Eyes White Dragon will fly into the clouds. If you find anything, report to me in time. After briefly assigning the tasks, everyone started to act. Paimon looked at Tyrannosaurus, whose height had suddenly dropped from over 6 meters to only half a head taller than it, with curiosity in his eyes. Tyrannosaurus lowered his head and stared at the shaking ground. After a long silence, he looked in the direction where the noisy and dense footsteps came from. Aoyagi, are you going to catch two like last time and ask what happened? Qingliu shook his head. This time is different from the last time. There are too many of them. It is estimated that it will be difficult. Even without the panel, Tyrannosaurus can clearly feel that the number of Pokemon running is just as Qingliu said, which is a bit too much. It is completely different from the last time I encountered it in the suburbs of Binhei City. And it's not just number, but also the status of these Pokemon. On the dense blue panel illustrations in Qingliu's vision, almost every status bar has a very similar blue big word. Race, Big Fang Pokemon, status, Furious, Angry. Race, Murkrow, status, Furious. Race, Hunting Swallowtail, status, Bloodshot Eyes and extremely angry. Under the sprint of this group of Pokemon with an obviously wrong atmosphere, the ground began to tremble continuously, the surrounding trees were shaking, the bushes were shaking with a rustling sound, and clouds of smoke and dust were blown from the ground into the air and were rushing towards their current location. Boom! Bang! Exclamation mark! Boom! The sound of energy explosions rang out one after another. All the obstacles encountered on the road, trees, boulders, no matter what they were almost instantly submerged in the beast tide by various attacks. And as the distance got closer, their number and the noise they made increased and became louder. Qingliu looked at the dense illustrations and felt that the number was probably almost 1,000 at this moment. Not to mention 1,000 people, even if 1,000 cockroaches or 1,000 southern rats rushed towards you with crazy roars at the same time, such a scene would be enough to make people shudder. Compared with cockroaches and rats, they are Pokemon with larger bodies and terrifying power. Just charging together, this power has reached a terrifying level, not to mention the random attacks without distinguishing between enemies and friends. With such a noise and such a scale, unless they are all treated as enemies and blown away, it is very difficult to stop them without hurting them. I am afraid that Tyrannosaurus Rex is not sure that it can do it now. Moreover, their movement trajectory is too chaotic, and the coverage area is too large. If you go in to catch Pokemon on the corners, you will be submerged by them if you are not careful. Tyrannosaurus might not be a big problem, but I'm afraid that this group of Pokemon, who have lost their minds for some unknown reason, will attack Tyrannosaurus and I will be accidentally killed by the spikes on Tyrannosaurus. In that case, the scene will be a bit too bloody, and for a little guy like Paimon who is a little timid, it will probably leave a psychological trauma. Thinking of this, Qingliu's eyes slowly turned to Paimon. and a faint smile appeared on his face. To be honest, I didn't expect that you would have the opportunity to show your ability so soon. Since violence doesn't work, then we have to use a gentler method, such as soft violence. Boom boom boom. The ground was shaking wildly, and thousands of Pokemon with red eyes and no intelligence rushed forward as if they didn't know pain or fatigue. No matter whether it was a dead thing or a living thing, it was either smashed or knocked away. Everything that appeared in front of them was pushed aside. Kill. 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 At this moment, there was only one thing left in their minds. Boom. Another explosion sounded. A towering tree with a diameter of nearly 2 meters was cut in half by hundreds of attacks. The remaining energy exploded in the beast tide, and the Pokemon nearby who had no sense of dodging were instantly injured and collapsed to the ground. But even though they were severely injured, they seemed to feel no pain. They mechanically stood up and tried to continue charging, but their movements were affected and they didn't have time to stand up. In an instant, they were all knocked to the ground by the ones behind them. But even so, they did not scream or wail. Their bodies were silently submerged in the beast tide and trampled by the Pokemon behind them. They kept rushing forward, attacking, getting injured, and falling down. The same thing kept happening to these Pokemon that exuded a terrifying aura. But they themselves never had any normal reaction. They were like puppets, repeating everything mechanically. Until everything that stood in their way was destroyed and they were about to reach an open space. Suddenly, a gust of dust blew in the sky. A gust of dust with 2 completely different colors. P.S. There is one more update, I am writing it. Note, the above 10 words are free of charge. There is one more update, I am writing it. Chapter 178. This Biruman seems a little strange. Under the bright sunshine, a mixture of emerald green and orange-yellow dust moved with a wind, showing a different kind of beauty. It was hazy and seemed like a fairyland. Even the Pokemon with red eyes and in a frenzy state, who had never stopped moving forward, all slowed down when passing through the dust. As if the dust was a speed camera on the road, all the Pokemon passing by slowed down very well. Even the guy who was sprinting madly the previous second suddenly became a law-abiding baby the next second. A hunting swallowtail butterfly with the highest level, flapping its wings rapidly in the air, slowly stopped with a somewhat dazed expression at this moment. It disdained the dust. In terms of beauty, it thought that these things were completely inferior to its own beauty. But even so, its body still made uncontrollable movements that were completely opposite to its thoughts. The hunting swallowtail butterfly's brain had already fallen into a rage and had no time to think about anything. More and more dust floated in the sky. In a trance, the hunting swallowtail butterfly seemed to see something like spores in the dust, but its restless body affected its vision and judgment ability. It couldn't see clearly and didn't know if it was an illusion. After the spores, the hunting swallowtail butterfly felt that not only was its speed slowing down, but its body was also getting heavier. In the end, even its consciousness began to blur. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of landing sounded one after another. The hunting swallowtail butterfly raised its head slightly and looked at the place where the sound came from with its compound eyes. I saw a flying mucur falling from the sky powerlessly. Then the second and third. The number increased, and the sound became more and more dense. Moreover, it was not just flying in the sky. At this moment, the crawling and running on the ground seemed to be drunk and kept shaking. After turning around twice in place, they fell to the ground in unison. Some of them reacted more violently, and their whole bodies trembled as if they were electrocuted, shrinking in place and unable to move at all. The hunting swallowtail butterfly felt that something was wrong, but its restless consciousness and increasingly heavy body had made it lose the ability to think. Boom. Finally, a familiar voice sounded, and the hunting swallowtail fell to the ground helplessly. As the highest level hunting swallowtail fell, 9/10 of the Pokemon that had passed through the dust nearby were now lying on the ground. Although more guys squeezed through the area that was not covered by the dust nearby, in this short period of time, hundreds of Pokemon had already fallen to Paimon. Such a scene and sense of accomplishment made Paimon feel extremely excited. Did I really do this? Paimon asked with his eyes wide open. Yes, not only did you do it, but you did it very well. Even when Qingliu nodded to confirm, it still looked incredible, until the cautious look on its face gradually faded, and excited dots of red began to appear on its green body. It even spread all over its body at a rapid speed, and its face was like a steam girl with hot air rising, and finally it fainted directly on the ground. This sudden situation scared Qingliu, and he quickly pointed the panel at Palkia to start checking. Race, Balubin, status, he had defeated hundreds of Pokemon with a single attack, and he fell into a state of consciousness vacuum under the impact of the huge sense of achievement and joy. Qingliu was relieved when he saw the result. Compared with fainting due to physical exhaustion, fainting due to joy was not unacceptable. The only thing he didn't expect was that Balubin's reaction would be so big. But correspondingly, Balubin's control of the field was already at a sufficient level in just the first use. And the effect was much better than expected. Qingliu looked up at the faint dust remaining in the air. These were all generated by the paralysis powder and hypnotic powder moves that Balubin had just mastered, and the mushroom spores that he had mastered at the beginning were mixed in the middle. As long as it was inhaled into the body, it would either be forced into a paralysis state or fall into a sleep state. The key is that these guys' states and brains were obviously not online, and they didn't dodge at all, and all rushed in. If Balubin didn't have the physical foundation of a Digimon, it might not be able to use so many moves to stop so many. Now all we have to do is wait for them to wake up or get rid of the paralysis, then we can start questioning and collecting information. However, we may need to clean up the mess before that. Qingliu raised his head and looked at the remaining 10 or so Pokemon that were not affected by the dust and spores. Most of them are grass-type Pokemon that are immune to dust moves, and some of them are because of the dust-proof property. Qingliu's eyes fell on a Pokemon that looked like a human helmet, and the information in the illustrated book suddenly appeared in front of him. Race, small-mouthed snail, characteristics, dust-proof, because of the special physiological structure, it can avoid the attack of dust and spores, and can even resist the wind and sand without being hurt. The remaining 10 or so Pokemon that were not affected by the moves of Balubin have turned around at this moment, staring at Qingliu with bloodshot eyes. Obviously, even if they are irrational, Qingliu appeared in their field of vision, so they must destroy it. Seeing this, Tyrannosaurus stepped forward. Before, Qingliu didn't let it do it because there were too many of them, and he was afraid that he would not use enough force. Now, with so few little guys, Tyrannosaurus doesn't even need to enter the combat state. He can subdue them all in his normal state. But before Tyrannosaurus could do anything, Palkia in his arms suddenly twitched and woke up. "Let me try." Palkia took the initiative to say. Qingliu looked over with some confusion. Didn't Palkia say that he didn't like fighting? And his personality is generally timid, plus he fainted just now, why does he want to join the battle now? I must remind you that paralysis powder, hypnotic powder or mushroom spores are useless to them, so if I let you try, you need to fight head-on. Palkia nodded quickly to show that he understood. Qingliu saw that Palkia's expression was obviously different from before, and after a moment of silence, he didn't refute. With Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes White Dragon, there is enough to cover. It just so happened that the levels of the 10 or so Pokemon in front of him were basically lower than that of Palkia. Even if there was a Pokemon of the same level, Palkia would not lose because of his Digimon foundation. After all, Palkia's combat power was not strong, but that was only when compared with Digimon of the same origin. Ordinary Pokemon were not comparable to it. Moreover, it would be a good thing for Palkia to change its own personality. However, why did Palkia feel a little strange after it just calmed down? But Qingliu couldn't tell what was strange. With Qingliu's permission, Palkia walked quickly to a place not far in front of the 10 or so Pokemon. Looking at the Pokemon coming aggressively from the opposite side, Palkia seemed not to notice it, and his face was completely different from usual. He slowly extended the vine whip on his claws, changing his previous timid appearance. At this moment, it seemed as if he saw some prey. Without giving any time to react, he rushed forward with big strides. At the same time, its palm swung rapidly, and the poisonous vines on its arms took the initiative to attack the Pokemon standing in the front. This is not over yet. With the action of Palkia, the two huge leaves on both sides of its body turned into darts and flew away fiercely, shooting at the other two Pokemon that were no longer in the attack range of the vines. Exclusive moves Poison Ivy, and exclusive moves Plant Strike. In just one round of attack, all 10 Pokemon were included in the attack range. After this abnormal action, it launched a very fierce and proactive attack. The poisonous vines twitched in the air, and with bursts of explosions, they were thrown heavily on the Pokemon that fell into a frenzy and wanted to attack. Snap! The vines turned into whips and hit them. In the crisp sound, Palkia's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the hidden excitement in it was beyond words. Finally, Palkia couldn't wait to raise the whip again. Chapter 179. The main point is a contrast. Snap! Snap! The poison vine swung back and forth, and the sound continued to ring out. The Pokemon that was originally aggressive in front of him was immediately suppressed in place. In addition to having an attack method similar to the Vine Whip in the Pokemon world, the exclusive move of Balloon, Poison Ivy, also contains neurotoxins. Even though most of these 10 Pokemon are Grass-type and have resistance to Grass-type moves, this is completely out of the poison of the dust, and none of them can be spared. Moreover, it seems that because the poison vines and the conventional damage are different in the way they cause damage, the numb expressions of these red-eyed Pokemon, who should have no sense of pain, have already changed significantly. All the guys who were whipped by the poison vines are suffering a double blow in their bodies and souls at this moment. As the initiator of all this, Balloon is still waving the whip, whipping these guys who attacked with red eyes back and forth. Snap! After repelling a thorn ball cactus that rushed over with a whip, Balloon immediately changed its target, not giving any other one a chance to rush over. The 6 whips on its palm danced wildly and whipped again. Another series of crisp whipping sounds rang out. Several Pokemon with relatively high levels and strong physical fitness, who were still resisting the toxins on the poison vines and not falling into a paralyzed state, had fresh whip marks on their bodies. The burning breath overflowed from the wounds, and the Pokemon who were attacked showed a trace of pain on their faces. Balloon lowered his head and looked at their expressions, his body trembling slightly. The originally green plant-like face had turned into an extremely excited red, and even the angle of the corners of his mouth was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, he just grinned and laughed. A strange laugh came from Balloon's mouth, as if he was a pervert who was following a young girl. Balloon looked at the Pokemon in front of him, as if he had discovered some new and interesting toys. He raised the whip again and started another round of ruthless whipping. Nigh. Snap. Yuke. Snap. Psych. Snap. Dot. The prickly cactus, the snow hat monster, the fang cage. Every time the whip fell, they would be whipped and scream in pain. And after each scream and scream, the whip would fall with greater force, causing them to scream even more miserably. Finally, they would be greeted by a whip of a new strength that would fly across the sky and fall heavily on them. If they stubbornly held on without making any sound, they would be taken special care of, suffering greater force and more scars, and then screaming even more miserably, and finally receiving the strongest whip. And Balloon had already completely indulged in a state that was even more bizarre than the red-eyed Pokemon in the Beast Tide. How he tried the left side again, it has to be symmetrical. How he while talking to himself with a strange smile, Palkia swung the whip rapidly. If only the whipping, wailing and strange laughter were heard now, Qingliu thought that 9 out of 10 people would think that this was a guy with a special hobby. Or maybe, Palkia does have a hobby? Qingliu, this Tyrannosaurus was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. This was completely different from the new companion who looked cute and timid before. If the other party had not always left the field of vision, and only Qingliu had this summoning ability, Tyrannosaurus would have suspected that Palkia had been replaced. Qingliu was also dumbfounded. This seems to be a little different from what was said before. Tyrannosaurus may not understand what this is, but Qingliu, as a knowledgeable young man of the new age, can easily see that this is the legendary thing that connects pain and pleasure, abbreviated as 2 letters. Looking at Palkia's behavior, he should be the active party, which means he is an S. Aowagi's expression gradually twisted into a ball. Aowagi didn't care much about Palkia's natural timidity and dislike of fighting, and he didn't think about deliberately correcting Palkia's personality. But now it has completely changed. Although this kind of thing is a private matter of a beast, it is somewhat difficult for the world to accept it if it is shown in public. Imagine that he will participate in the Lily of the Valley Conference or similar large-scale competitions in the future. No matter who is standing on the opposite side, Palkia or the evolved Palkia will start to go crazy under the gaze of countless live audiences and countless viewers watching in front of the TV. Aowagi doesn't dare to think about that scene. Aowagi even feels that even if he wins the championship in the end, others will not say that he is the winner of a certain conference or the champion of a certain region. They will only say, hey, he is the perverted Pokemon trainer who likes to whip others with a whip and laughs like a pervert. This is even more embarrassing than being a dragon user but a flying champion. Moreover, Palkia is still a tiny thing now. When it evolves, Cactusman, Who is wearing boxing gloves and hammering people crazily with mew while making a perverted laugh? Floraman, who looks like a petite, cute, pink and charming girl, is actually a person with a special hobby. She likes to bombard others crazily with Floraman cannon and then go crazy in the air with a flushed face. This contrast really makes Qingliu a little difficult to accept. I hope it is affected by something like those Pokemon in the Beast Tide. At least there is a cure. Otherwise. Qingliu opened the panel and aimed at Pomon at the moment. The blue small words popped up quickly, and Qingliu's eyes fell on the area at the end. Race, Pomon, status, joy plus excitement nature is showing, has a strong hobby and interest in some special ways. It's over. It's completely over. Seeing the word nature, Qingliu knew that it was not affected at all. Even if it was just an inducement. Pomon is essentially like this. At this moment, Qingliu already saw in his mind the huge cactus with fist gloves that made a perverted laugh and the crazy beautiful girl waving at him. Qingliu sighed softly, looked at the panel illustration, and continued to flip through the information. Generally speaking, as long as you are willing to look, the panel can provide a lot of information. Soon, Qingliu found more introductions about the nature of Balubin. Status Note 1, as a plant-type Pokemon, it lives in a desert area. This is a huge survival test. In the absence of food and water, it is timid and not good at fighting. It was on the verge of death not long after it was born. The instinct of survival prompted it to undergo unknown changes, and finally formed a beast character with a completely opposite personality and behavior. Status Note 2, this beast character has all the memories of Balubin, and will automatically wake up when Balubin completely loses consciousness or falls into deep sleep. Seeing this, Qingliu couldn't help but think of Balubin, who was so happy that he fainted when he used Devil Powder and one sport to stun hundreds of Pokemon at once. Does that mean that he was replaced at that time? Chapter 180 I actually have this hobby too, 2 in 1. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed at that time that I felt something was wrong, and now it seems to be true. It's a bit like the new characteristics of Blue Eyes White Dragon, but not completely. Blue Eyes White Dragon is when its physical strength drops to the limit or it is on the verge of death, and it forcibly holds onto its breath and unfolds the posture of Deep Eyes White Dragon. Whether it is consciousness, combat or anything else, it is all controlled by itself. But Pomon is out of control, and its beast personality is completely split. But Pomon's situation seems to have no right to say anything. The information provided by the panel detailed Pomon's own situation that he didn't care too much about at the time. Compared with the Pokemon world, the digital world is more realistic and more cruel. Imagine a Digimon that needs sunlight, water and food, living in a wasteland with limited combat power. What else can it do besides waiting to die? Even if Pomon appears in another appearance, Pomon is always hungry when they meet before. If it doesn't appear, perhaps Pomon has fallen into a long sleep under a dead tree on a hot afternoon. After all, Pomon is also a pitiful person. Qingliu looked at Pomon, who was still waving the vine whip, and sighed softly. Although the future life may be a little embarrassing, who made him summon it? Moreover, if he pays attention to not causing or avoiding the triggering conditions, he should be able to reduce similar situations. Qingliu then briefly described the situation to Tyrannosaurus, and Tyrannosaurus's expression suddenly became serious. They are all Digimon, so it is natural for it to understand Pomon's difficulties more quickly and know the gap between ideals and reality. Qingliu, don't worry, I promise I won't laugh at it in the future, and if someone dares to do so, I will definitely beat him up. Tyrannosaurus let out a heavy breath and clenched his claws and said, "Yes." Qingliu nodded and prepared to take the time to tell Blue Eyes White Dragon about this. Although that guy has a very arrogant personality, it should be understandable. However, with completely different personalities, does it mean that Pomon's attitude towards him now may not be friendly? It may even be hostile. During this time, the dozen Pokemon had been beaten to the ground by the poisonous vines of Pomon, and their whole bodies were weak. But even so, they were suffering from red-eye disease, and some of them were still shaking even with their eyes closed, as if they were trying to stand up again and continue to attack. Pomon raised the whip in his hand again. "That's enough." Qingliu stopped him. Pomon turned his head and first glanced at Tyrannosaurus in his normal state. At this moment, the blush on his face had not dissipated, and there was still a weird smile on the corner of his mouth. The 6 vines on his palms twisted irregularly, as if he wanted to whip them again. Soon he put away his smile again, slightly turned his eyes and fell on Qingliu. How he in a short time of almost a few seconds, Palkia showed a perverted smile again, and his black eyes looking at Qingliu emitted a faint light. This was the same expression when he whipped those guys before. Qingliu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. At this moment, he even suspected that this guy had some thoughts about him. Fortunately, although they were different beasts, they had the same memory. Balubin didn't do anything wrong as he imagined. Although his face was not very good, he just looked up and down, slowly put away the vines, and took a step to the side. Huh? Qingliu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't do anything wrong, otherwise it would be awkward to take action or not to take action. However, if Balubin was replaced by Floraman or Rosamon, it would not be wrong to control the strength and take a few hits to satisfy its hobby. Wait? Qingliu's face suddenly became serious. How could he be led astray to this extent? After dispelling the inexplicable thoughts in his mind, Qingliu came to the dozen or so Pokémon that were already unable to move due to the damage caused by the poison vines and the paralysis of the toxins and squatted down. After a quick inspection, Qingliu said, although they are still struggling, in addition to the paralysis effect, they are more affected by that strange state. In fact, they have no ability to move. Balubin did not speak, and nodded, staring at Qingliu with his big black eyes, and the strange smile on his mouth slowly stopped. Qingliu turned his eyes and met Balubin's eyes. Are you a little confused? Balubin nodded. After all, Balubin didn't know, but its beast nature knew. Because of the completely opposite reason, it had no friends, and even Balubin's own friends would be scared away by itself. After all, no one wants a companion to become a pervert and whip themselves crazily after falling asleep in a harsh environment. But although this human also had a strange expression, he didn't have any other big reactions. Since you accept it as a companion, you naturally accept you. After all, you two are considered an individual, so don't be so vigilant, relax a little. Balubin stared at Qingliu and remained silent. Qingliu couldn't help but pinch his eyebrows lightly. Compared to Palkia, who could enhance their relationship by delivering food, the one standing in front of him was obviously much more difficult to deal with. Qingliu knew that if he didn't deal with it now, he might have to spend more time getting along with him in the future. Qingliu slowly said, to be honest, I don't hate your behavior, but it's a little abnormal in the eyes of others. After all, whether it's a person or a Pokémon, they all live in the eyes of others. Of course, it would be better if you could restrain yourself a little. Palkia still had no expression on his face. Qingliu sighed when he saw this. Looking at the other party's posture, he probably couldn't get through without using some ruthless tricks. Actually, although it's a bit difficult to say, I still have a little, some love for you in my heart. Palkia's expression slowly changed when he heard this. Qingliu caught his change and decided to go all out. He continued, if it's appropriate in the future, we can still exchange our experiences and feelings. Of course, you have to be careful. After saying this, Qingliu's breathing became heavier. It was too shameful for him to say such words. However, hard work pays off. When Qingliu finished the last word, Palkia's expression changed, and he stared at Qingliu blankly. No wonder this human was not afraid of him. It turned out that he was the opposite of him. So does that mean? Palkia's black eyes lit up with white light, and the look he gave Qingliu had completely changed. The burning in his eyes and the look that seemed to want to eat people at this moment made Qingliu a little bit unacceptable. Not only that, Palkia's illustrated information was also changing rapidly. Race, Palkia, intimacy, 090, it is a great fortune to meet like-minded people in the vast sea of beasts and the vast sea of people. Palkia has completely recognized you in this life. As long as you don't betray it, it will be willing to die for you at any time. Looking at this moment, the intimacy reached 90 points, which Tyrannosaurus did not even reach. Qingliu was a little amused. What is this? Is it a perverted mutual trust? Looking at Palkia's burning eyes, Qingliu suddenly worried about his future. Why do I feel like I'm going further and further down a strange road? However, this is the first time I've encountered such a high level of intimacy. Although the process is a bit strange, it seems not bad when I think about it. No matter who it is, no matter when, having someone who can be fully trusted and believe in oneself is a rare luck. Qingliu stretched out his hand to Palkia. Palkia looked a little puzzled. Handshake, the way humans show friendship when they first meet. Really? Paimon looked at Qingliu's palm silently, stretched out his broad palm, and said slowly. This was the first time Qingliu heard Paimon speak normally since his appearance. The voice was crisp, but there was this kind of faint lowness, which was completely different from the previous pervert. It was like when you have enough money, financial freedom but lose pure love, you suddenly remember the female classmate who shyly confessed to you in school. I think, in order to keep himself alive, this completely opposite Paimon should have experienced a lot of unknown sadness. Thank you for your hard work. Leave it to me from now on. Qingliu extended his hand forward and took the initiative to hold the claw of Paimon. Paimon was silent, as if he had thought of something, and the corners of his mouth slowly opened as if he wanted to smile. But the next second, the corners of Paimon's mouth paused, and the smile froze. The claw of Paimon that was held suddenly loosened, and when Qingliu realized something, Paimon in front of him was scratching his head shyly. Qingliu, what are you doing? Qingliu was slightly stunned. It's back again. Inexplicably, Qingliu felt a little different in his heart. It's okay, I just think Paimon is so cute, I want to touch it. Qingliu said with a smile. Hey! Paimon let out a surprised exclamation, and his face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was no less than the perverted look when he was whipped before, and even more so. In the end, Paimon quickly broke free from Qingliu's hand and ran to the side. For some reason, apart from the words that made it a little shy, it felt that the Qingliu in front of it had changed from the previous Qingliu. That feeling was like a gentle person turning into the sun in the sky. Qingliu didn't know what Paimon was thinking, but now that Paimon's situation was basically understood and resolved, then next, it should be these guys. Qingliu turned his eyes and looked at the dozen or so grass-type and dust-proof Pokémon in front of him, as well as the dozens of Pokémon that were stunned not far away. Paimon, use poison vines to control all the Pokémon I pointed out. Tyrannosaurus, see who wakes up and start questioning directly. Okay. Understood. Paimon stretched out his vines to tie up all the Pokémon that Qingliu pointed out, and Tyrannosaurus changed back to combat form and began to patrol. The first one to wake up was the highest level, the hunting swallowtail, who reached level 20. As the drowsiness in his mind disappeared, the world in his compound eyes became bright again, and before the hunting swallowtail could react to what happened, a huge dinosaur head with huge brown horns came into view. Then came a deafening voice. From now on, I ask you questions and you answer them. If you answer wrong, I will crush you to death. Do you understand? Looking at the yellow skin with the blue and black lines and the strong and terrifying aura emanating from the whole body, the hunting swallowtail butterfly was very dissatisfied. Goo. It was a hunting swallowtail butterfly with a strong personality. How could it be threatened by other guys? It just wanted to tell the big guy in front of it what it saw. Qingliu was listening to the threatening declaration of Tyrannosaurus beside him and felt that it sounded a little familiar. Tyrannosaurus, this guy, copied brains, and now he even copied what he had said before. It was a bit too much. However, although his words were not good, his absolute strength crushed Tyrannosaurus and he quickly got the general situation. However, Tyrannosaurus did not start translating the information immediately, but repeated the same operation several times to ensure the authenticity before translating the sorted information. It is so. After listening to Tyrannosaurus' report, Qingliu slowly frowned. From their mouths, Qingliu already knew that the place in front of him was the back mountain of Professor Yamanashi's Yamanashi Research Institute in Masuga Town, and they were the Pokémon sent back by trainers who traveled to other regions in Sinnoh. In other words, there is a group of guys wearing specific uniforms who are frantically releasing a drug that will make people crazy if inhaled. These Pokémon are affected by this and become like this now. Yes. Tyrannosaurus nodded, and the Pokémon around him who had been threatened and questioned by it also nodded very sincerely. Compared with the previous information, what really shocked Qingliu was the other party's courage. You know, the Yamanashi Research Institute is the face of Sinnoh. Even the largest underground organization in the Sinnoh region, Team Galactic, did not do this at the peak of its power. Now someone dared to break into the back mountain to do this. This is simply a slap in the face of the Sinnoh Alliance. No, it's not a slap in the face. This is already shitting on the head of the Sinnoh Alliance. The consequence of doing this will definitely be crazy revenge from the Sinnoh Alliance. Qingliu doesn't believe that the other party doesn't know about this. But since the other party knew it, but still wanted to do it, then, what could be so important that they were willing to take the risk and cause a riot here? And what kind of guy would have the guts to really do this? Team Galaxy. Qingliu immediately rejected it. Now the other party is still dormant. Even if they really want to do this, there is no reason to make such a big fuss. So who could it be? And soon, Tyrannosaurus got new information from the mouth of a thorny ball cactus. Before it lost consciousness, it saw a huge spaceship and a flying dragon with wings spread out like a full moon. Chapter 181, Pokemon Hunter J, who values money over life, 2-in-1. Nah. The thorny cactus gestured to Tyrannosaurus and recalled, with a lingering fear on his face. Tyrannosaurus quickly translated beside him. It said, I didn't see anything just now, but the next second a huge brown spaceship that was bigger than me appeared in front of me, and then I saw a group of people walking out of the spaceship, and the two leading people were standing on a Dragon-type Pokémon with a very scary aura. Qingliu heard this and his thoughts were flying. The thorny cactus is not a blind Pokémon, nor is it a Pokémon that can't see if the opponent doesn't move. It didn't see anything but suddenly appeared, so the most reasonable explanation should be that the opponent's spaceship can be invisible. A spaceship larger than Tyrannosaurus, capable of stealth, the courage to ride on the head of the Sinnoh Alliance and shit, and a Dragon-type Pokémon with blood-red wings that looks a bit like a red moon when it opens its wings. This person fully meets these conditions. Qingliu narrowed his eyes slowly, and the image of a short-haired woman emerged in his mind. Pokemon Hunter J. This guy has such a spaceship that can escape the detection of the Alliance, and also has such a Pokemon. One of the two quasi-gods that came to prominence late in the Hoenn region, the Pokemon alias Bloodwing Dragon and Violent Salamander, Violent Dragon. The most important thing is that this guy really wants money over life. As long as she is paid enough, she is willing to do things that ordinary people don't even have the courage to do. For example, she drove a spaceship directly into the Xianggu Mountain Reserve and caught ancient Pokemon and Lucario that survived to this day under the noses of forest rangers and researchers. For example, she dared to bring the space bomb specially made by Team Galaxy to attack 2 of the 3 legendary Pokemon mushrooms created by Arceus, the god of creation. What impressed Qingliu the most was that she learned from somewhere that Regigigas, which dragged the continent to move, was sleeping in the underground of the Cutting Edge Temple near Cutting Edge City, and she forcibly woke it up, and then tried to pack up Regigigas and take it away. As a Pokemon hunter, she had the idea of the legendary Pokemon and took actual action twice. Although she died in the end because of the prediction of the future like the punishment of the 3 holy mushrooms, even Qingliu had to admire her courage to put money first. If it was her, it would not be impossible to attack the Yamanashi Research Institute. But the timeline now is a few years before the beginning of the plot. Sharona and Denji Daisai have not yet formed their strength. Has she grown to this point? If she is really so perverted, then it is impossible that I have never heard of her before. Or is there someone else around her now? But since I basically know the identity of the other party, I won't be in the dark next. Grayman, ask these guys again if they know if there are any things related to Lugia here. Yes. Grayman immediately began to ask more questions, and Hunting Swallowtail and Prickly Ball Cactus fell into deep thought after hearing this. Seeing this, Palooman decided to go up to help. After all, Grayman was alone, and there were dozens of guys who had gotten rid of the red-eyed state after being unconscious. Even if it was a one-to-many question, it would take a lot of time. But before it could get close, Prickly Ball Cactus and several other grass-type Pokemon's faces suddenly changed. They looked terrified and waved their hands at Palooman. Nigh. Hiss. Grayman had a strange expression. He glanced at Palooman, hesitated for a moment, looked at Qingliu and said, "They said they have remembered everything and will tell everything right away. Please don't whip them anymore. This is a psychological trauma caused by another beast-type Palooman." The effect of Tyrannosaurus's intimidation and threats could not match the approach of Palooman. Is this abnormal suppression power? Well, it's much more convenient. But Qingliu glanced at the prickly cactus and the others. It seems that these were trained to be too gentle by their trainers. They were scared like this after being beaten for a while. They might not be able to resist. Compared with the fear of the prickly cacti, Qingliu and Tyrannosaurus knew it well. At this moment, the tropical flowers on Palooman's head were full of confusion. What reaction? What whipping? What are you talking about? After a while, Qingliu said to Palooman, "Let go of them, we have to get ready to go." Although the prickly cactus shouted to tell everything he knew, there was actually not much useful information. It didn't even know who Lugia was. The other Pokemon only had some vague memories of this person, let alone provide any important information about it. The only useful information was about Professor Yamanashi. Although we don't know about Lugia or anything, the old man with a sullen face all day long definitely knows. A long time ago, when a Pokemon was undergoing a physical examination at the research institute, he heard this sullen-faced old man talking on the phone with a smiling old man. The name you mentioned was mentioned during the conversation. Also, the sullen-faced old man is not on the Yamanashi Research Institute, but in the mountains nearby. A long-tailed monster arm once saved a sullen-faced old man. Tyrannosaurus translated. In this case, the next task is to find Professor Yamanashi and ask him about the reason why Lugia sent him here. As for Hunter J. Qingliu turned his eyes slightly and looked at the bushes in the distance. That was the area that was not covered by Balaman's paralysis plus sleep combination skill before. There were many Pokemon that were trampled and lost their ability to move in the rage state. Some were even seriously injured. There were big and small, cute and fierce. Although it was not fatal, it would take a long time to recover without human intervention, and it had limited treatment drugs. Now that the back mountain of the research institute was attacked, Miss Junsha and the researchers did not come to deal with it, which means that they should have encountered a lot of trouble there, which means that this situation will drag on for a little longer than expected. The important thing is that this situation must be very common. After all, this is the largest research institute in the Sinnoh region, and the number of Pokemon gathered here is probably second only to the Oak Research Institute in Kanto. The number of people affected and injured in this rage beast tide will be much higher than expected. Hunter J's goal was probably just to get one of the Pokemon. Although the opponent has always been a villain who values money above all else, he did not kidnap the target directly but instead created a large-scale chaos, resulting in so many casualties. That's a bit too much? Qingliu whispered to himself. And Qingliu turned around and looked at Tyrannosaurus next to him, who had said that he was ready to leave but did not move his feet, and looked a little embarrassed. Qingliu followed its gaze and looked at the Pokemon that were stunned and released by Balubin. At this moment, they have basically all woken up and got rid of the violent state, but they did not leave as imagined. Instead, they looked at each other and stood in place. Then they looked at Tyrannosaurus with a complicated expression, some hesitation and expectation in their eyes. No one spoke, and no one made a sound. But some things do not need language and words to carry them, and each other can understand the meaning. They also want to find Professor Yamanashi, and at the same time, they also want to find the Pokemon Hunter. But their strength is too weak, and Tyrannosaurus has a strong aura. If it is willing to help, it may really be able to defeat that group of people and protect this place that brings them a quiet and harmonious living environment. Tyrannosaurus did not agree, and turned his head to look at Qingliu with some embarrassment. Qingliu couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Qingliu. Qingliu waved his hand and said, our priority is to find Professor Yamanashi, not to fight Hunter J. There is no point in doing that. And even if we really happen to meet them, you don't think they can really be of much use in the battle, right? With their strength, they will only be blown away by the aftermath in an instant. Tyrannosaurus fell silent after hearing this. Dozens or even hundreds of Pokemon also lowered their heads. Although the words are unpleasant, it is true. They may not even be able to stay calm under the huge spaceship, let alone fight. To put it bluntly, they are all a burden when something happens. Qingliu looked at their appearance and said slowly, thoughts and reality are completely different. If you know your abilities, don't do things that are beyond your ability. There will be special people to deal with these things. You just need to hide and wait. If you really want to do something, just improve your own strength down to earth. It has always been the behavior of the weak to pin your hopes on others. As soon as the voice fell, a gust of wind blew up. The blue-eyes white dragon had already landed steadily beside him. Aoki followed the wings and sat on the dragon's back, followed by Paimon and Tyrannosaurus who had returned to his normal state. Whoosh! Seeing that Aoki was already seated, the blue-eyes white dragon flapped its wings violently, and a gust of wind blew up, making all the Pokemon unable to raise their heads. When the sound of the wind died down, the blue-eyes white dragon had already rushed into the sky. Aoki sat in the front, expressionless. Paimon stood beside him. Having never been to the sky, he was not in the mood to pay attention to the aerial scenery that he had never seen in his life. Instead, he looked at Aoki in front of him from time to time, and then turned back to look at Tyrannosaurus. Aoki, is this really okay? Paimon asked. What? Even if it doesn't have much to do with us, you don't have to say that. Just now, there was a little what? Did it hurt anyone? Aoki turned his head slightly and looked at Paimon. Paimon immediately waved his hands and said nervously, that's not what I meant. Before Paimon could finish, Tyrannosaurus, who had been keeping his head down, interrupted him. It's okay, Paimon. Upon hearing this, Paimon's face became even more worried. All the contradictions have accumulated like this. If they are not resolved, in the future. Under Paimon's worried gaze, Tyrannosaurus slowly came behind Aoki and did not speak. Aoki had his back to it, but his voice came over. Are you ready? Tyrannosaurus nodded and replied, yes. Although I just defeated a legendary Pokémon and witnessed the strongest batch of Lugia among the legendary Pokémon, this time the opponent is not weaker than Zapdos, except that he does not have that kind of world power. I told you before, they are called quasi-gods, and are no weaker than legendary beasts. The Sharptooth land shark you saw in Sharona was a quasi-god that had not yet taken shape, and this time it is a quasi-god that has already taken shape. In order to expand the search range, we must act separately. If we really encounter it next time. I understand. Tyrannosaurus nodded heavily with a solemn expression, and his whole body was restrained. Seeing this unusually harmonious scene, Paimon's brain was a little slow to react. What is this? Did you look like you were about to have an argument just now? Why are you communicating so friendly now? Tyrannosaurus patted Paimon's shoulder calmly without saying a word, just silently looking at Qingliu's back. From the day they met, it knew that Qingliu's brain was better than its own, so even if it didn't want to help, it couldn't directly say those unfriendly words to its face. After all, it was unnecessary and had no benefit. But since Qingliu did this, he must have his reasons. Just like in the suburbs of Suai Town, he used truth to stimulate Xiaosong and Zuli Monster, and then through an absolute crushing and even a life-and-death crisis battle, he completely forced one person and one monster to know how important the other was to him. Just like outside the Veil City, when he encountered a few Pokémon that were brutally fought by the trainer named Lacey, Qingliu was helping them as much as possible. This time, it was more unfortunate than before, and Qingliu had no reason to change his personality. Tyrannosaurus thought with its brain that gradually became more capable after its evolution, and the answer he finally came to was that Qingliu probably didn't want those Pokémon to make some unnecessary sacrifices. Although the words were cruel, if those guys encountered such poachers who caused a huge beast tide for their own selfishness, there would be a high probability of bloodshed and casualties. In this case, it would be better to use words to drive them aside. As for helping with reconnaissance and detection, Aoyagi himself has a very special long-distance reconnaissance ability, which is more useful and more efficient. There is no need to let those little guys die. Thinking of this, Tyrannosaurus suddenly laughed. Although Aoyagi has been saying that Blue Eyes White Dragon is its Sundeer Dragon, it seems, he himself is also. Thinking of this, Tyrannosaurus let out a long breath. But, that's exactly why he is who he is. Tyrannosaurus slightly turned his body and looked at Aoyagi, at Baruman, at the Blue Eyes White Dragon that was moving at a very fast speed, and at himself. Inexplicably, he seemed to see some figures gradually overlapping. On the other side of the jungle. Who? With a cold face, Yamanashi, holding a briefcase, leaned weakly on a stone, panting heavily. After recovering a little, his throat rolled, swallowed his dry throat, and looked at the trembling legs in his lower body. Even after being bandaged, the long run without any treatment drugs has caused blood to seep out of the cloth. I can even feel myself gradually losing consciousness, and it may not be long before I completely lose the ability to move. I must return to the institute or find a safe place before that happens. But before Yamanashi could get up, a deep male voice rang out. Yamanashi, you really made it hard for me to find you. I didn't expect that you can still run so fast at such an old age. It seems that you haven't fallen behind in decades of training. Even I have to admire your perseverance. No wonder you took over his resources from the teacher. Chapter 182 The World Will Change, 2-in-1. A huge mook eagle with a Shamit hairstyle, a body far larger than normal, and a height of nearly 2 meters slowly descended from the sky. Then, a man wearing a black windbreaker jumped down from the back of the mook eagle. The man looked at Yamanashi and sneered, "Long time no see, Yamanashi." "Oh, No, now I should address you as the respected Dr. Yamanashi. Dr. Yamanashi also raised his head, first glanced at the Mook Eagle, which was very different from its kind, and then slowly turned to the man who had just spoken. Dr. Yamanashi's brows suddenly sank, and his expression became more serious and cold. I have guests who attacked me, but I didn't expect it to be you, Yamanashi, or cousin. The other person who came into view was also tall and a little stronger than Dr. Yamanashi. Then, there was a similar beard, similar white hair and beard, similar expressionless face, and even, similar face. And the other person was his cousin. It was just that 10 years ago, when he had made a breakthrough in the theory of Pokemon evolution and his teacher at the time was helping him with his research, he disappeared. The next time I heard about him, he was wanted for a bounty for conducting Pokemon genetic modification experiments that were strictly prohibited by the Alliance. Unexpectedly, he dared to show up and even attack his own research institute. The man called Kenichi smiled coldly. I don't want to talk about those old things anymore. Since you still know that I am your cousin, then I won't say any more nonsense. Hand over the thing in your hand and I will let you go for the sake of our past relationship. After that, Kenichi's eyes slowly turned to the briefcase, and a greedy look flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, you came for this thing. Putting the briefcase aside, Dr. Yamanashi supported himself with a stone beside him and slowly stood up. I just came back from Kanto and was attacked. It seems that you have been eyeing this thing of mine and Oki for a long time. But if you want it so much, why don't you get it yourself? You won't forget everything your teacher taught you by doing those crooked experiments. The sneer on Kimura's face froze, and the arc slowly flattened at a slow speed. If he could do it, he wouldn't come to rob at this time, and it wouldn't be Yamanashi who is famous now instead of him. This is directly poking a scar. Kimura's face darkened instantly. Yamanashi, you didn't talk so much before. It seems that you are really old. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me, Mook Eagle. The Mook Eagle standing on the ground slowly opened its wings. With a body size that was more than twice the average, the wingspan has reached about 5 meters. As the Mook Eagle flapped its wings and took off, the ground seemed to be covered by a shadow. Go! At Kurigiri's command, Mook's Eagle flapped its wings violently, and its body instantly swooped down from the air, stretching out its huge claws with a cold glow, and directly grabbed Professor Yamanashi. With twice the size and acceleration, the bird's claws cut through the air, and the sharp sound would not only scratch flesh and blood, but even stone would be directly scratched with grooves. Professor Yamanashi has been studying Pokemon for many years, so he naturally knows the horror of this attack, but his legs were injured and bleeding, and his whole body was exhausted, especially after a stalemate just now. It was extremely difficult to move now, and it was not enough to dodge the attack. So he quickly pushed hard on the stone with both hands, and with the help of the reaction force, his body fell heavily to the other side of the stone. Chi-chi-chi. A sound of metal clashing rang out. Mook's Eagle's claws landed heavily on the stone, leaving 3 deep claw marks, and a burnt smell slowly drifted out. Seeing that Professor Yamanashi dodged the attack, Kenichi said disdainfully, it's a last-ditch effort. Mook's Hawk continues to attack. Mook's Hawk moved upon hearing the sound, turned around and launched another attack. At this time, Professor Yamanashi, who had fallen to the ground, barely stood up and had no time to react. Damn it! He was not afraid of death, but in his hands was the information of all the Pokemon in Kanto that he and Daki had collected with great difficulty, and he took it back to Sinnoh to prepare for a secondary test based on the differences between the Sinnoh and Kanto regions. But now, I'm afraid it can't be kept. However, since this thing can't be kept, then just destroy it directly. At least it can't be given to Kenichi. Just as Professor Yamanashi was preparing to face the attack head-on and use Mook's Hawk's sharp claws to tear the briefcase into pieces, the ground began to shake slightly. This vibration attracted the attention of Professor Yamanashi, and also attracted Kenichi's attention. Because it was almost exactly the same as the movement of the previous Pokemon Tide. Did I ask those guys to give them a drug that would make them violent for a short period of time? How could these useless Pokemon suddenly come back? Is it a coincidence or? Kimura looked in the direction where the vibration was approaching, which was exactly where he was now. When he was already quite close, he raised his head and said, Muckhawk, keep an eye on these guys and don't let them interfere with my plan. Muckhawk nodded, temporarily loosened his attack on Yamanashi, and turned to the location where the beast tide was rushing. Soon, A yellow-brown smoke and dust came into view. Then, one Pokemon after another appeared. Walking Grass, Mimosa, Geodude, Nurite, Dialga, and other Pokemon appeared one by one. Kimura soon discovered that these Pokemon had clear eyes and agile movements, and they were not in a violent state at all. However, they were heading straight towards him, passing through various places. Moreover, Kimura, who has also been studying Pokemon for many years, also noticed that there was a sense of anger in their actions, and the object of this anger seemed to be himself. Kimura was stunned for a moment, then grinned. Ha 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 ha. Laughing, Kimura turned around and pointed at the Pokemon that were charging at him and said to Dr. Yamanashi, "Are these rubbish trying to defeat me and save you?" Dr. Yamanashi had no expression on his face and did not respond. He knew many of the Pokemon that were charging at him. They were the trainers who had been deposited here for a long time, and he was responsible for taking care of them. He could naturally sense their anger in eyes, and the purpose of coming. But Dr. Yamanashi looked at Kimura, who was sneering. Although his cousin was not well behaved and had become a criminal, his ability was not much less than his own, and he liked to plan and prepare for things. Since the other party dared to show up here in a swagger, he must have the confidence. Thinking of this, Dr. Yamanashi looked at the enlarged version of the Mukok. Combined with the reason why the other party was wanted by the Alliance, Yamanashi's heart slowly lifted. At this time, the beast tide also came to a distance of only more than 100 meters. Kimura, who had remained silent after the taunting, slowly opened his mouth at this moment. Mukok, let these rubbish see the absolutely terrifying power brought by your enhanced genes. As Yamanashi's voice fell, Mukok in the air began to flap its wings again and again. Woo gusts of wind fell from the sky. It was originally a bird Pokemon with the most developed wing muscles, and was good at flapping wind and using wings to attack physically. In addition, with its body size that seemed to have doubled, gusts of wind gathered together. It was obviously a very ordinary flying type move, Wind Rising, but in the end it turned into a huge tornado, fiercely attacking the rushing beast tide. Buzz! The air hummed in the wind. Dr. Yamanashi's expression changed drastically. In just a moment of contact, the tornado defeated the first half of the beast tide with almost no resistance. Even the Pokemon that reacted did not have any effect when using the moves, and were killed directly into the central area. It was not until the number of beasts really affected the energy of the move that the tornado driven by the Wind Rising move slowly stopped its forward momentum. But even so, the remaining huge power is not something that ordinary Pokemon can resist. Those with a weak physical strength and insufficient weight were all swept up by the tornado, and after spinning countless times in the air, they were thrown around by the dissipated wind. The Pokemon left in the second half of the beast tide were stunned when they saw this scene. Just one attack directly defeated 3/5 of their number. How can they fight? Not only them, but Dr. Yamanashi couldn't keep his expression steady at this moment. Although he knew that Kenichi was prepared and this Mukok was not simple, and he even knew that there was a high probability that he would do useless work, he did not expect to be defeated in this way. This Mukok may have the combat power of the main Pokemon of the middle-level gym trainer in the Sinnoh region. Before leaving, it was just a guy with no breeding experience at all. What on earth did his cousin do over the years? This Mukok, which is more than twice the normal size, has gained such terrifying power through the forbidden genetic modification. At this time, Kimura slightly turned sideways and looked at Dr. Yamanashi's expression, which was somewhat amused, and then he just laughed out loud. Ho ha, Yamanashi, I still prefer your inexperienced look. You have been focusing on those conventional research for too long, and you can't discover the true charm of creatures like Pokemon. Their genes have terrifying potential that we humans can't achieve at all, and I just made some minor changes that took time to make such terrifying progress. As he spoke, Kimura pointed at the Mukok in the sky that was shocking all the remaining Pokemon, and an expression of great satisfaction gradually emerged on his face. This guy is my most perfect masterpiece in recent times. You can't tell, this Mukok is only less than 2 months old. 2 months? Question mark. Dr. Yamanashi's expression suddenly became serious. With such height, weight and size, such combat power, even if it takes 2 years plus special individual abilities, it may not be achieved, but now it's only been 2 months. It has just left the larval stage, how could it have such terrifying power? Dr. Yamanashi realized the problem in the middle. Kirishima, you guy, While allowing this Mukok to gain such powerful power, did it cause irreversible effects on its other aspects? Looking at Yamanashi, who had reacted, Kirishima was not surprised. After all, to be able to get to the point where he is now the #1 in Sinnoh evolution, his cousin is not a fool. Kirishima said, "You are right, I made it reach its peak in 2 months, and it has a strong body and a huge body, and even the strongest combat power that a normal Mukok cannot achieve, and the price is just to squeeze a little of its physical potential." Physical potential. Yamanashi's face turned cold, and he asked, "How long can it live?" Kirishima said with a playful expression, maybe, less than a month left? But overall, this is already a good deal, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, anger appeared on Dr. Yamanashi's cold face. It was 2 months old, but it only had less than a month left to live, which means it could only live for less than 3 months. Even the bug-type Pokémon, which are known for their fastest growth rate and relatively short lifespan, can probably live many times longer than this Mukok. And the purpose of doing this is simply to gain peak strength in a short period of time. Dr. Yamanashi finally understood why the Alliance issued a wanted order for Kimura, but only briefly mentioned the forbidden experiment of genetic modification without elaborating. Because such an experiment is too scary, and the benefits it brings are too terrifying, it can easily subvert the current ecological balance between humans and Pokémon and completely turn all Pokémon into tools of humans. In the end, I'm afraid there will be another Warcraft war caused by human desires and greed. Do you know what serious consequences will arise from doing this? Dr. Yamanashi asked, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Of course I know. That's why I do this. After all, Pokémon are tools. I'm just making use of their original uses. And the smile on Kinishi's face grew bigger and bigger, and finally a hint of madness gradually emerged. Also, the next step is to invest in large-scale experiments, and then spread this technology to make back all the fame and money that I didn't get, and finally, to achieve my grand goal. Inject the special genes in Pokémon into humans, or vice versa, use human thinking and brains with Pokémon's special abilities and strong bodies to help humans break through the limits of species, and finally, cultivate new humans to rule the world. Exclamation mark. Ha 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 ha. At this point, Kinishi was completely crazy and even began to dance. Yamanashi's heart was completely lifted. Kinishi was completely crazy. Kinishi, who was slowly recovering from the excitement, looked at the briefcase in Dr. Yamanashi's hand. But I can't do all this by myself. I need your help and that Deki. But I know you won't agree to it, so I don't plan to invite you. I just need to take away what you two made, and then hide for a while. When the experiment succeeds, the world will usher in a new change. As he spoke, Kanori slowly walked towards Dr. Yamanashi. So, in order to realize all this quickly, give me what you have in your hand. Dr. Yamanashi's cousin is a second creation, but there is a prototype of the character. A black market buyer who looks exactly like Dr. Yamanashi appeared in Xiangu Mountain, and because the plot of Zik is linked to Sinnoh, a relative was created. As for the new human that combines Pokémon and humans, it also appeared in black and white. I wonder if anyone remembers it. Finally, I have a lot of worries recently. I have finished it today and will add more tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Size is Justice. 2-in-1. Wishful thinking. Yamanashi put the briefcase on his back and said coldly, "The terrorist actions launched by the evil organizations in the Pokémon world are just called justice and evil, but in fact they are the collision and war between the two forces. But everything that Kimura did will completely detonate the root desire of mankind and eventually lead to an uncontrollable destruction. The destruction of Pokémon. The destruction of mankind. Or, subverting the world. It was impossible for him to help do such things from the side. Now that he knew about Kimura's plan that would have a serious impact on mankind, it was even more impossible for Yamanashi to hand it over to the other party." Seeing Dr. Yamanashi's reaction, Kimura shook his head slowly. "Originally, for the sake of our relationship, I gave you several opportunities to survive and witness the changes and the arrival of a new world, but you refused to accept the toast and drink the penalty wine, so don't blame me." Kimura's somewhat crazy expression turned cold. Muckhawk, get rid of this guy. The Muckhawk in the air heard the order and immediately flapped its wings to prepare for the attack. At this moment, several fist-sized stones attacked from behind, forcibly interrupting Muckhawk's movements. Seeing this, Kiri turned his head and looked. He saw several small Geodudes holding stones in their hands, ready to continue throwing, but their movements froze after feeling Kiri's cold gaze. But even so, they still did not retreat. Even all the Pokemon that had survived Muckhawk's Wind Rising move before, after seeing Muckhawk about to attack Professor Yamanashi, each of them trembled and suppressed their inner fear, posing a fighting posture that was ready to fight again. Seeing this, Kiri couldn't help but sneer. I didn't expect that after seeing the overwhelming strength of Mkeagle, these useless things would still protect you at the risk of their lives, Yamanashi. As he spoke, as if he thought of something, Kimura's expression changed subtly. Just like before, you have almost the same appearance, the same expressionless face, and the same research level, but whether it is that old man or other guys, they have always looked at you differently but never considered my feelings. Hearing the other party bringing up the old things, Dr. Yamanashi said, that's because you have been standing on the edge of the cliff from the beginning. Both I and the teacher have advised you many times, but you never really listened. Shut up. Thinking of what happened in the past, Kimura's face became more gloomy, and a cold arc rose at the corners of his mouth. Whether it is you, that old man, or anyone else, they are destined to disappear in the dust of the past. Only I and my experiments can bring everything new to this world. This guy is the best proof. Mkeagle, get rid of all these annoying garbage. Ugh. With a sharp roar, white light burst out from the end of Mook's body, and it rushed into the group of dozens of Pokemon from the air at a terrifying speed. With a flash of lightning and its already extremely fast speed, more than a dozen Pokemon were knocked into the air before they could react. Then Mook's wings spread out, and the sky blue flying energy condensed on the huge wingspan of 5 meters. Its body spun violently, and all the Pokemon who were standing nearby or wanted to approach to attack were instantly hit hard in the face by the wide attack range brought by this amazing wingspan. Boom bang plop. With Mook as the center of the circle, no Pokemon could match Mook's. Under the wing attack, all of them flew backwards and fell on the surroundings. But even in such an absolutely crushing scene, none of the remaining Pokemon had the intention of running away. Even if the opponent defeated 3/5 of their number with one blow, even if they had no chance of winning. This made Kimura even more angry. The more they acted like this, the more it showed the gap between him and Yamanashi. Yamanashi didn't ask or order these guys, but they fought for him, and he only had his test subjects around him. The difference was obvious. I want to see if they can really die for you, Muckhawk. Let them feel real fear. As Yamanashi finished speaking, Muckhawk took off, came to the top of all the Pokemon, and flapped its wings with all its might. The invisible air currents began to condense and take shape, turning into dense crescent-shaped blades that lingered around. This is a flying-type move, Air Blade? How could there be so many? Dr. Yamanashi's pupils dilated unconsciously. Even though he was a scholar who focused on Pokemon evolution, he had some knowledge of moves and knew that the number of conventional air blades was generally between a few and a dozen, and the more powerful ones could reach more than 20. And now this Muckhawk easily broke through the limit and reached more than 30. You don't think that genetic modification is just as simple as getting the peak power in advance, do you? If that were the case, I wouldn't have spent so much time and energy on it. Kinashi sneered, and said, the body is also changing. It's bigger, heavier, and stronger. This also means. It means that physical strength, the upper limit of the moves you can use, and the limit of your abilities are all increasing. Dr. Yamanashi muttered to himself. That's right, Yamanashi. Whether it's a human, an animal, or a Pokemon, the bigger the size, the more powerful it is. That's why the legendary Pokemon have such terrifying destructive power. In short, size is king. As if sensing Kinri's excitement, Muckhawk, which was genetically modified to be twice the size of its kind, suddenly urged the air blades generated by its wings to shoot towards the ground. Buzz 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 bang 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 bang. Almost every air blade was as big as any Pokemon on the ground, and in a moment they all hit the area under their feet. The terrifying attack instantly cut off the trunks and branches of the surrounding trees and shrubs, leaving a series of cuts and slashing the ground with bursts of dim yellow smoke. When the smoke and dust dissipated, not even a single Pokemon could stand, and all of them closed their eyes and collapsed on the ground. With one blow, More than 20 Pokemon were easily killed in seconds. And many of those who had lost their ability to fight in the battle before were hit again, adding insult to injury. Dr. Yamanashi saw this scene, his eyes were bloodshot. Qingliu laughed, "Don't worry, Yamanashi, I didn't kill them all, of course." Halfway through his speech, Muley changed the subject and said in a bad tone, "If you don't hand over the things in your hands to me intact, I can't guarantee whether they can survive the next attack." Beside Mukok in the air, sharp blades of air condensed out again, like a guillotine hanging over his head that could fall at any time. Dr. Yamanashi's expression froze. If it were just him, he would rather die than hand over this thing intact, but now that Kinishi did not run away after regaining his sanity, but instead ran over to save his Pokemon's lives as a threat. Yamanashi was in hesitation for a moment. He couldn't hand it over. But he couldn't bear to watch these Pokemon die because of his choice. So, how to choose? Looking at the hesitant Yamanashi, Kinishi sneered and waited quietly. He has the ability to dominate the current situation, but he can't guarantee that Yamanashi has the means to destroy the things in the briefcase. To be on the safe side, he decided to play it safe first. Anyway, he won't lose either way. As for what to do after getting it, that is a whole new problem. Okay, Yamanashi, I've given you enough time, hurry up. Kirishi raised his hand slightly, and Muko moved at the sound. More than 30 cold air blades buzzed, as if Dr. Yamanashi made the wrong choice, they would fall on the fallen Pokemon in an instant. Dr. Yamanashi was silent for a long time, until Kirishi's voice urged him again, then he sighed heavily and slowly raised the hand holding the briefcase. Seeing this, Kirishi smiled, and was about to ask Dr. Yamanashi to throw the thing over. Suddenly, bang! A sound similar to a sonic boom that came and disappeared quickly suddenly sounded overhead. Kirishi raised his head in confusion, but saw nothing. Muko, what was that noise just now? Mukok also shook his head in confusion. Did you hear hallucinations because you were too excited? Seeing that Mukok didn't find anything suspicious, Kimura turned his eyes back to Dr. Yamanashi's hand and said, "Yamanashi, don't try to cheat, throw the things away." Before he finished speaking, he found that Yamanashi's facial expression was a little dull, and there was even a hint of disbelief. "Scared silly? Do you think I believe it?" Just as this thought emerged in his mind, the next second, Mukok in the air suddenly issued a warning cry, and before he could react, a shadow suddenly appeared. Kimura, who felt that something was wrong, raised his head and looked into the sky. A vague dot appeared above his head, and it seemed to be falling rapidly at an incredibly fast speed. As time passed, Kimura saw a little trace. It looked like a Pokemon with its wings fully spread and swooping down. Is there another guy looking for death? Kimura thought with some disdain, and when he was about to let Mukok take action to shoot the opponent down and add another bargaining chip, he suddenly found something wrong. As the distance shortened, the opponent's figure became clearer. It was a dragon-shaped Pokemon he didn't recognize, with wings and claws, a cold silver-white body, and a faint cold glow in the sun. But these are not the main points. The main point is, why does this body feel a little wrong? Especially when the distance was getting closer and closer, just 100 or 200 meters, and the roar similar to a sonic boom became louder and louder, Kimura finally realized the problem. The opponent's body is not right. Because under the feet and around, after the sun shines on the opponent, the area covered by the shadows is getting larger and larger. But the group of Pokemon hunters have been sent away by himself, and he has never seen such a guy in their hands, so there's only one possibility. This guy's an enemy, not a friend. Then strike first. Mukok, go ahead and shoot that guy down. Kiri quickly issued an order, and Mukok immediately activated its energy. The 30 air blades used to threaten Yamanashi quickly rose into the air and shot at the silver-white dragon Pokemon flying in the air. Bang! The attack of more than 30 air blades exploded in the air dozens of meters high, and the powerful energy stirred up a strong wind and spread in all directions. Seeing that the attack hit, Kiri breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what kind of Pokemon was coming, as long as he didn't dodge, he would not be safe. Not to mention ordinary Pokemon, even guys of the same level as Mukok would be severely injured in an instant if they were attacked by Mukok, which had been genetically modified, was larger and had stronger power. This was his confidence in his most perfect experimental product in the near future. Afterwards, he didn't intend to waste any more time. When he raised his hand and prepared to let Mukok gather his moves to threaten Yamanashi to hand over the things, the sound of the explosion in the air disappeared. I saw a figure with deep blue energy instantly broke through the smoke and dust, and slammed heavily on the ground at a terrifying speed. Boom! There was a loud roar as if a meteorite had fallen to the ground, and the ground began to shake violently. Professor Yamanashi, who had been on guard all the time, staggered and almost fell to the ground, but Kimura was not so lucky. The violent shaking and the lack of preparedness caused him to fall to the ground, and he almost fell into dog-eating shit posture. After a brief moment of confusion, he was filled with anger. He had forgotten the last time he had seen such a shameful scene, but now it happened again. Unforgivable. No matter who the other party is or what Pokemon it is, he will make the other party pay the price. Mukok, ram attack! Mew said fiercely while looking up. But strangely, he did not get a response. Mew King was still flying in the air, staying in place as if he didn't hear it, which further stimulated his anger. What are you doing? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly found that his body seemed to be trapped in a swamp. Every action became very difficult, and even speaking required more strength than usual. What's going on? Mew struggled to raise his head, and his body could only move slightly under this strange suppression. Until he stood up and raised his head, he was stunned. He saw a figure appear in front of the opposite side where Yamanashi was originally located. The color of the other party's body was exactly the same as the silver-white color he saw in the air just now. And what shocked him was the other party's size. With just one glance, he saw that the other party was much taller than him, because according to his angle, he could only see the area around the other party's abdomen. In this situation, even Mew King, who was twice the size and about 2.4 meters tall, could not do it. Although he had noticed that the other party was not small before, it turned out to be a giant even bigger than the Mook Eagle. Mew struggled to look up again, and his eyes followed the direction bit by bit. But the more he looked, the more frightened he became. In the end, even his breathing became uncontrollably rapid. Because he found that the other party's body size was more than twice that of the genetically modified Mook Eagle. In other words, the guy in front of him was at least 5 meters tall. Exclamation mark. And, writing. Chapter 184, such an attack is not even worthy of a tickle. As the opponent's full appearance appeared in his field of vision, Kimura's expression was already full of shock. Blue eyes, silver-white body, full 5 meters tall, a thick and well-layered tail behind him, the body length is conservatively estimated to be more than 10 meters, and the wingspan is definitely more than 10 meters. His proud test subject, the Mook Hawk, which is more than twice the size of its peers, is like a chicken in front of the opponent. There is no comparison between the two. But he has no impression of such a giant Pokemon, and can even say, he doesn't know it at all. You know, he used to be a professional researcher. Before he became obsessed with genetic modification experiments, he had recorded and studied all Pokemon. Is it a newly discovered Pokemon, or is it resurrected through ancient genes? It's rare that it can grow to this extent. No, that's not right. Kimura carefully looked at the silver-white dragon in front of him. His extensive experience in studying and observing Pokemon told him that the Pokemon in front of him might not be as old as he imagined, and it might still be in the growth stage. Even, it is still in a very young stage. How is this possible? The moment this thought came to his mind, Kimura's eyes widened. He could accept the large size. After all, even if the height of the Mookawk reached 2.4 meters, it could not be said to be so huge among all Pokemon. Moreover, the Pokemon world was still in the stage of unfinished exploration. During this period of time when he was immersed in research, it was not impossible to discover some Pokemon beyond common sense. But, a giant beast that could be 5 meters tall, 10 meters long, and more than 10 meters wide in its infancy completely exceeded his decades of knowledge of Pokemon. You have to know that his genetic modification technology has gone through countless experiments and failures, and how much money and effort have been invested in it to achieve a phased success, and then let the Mookawk gain the peak strength and twice the size. As a result, any random one of this size would be beaten directly. While this sudden gap made it difficult for him to accept, an idea emerged in Kimura's mind. If he can have such a terrifying body size at a young age, what will he look like after he evolves into an adult? On this basis, if he creates a group of giant Pokemon with his genetic modification, the plan to conquer the world seems to be right in front of him. Suppressing his excitement, Kimura looked at the silver-white dragon and the young trainer who appeared with the dragon. Boy, where did you catch this Pokemon? Hearing someone asking him, Qingliu looked at the figure opposite. This appearance is almost exactly the same as the impression of Professor Yamanashi. But if he is Professor Yamanashi, who is the one behind him? Professor Yamanashis? Qingliu was a little confused for a while. Professor Yamanashi noticed Qingliu's doubts. After seeing that Qingliu and Kimura did not know each other, he took the initiative to explain the identity issue and mentioned the other party's behavior in a vague way. So that's it. Qingliu turned around and looked at Kimura again. Although I don't know the purpose of your coming here, the reason he asked you is probably that he wants to catch similar Pokemon to do genetic experiments that destroy the Pokemon ecosystem. It's best not to tell him any information. Professor Yamanashi reminded. Qingliu nodded. He didn't really care about this kind of question. The habitat of Blue Eyes White Dragon is not on the Pokemon world. Without the panel, even if one can travel through time and space, no one can go to the Yu-Gi-Oh world to catch a Blue Eyes White Dragon, not even Arceus, the god of creation. Doctor, by the way, where are the others besides this guy? Qingliu looked at the empty place beside Yamanashi and asked. Others? Dr. Yamanashi was stunned, and then said, I don't see anyone else. Is that so? It can be basically confirmed that Pokemon Hunter J is not here. Just now, he deliberately turned around and used the panel to detect the surroundings. There was no information about the existence of other powerful Pokemon, so it is likely that the spaceship is not hidden around. But from what Dr. Yamanashi said just now, the other party's main purpose seems to be not for Pokemon, but for him. If that's the case, why is Hunter J not here? Is finding him considered completing the mission? Or did he just run away? If it is not considered completing the mission, and there is no black-on-black sweep, then where is he going now and what is he planning to do? Qingliu fell into thinking. But now the only thing that can be confirmed is that the guy in front of him is the one who caused the Pokemon to fall into a violent state and trigger the beast tide. Especially after seeing the many Pokemon in a weak and dying state lying on the ground nearby, it provided more evidence. Not only did he cause a large-scale beast tide and injured countless Pokemon, but he was so heavy-handed and even conducted some Pokemon genetic modification experiments. It really makes people feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. No intelligent creature would be willing to lie on the stage and be privately pulled and connected by others, and finally be transformed into a person who is neither human nor ghost. Especially, decades of life were reduced to less than 3 months in an instant. Such behavior is simply unforgivable. Kinri on the opposite side naturally noticed the conversation between Yamanashi and Aoyagi, but compared to these, he was more interested in the silver-white dragon. Such a huge guy has real research value. But after seeing that Aoyagi actually ignored him directly, Kinri's expression became ugly. Boy, are you deaf? You must answer your elders' questions properly. Qingliu glanced at him expressionlessly when he heard this. I'm sorry, I didn't see any elders. I thought it was something shouting there. Muley's face suddenly became gloomy, and his voice became cold. Kid, if you tell me honestly where you caught these guys, I can let you go. If you continue to challenge my bottom line, I promise that it won't be long before you regret your current behavior. Oh? Really? Qingliu said lightly, I want to see how you make me regret it. Ha 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 ha. Feeling the full disapproval and provocation in Qingliu's words, Muley laughed angrily. Don't think you can beat me just because you blocked an attack in the air just now. That was just a warm-up, kid. So that thing was an attack just now? I thought it was a tickling welcome ceremony you prepared for me. Muley's face turned completely black. I have forgotten how long it has been since I met an infuriating kid like you. Since you want to die, I will send you off. Muley raised his head and said loudly, Muck-hawk, let this damn brat experience whether your tickling attack can kill him. Go. Muck-hawk's wings suddenly opened vigorously, and the surging flying energy condensed and quickly compressed around him. The airflow blowing around was all intercepted by the sky blue energy, turning into one crescent after another. In an instant, the number reached 30, and this is not over yet. 35, 40, 45, 50. There were 20 more, and the crescent wind blades reached 50, constantly making a faint buzzing sound of cutting the air. 30 is not the limit. Seeing this scene, Dr. Yamanashi's expression was extremely solemn. Although the power of this move is only at a medium level, and many trainers do not focus on training this move, The same move has completely different powers in the hands of different users. Just like there is an essential difference between the Pikachu on the roadside and the champion Pikachu, this macaque is not an ordinary macaque. The huge size brought by genetic modification and the combat power that exceeds the normal peak of the species make its moves far more powerful than any other macaque. In addition to the terrifying number of moves, the lethality is already catching up with those moves with a power value of 70 or 80. Especially since it has a level comparable to that of a mid-level gym trainer, Dr. Yamanashi can't help but start to worry whether the boy in front of him can take this move. If you are not sure, just run away. Don't worry about me. After you leave, help me bring this briefcase to Dr. Oak in Pallet Town in Kanto. You just need to say my name. Dr. Yamanashi said as he handed over the briefcase. Aoyagi smiled and rejected Dr. Yamanashi, who looked like he was going to tell his last wishes. Doctor, the situation is not as bad as you think. I just said that this kind of attack is just, even if there are more people, it will still tickle. Seeing Aoyagi's confident look, Dr. Yamanashi fell silent in his heart. When Kimura on the opposite side heard this, he immediately sneered disdainfully. You are so arrogant, but I hope you can continue to be so arrogant, Macaque, fire. As soon as the words fell, Macaque flapped its wings, and in an instant, more than 50 air blades poured down from the sky. The target was the area where Qingliu was standing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before the attack hit, there were bursts of sharp air-breaking sounds in the air. Dr. Yamanashi couldn't help but tighten the briefcase in his hand, and then turned his head to look at Qingliu, who was looking up at the sky as if frightened by the attack. Seeing that the attack was getting closer and closer, and Qingliu still didn't move, Dr. Yamanashi suddenly became uneasy. Kimura showed a triumphant smile on his face. Kid, regret your choice for the rest of your life? Watching the air blades approaching Qingliu's head, Kimura said with a grim smile. But the next second, the figure in the field of vision suddenly flashed. The blue-eyes white dragon moved. The violent dragon energy gathered on the claws of the blue-eyes white dragon's hands, turning into a pair of huge dark blue claws, facing the front without fear. The dragon claws danced wildly, slamming heavily on the continuous air blades like a tide, making crisp collision sounds. Then, Kimura saw a scene that made him unbelievable. Those extremely sharp air blade moves that defeated dozens of Pokémon in an instant, as if they could cut through everything, just at the moment of contact with the dragon claws. It was like an egg smashed on a stone, instantly shattering. Ding 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 ding. The crisp shattering sounds rang out one after another. 1, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Ling. The last claw stopped, and the last cracking sound rang out. The overwhelming air blade attack dissipated into nothingness, leaving only the blue-eyes white dragon's almost intact dragon claws. And Qingliu's slightly surprised words. It seems that I have overestimated you a little bit. Such an attack is not even worthy of tickling the blue-eyes white dragon. Fell asleep. Chapter 185, The Blow of Justice. Muley's face was extremely ugly at the moment. It was fine that the two attacks he had been confident in were easily blocked, but the key point was that the little devil's mouth was still hurtful, which made him feel angry. He really wanted to catch this damn kid, beat him up and take him to the habitat of the Pokémon and make him shut up forever. But Muley took a look at the silver-white dragon that was looking down at him with blue eyes, and exhaled heavily. The combat power of this Pokémon was really beyond his expectations. Unexpectedly, even the 50 air blades that were hit with full force just now were easily defeated without any use. However, he was not without a chance of winning. Although Pokémon like Moko have strong wings and muscles, their real strength is not special attack moves such as wind and air blades, but desperate attacks. Simply put, it is to use the strong physical fitness and the unique self-sacrifice to enhance the power of the moves with reaction damage, and to concentrate all the power on one point to burst out the strongest attack. Although it will lose combat effectiveness due to the huge counter-injury after using it, such an attack can instantly kill Pokémon of the same level. Even those with a higher level than Macaque will be severely damaged. As soon as he said it, Kimura said loudly, Macaque, take off, and then, use Brave Bird Fierce Attack. Go. The wings vibrated and the body climbed into the air. In an instant, two condensed red and blue energies appeared around Macaque, covering it, and it began to dive straight to the ground. Then, the red and blue energy rippled, and a strong momentum gradually condensed on Macaque. This very iconic action and energy fluctuations were naturally seen by Aoyagi and Professor Yamanashi. The power value is 120, second only to the Divine Bird Slash, and the value is the same as the legendary Pokemon Rayquaza's exclusive move, Finishing Touch, a flying-type ultimate move. Be careful. Professor Yamanashi quickly reminded him. Aoyagi nodded. Perhaps compared to Professor Yamanashi, Aoyagi knew more about Pokemon like Mukok. After all, before the appearance of the 6th generation Flamahawk, Mukok was known as the strongest family bird, and was even known as the suicide bird, and its main feature was to die together. Thinking of this, Aoyagi opened the illustrated book. Race, Muko, Classification, Raptor Pokemon, Attributes, Normal, Flying, Features, Sacrifice. When using moves that can damage itself due to the reaction force, such as Slam, Sacrifice Charge, and Brave Attack, the power is increased by 20%. Level 34. Exclusive moves, none. Mastered moves, Wind Rise, Brave Attack, Air Blade, Slam, Lightning Flash, Reckless, Close Combat. Race value 485, Horsepower 85, Attack 120, Defense 70, Special Attack 80, Special Defense 60, Speed 100, Intimacy 0. Status: it has no intelligence and is confused about everything. Its physical strength and size have changed dramatically after genetic modification, but its IQ remains at the moment of birth. Information summary: it is a ferocious raptor Pokemon that cares a lot about its crest, has well-developed muscles all over its body, and can actively attack when facing an opponent larger than itself, and will not stop attacking even if it is injured. Horizontal ellipsis. Sure enough, the moment Aoyagi saw that the characteristic was self-sacrifice, he knew that Kinishi was using the suicide attack. And this one in the status bar. When I heard Dr. Yamanashi briefly talk about it before, I only knew that after using Lifespan as a price to transform it, it burst out with powerful combat power and size, but I didn't know the details. Now it seems that this so-called genetic experiment is a tool to cultivate Pokemon that has power but no matching state of mind, and is completely obedient. The key. This is a Pokemon that should have been flying freely in the sky and had normal IQ, but it was forcibly transformed. Although it's the first time I've seen it, you've really done so many bad things, there's nothing to say about dealing with this kind of guy. Blue Eyes White Dragon, stop playing, end the battle. Hearing Aoyagi's voice, Blue Eyes White Dragon looked serious, looking at the opposite side of the Mukok, which had already entered a low-altitude flight, with red and blue energy distributed on both sides, like two huge energy wings, and slowly opened its dragon mouth full of fangs. Light and purple electricity began to converge, gradually compressing into properties, and a violent energy that rivaled the fierce attack of Brave Bird burst out. At the same time, Qingliu quietly winked at Blue Eyes White Dragon, and White Dragon nodded slightly in understanding. The compression degree of the explosive wind bullet in his mouth doubled, but the speed of formation was infinitely slowed down. At this time, the Brave Bird's fierce attack state had already rushed to the front. Seeing this scene, Muley was immediately delighted and mocked. "Kid, your reaction is too slow, and the time to charge the attack is not enough. Mukhawk, sprint with all your strength." Buzz! The flying energy that completely evolved into two completely different colors made a buzzing sound in the air, and the speed of Mukhawk increased again. At this time, it was less than 10 meters away from Blue Eyes White Dragon. This distance, for Mukhawk at this moment, was just a snap of a finger. And the explosive wind bullet in the mouth of Blue Eyes White Dragon was still in the process of condensing. "Kid, it's over." As Kimura's voice fell, Mukhawk came in front of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and the red and blue flying energy seemed to want to drown the Blue Eyes White Dragon like a wave. At this moment, the Blue Eyes White Dragon suddenly closed its mouth, and took a step forward as if it had no time to forcefully cancel the original attack. The Dragon Claw move was extended, and it directly pressed Mukhawk from the air, and directly hit the sky-high energy covering Mukhawk's body. Chi-chi-chi. The Dragon-type and Flying-type energies collided, and the friction and explosion sounds came one after another. Kimura was also stunned by this somewhat unexpected blocking method, but he soon felt relieved. Because no matter how strong this white dragon is, it is impossible to block the fierce attack of the Brave Bird so easily. If it really has such fighting power, it will not choose to block it, but directly crush it. Besides, the self-sacrifice characteristic is not a joke. The fact is indeed as Kimura guessed, the Blue Eyes White Dragon in the initial stage does not have the combat power to crush the opponent. Now the Blue Eyes White Dragon is level 29, with a combat power of a regular Pokemon of level 34, which is equivalent to the level of Mook's Hawk. But the main feature of Qingliu's 4 Pokemon is that they are invincible at the same level. Moreover, compared to Mook's Hawk, they have a huge advantage that is not very obvious but exists. That is the combat experience of trainers and Pokemon. But Kimura, who felt that victory was in sight, was extremely excited at this moment. Mook's Hawk, knock away the Dragon Claws. As long as this defense is broken, the battle is over. Even his brain, which is focused on experiments and does not have much combat experience, subconsciously ignores something. And the Mook's Hawk in the field has been in a state of dementia since the beginning of the battle. He can only obey orders without any spirituality, and did not notice the attack that was silently condensed above his head. It's really boring to beat such a combination. An old man who is not a trainer, a not-so-normal Mook Hawk, no matter how strong their physical strength is, the feeling that Qingliu gives is not as good as the feeling of fighting any of Denji's Pokemon. Let's end it. Qingliu's voice fell, and the energy around the Blue Eyes White Dragon surged, and the power burst out again to suppress the Mook Hawk that was still attacking frantically in front of it. Then, the towering dragon head opened its mouth, and the explosive gust of wind hidden in it suddenly fired. Boom! There was a loud noise. The terrifying energy burst, the invisible airwave swept around, and the smoke and dust rose into the sky. Mook Hawk was directly blasted into the sunken ground, and its body was shaking slightly, but it couldn't even make any struggle. And the Blue Eyes White Dragon, intact and calm, stood on the pit. This sudden change in the situation made Kimura's eyes widen. The shut-up action just now was not to cancel the attack. The attack that he thought had been interrupted appeared again, leaving him no time to prepare. Even if he was prepared, he might not be able to react in time. This damn insidious kid actually used this routine to trick him. This also made Yamanashi, who was standing by, look at Aoyagi and Blue Eyes White Dragon in surprise. Standing nearby, he also did not expect such an operation. The key point was that he had not heard Aoyagi issue such an order, which meant that the command was almost achieved without verbal communication. To be able to achieve all this so smoothly, this young trainer of unknown origin is really something. At least among the young people he has seen, only one girl can do it. As for Yamanashi and Kinri's reaction, Aoyagi did not care. He lowered his head and scanned Mook Hawk with the illustration. After confirming that the other party was just exhausted due to the attack and the reaction force of the fierce attack of the brave bird, he put away the panel. Thinking that the other party was also a miserable guy, he did not let the Blue Eyes White Dragon kill him just now. Now that the obstacle is gone, Aoyagi slowly raised his head and looked at Kinri not far away. Next, it's your turn. Too tired? Pay attention, I'll update tomorrow. Chapter 186 God Sent Boy, Dr. Yamanashi shock and confusion, 2-in-1. Blue Eyes White Dragon, catch him. Qingliu's voice fell, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon leaned forward slightly, and the wings behind it shook violently, and its body immediately sprinted towards the position where Kenichi was. Under the huge body explosion, the distance between the dragon and the man was rapidly shortened, and the airflow driven by the fast flight even blew them back one after another. Seeing this, Dr. Yamanashi on the side seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly reminded loudly, according to his personality, he should have other preparations, be careful. Hey, Yamanashi, your memory is not bad at your age. Kenichi sneered, and while reaching into his pocket, he looked at the white dragon that was rushing towards him, exuding a terrifying aura, with an ugly and solemn expression. Originally thought that this sudden attack could easily take away his things, but he didn't expect that a guy with unknown origins would come out halfway and directly kill his most successful test product in seconds. Kid, don't think it's over like this, I will be back. After saying that, he took out 7 Poké Balls from his pocket with both hands and pressed the zoom switch. Qingliu, who had been observing, immediately issued an order, Dragon Power. This move, which was transformed from the previous characteristics, was activated, and a strong pressure descended. Kimura suddenly felt that the feeling of being trapped in the quagmire came again, and even the action of throwing the Poké Balls could not be done. But strangely, the Poké Balls seemed to be unaffected and opened automatically. No, to be more precise, they opened from the inside. Ding, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds, the red light flashed, and 7 Pokémon with red eyes, heavy breathing, and a body that exuded an uneasy aura appeared. Their appearance was similar to that of Mook Hawk, and their bodies were very large, far exceeding other Pokemon of the same kind. The only difference was that Kimura did not give them any orders after they appeared, and it seemed that they were overly excited, or for other unknown reasons. As soon as they got out of the Poké Balls, they began to move around aimlessly. This was not the most important thing. The key was that a white light would light up from time to time on their bodies, and every time it lit up, the feeling of uneasiness became stronger. Qingliu felt something was not right, so he called up the panel and scanned it quickly. Race, Raiden, status, angry, strong body, irrational anger, uncontrollably activating the self-destruct move. Race, Gastrum, status, confused, strong body, but IQ remains at the moment of birth, uncontrollably activating the self-destruct move. He quickly scanned the illustrated information, and found that several of them, nearly half of them, were in a similar state, and were all in the process of self-destructing. This guy. It was obvious that this was a bomb that Kinori had deliberately used. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was probably trying to buy enough time to escape. It was even possible that these Pokemon were the bombs he had specially customized. Blue Eyes White Dragon also noticed something was wrong at this time, and without waiting for Qingliu's order, he instantly turned his body and flew back to land in front of Qingliu. Catching that human was not a problem at all compared to Qingliu's safety, and whether Tyrannosaurus could react was not within its consideration. The silver-white wings fully opened, and the body sank down, covering Qingliu and Professor Yamanashi under its huge body. Boom, 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 boom. The roars sounded one after another, and the terrifying energy exploded. The sound waves swept around, and the violent sound kept echoing around, and even the ground was shaking. And this is not over yet. When Qingliu was about to let the Blue Eyes White Dragon take action, the status column information of the remaining 3 Pokemon that had not self-destructed on the panel illustration that had been open changed to self-destructing like the previous 4. The next second, 3 explosions sounded in succession. The dull vibration sound echoed again. It was not until this time that the Blue Eyes White Dragon slowly opened its wings after confirming that there was no threat. In just 1 minute, the surroundings were in a mess, and it completely changed into a different scene. The surrounding trees and bushes were destroyed and lacked branches and leaves, and 7 huge pits appeared on the ground out of thin air. The Pokemon that had just appeared were now lying in the middle of the pit, their breath was weak, and wisps of black smoke with a strong smell of burning rose from them. And Kinori. Aoyagi raised his head and looked at the place where he had stood before and further away. After a brief silence on the panel, only a few vague traces of the illustrated book could be seen, and even the panel itself began to become a little illusory. This meant that the opponent was approaching the limit of the panel's detection range. Race, Dotally, characteristic, escape, runs very fast when escaping. Status, confused. Is there another Dotally whose characteristic is escape and has also been genetically modified? If Tyrannosaurus is here, he should be able to charge forward with his self-destruction. Now I don't know if he can catch up with the Blue Eyes White Dragon. If you are not sure, just put him aside for now. Dr. Yamanashi, who had been almost silent because he was not proficient in combat, said, I have contacted the Research Institute to completely block this area. He will definitely not be able to escape. As Yamanashi spoke, his expression became extremely serious, and, I have something more important to do. Could you please take me back to the Research Institute first? Aoyagi looked at the briefcase in his hand. The target that Kinori wanted to snatch was this thing. To be honest, Aoyagi was also very curious about what was inside that could attract a wanted criminal like Kinori to take risks at the Yamanashi Research Institute. However, if the other party didn't take the initiative to say this, it would be a bit awkward for him to ask. No problem, my main purpose of coming here is to find you and ensure your safety, but you may have to wait a while. I still have a few Pokemon nearby. I heard the sound just now, and they should be on the way here. After hearing Aoyagi's answer, Yamanashi nodded and said, I don't seem to have seen you before. Miss Juncha in Masuga Town doesn't seem to have heard of any new arrivals, so who are you? After Yamanashi asked this question, his eyes were fixed on Aoyagi. The main reason was that there were too many undercover agents and backstabbers these days, and the information leaked when he came back this time was probably because he was betrayed. In addition, this routine of first creating a dangerous situation and then letting the undercover agent take the opportunity to help has been used too many times. Now is a critical moment, and Dr. Yamanashi has to be on guard. Aoyagi also understood Dr. Yamanashi's considerations, nodded, and decided to tell the truth. After all, the person in front of him was the most likely person to be related to Lugia. I was brought here by Lugia, but I don't know why it brought me here, so after I knew the general information and a Pokemon mentioned that you might know the specific situation, I came here directly. Yamanashi, who originally thought that Aoyagi would be a young and talented Pokemon trainer sent by the Alliance to learn from him, similar to Sirona, was obviously shocked. Unexpectedly, it would be Lugia. After a while, Dr. Yamanashi's expression became solemn. You know, he and Oak had to go through various calculations, news reports, and squat on the nearby sea area for a long time in order to see Lugia. After their skin was tanned by the sun, they were able to see the true appearance of the legendary Pokemon Lugia. Unexpectedly, the other party was actually sent by Lugia on his own initiative. The difference between them is not a little bit. Yamanashi even put aside the briefcase for the time being and began to ask Aoyagi about Lugia. Especially after hearing that Aoyagi defeated the legendary Pokemon Zapdos, and that the reserve of the 3 Pokémons from the Orange Islands still lost after integrating the power of the world rules, causing Lugia's anger to descend, Dr. Yamanashi was completely unable to hold back. Although the Zapdos was injured, it was still a Zapdos. Legendary Pokemon in the Sinnoh region are relatively rare. They usually stay in their own areas and rarely come into contact with each other. He has hardly seen them. After he went to Kanto, he saw legendary Pokemon twice, and once he watched a battle from a distance. It was really a world-shaking change. It felt like the sky was beating the sky. It was terrifying. Such a level, I'm afraid even if Sharona took the years she learned from me and took out travel to improve her strength, she wouldn't be able to do it. This thought came to Dr. Yamanashi's mind involuntarily. Moreover, the 2 Pokemon that defeated Zapdos. Dr. Yamanashi first glanced at the blue-eyes white dragon behind Aoyagi, and then at a small yellow-horned dinosaur that was only a little over 1.2 meters tall among the 3 Pokemon that were running from the bushes in the distance. He had already seen the fighting power of the blue-eyes white dragon just now. Although it could not be seen that it was comparable to the level of the legendary Pokemon, it was certain that its fighting power was very strong, far exceeding that of the same level. But does this little guy in front of him have a fighting power comparable to that of the silver white dragon, or even higher? It doesn't look like it. Dr. Yamanashi felt that there were more questions in his mind now than when he was doing special research on Pokemon before. Especially after seeing Tyrannosaurus scratching his head and smiling stupidly, Dr. Yamanashi couldn't imagine that such a guy would have the final say to kill Zapdos. But the boy in front of him didn't seem to need to lie to himself. Many of the things mentioned by the other party in the conversation just now are indeed things that people who have not seen Lugia in person cannot say, and it seems that he also knows Sirona. If he lies, he will be easily exposed. But I have never heard any information about him before. What is the matter with this mysterious trainer who suddenly appeared with unknown Pokemon? Dr. Yamanashi was full of doubts. Then Lugia said he would send me to a place, and then I was brought to this place by a water spout. After Qingliu finished speaking, Dr. Yamanashi nodded slowly. After requesting and meeting Lugia, Oki did mention the location of his research institute and mentioned that he would go back soon. In this way, everything can basically match up. However, I don't know why he asked me to come here. He didn't mention any relevant information at all. No, it has already said it. Hearing this, Dr. Yamanashi's eyes fell on Tyrannosaurus and Blue-Eyes White Dragon, and slowly said, "You mentioned just now that it is very interested in these 2 new Pokemon and pays attention to their potential. This is a tactful way to tell me what I need to do." As he spoke, Dr. Yamanashi raised the briefcase in his hand. In short, it's the things inside this. So whether it's for its safety or because Lugia sent it here, let's put the matter of Kenichi aside for now. The most important thing for you now is to follow me back to the institute. Dr. Yamanashi said with great seriousness. Feeling Dr. Yamanashi's seriousness and the connection between the things in the briefcase and Lugia and his words, Aoyagi nodded. Then, Doctor, it's up to you to lead the way from now on. Yes. The blue-eyes white dragon vibrated its wings, and under the command of Dr. Yamanashi, the local guide, it took Aoyagi and headed straight for the institute. Yamanashi Institute. How is it? Do you have any clues from the doctor? No. What about Miss Junsha? How is the situation? All the surrounding areas have been blocked, and Masaga Town has also entered a state of full alert. Hearing the feedback of information, Aoki leaned on his hands in front of the large computer screen, his face a little haggard and a little gloomy. It has been more than a day since Professor Yamanashi disappeared, and there has been no other news except the message sent back in the middle. And then the beast tide that broke out on the back mountain increased their workload. Because the number of Pokemon captured by trainers from various regions is really too large, if they are left alone, it will cause very serious problems in the later stage, seriously delaying the mountain search plan. Damn it. Aoki slammed the table heavily, gritting his teeth and said, "You'd better not let me know who these damn guys are, otherwise I will do nothing for the rest of my life, and I will squat at his door with Pokemon every day to snipe them and snipe them to death." Exclamation mark. When the other busy researchers around heard this, they nodded in empathy. Although Dr. Yamanashi is very cold, so cold that he seems unable to laugh, those who have been with him know that Dr. Yamanashi is actually cold on the outside but warm on the inside. While he is rigorous about academic issues, he also helps and supports them as much as possible. Without Dr. Yamanashi, they don't know which laboratory in the wild they would be in. If something happened to Dr. Yamanashi, they would definitely do the same thing. If Pokemon battles don't work, then go study other things. Anyway, you must kill those guys. And just when everyone was a little obsessed with sadness and revenge, a noisy electric current sound suddenly came out of the communicator, followed by a crisp female voice. Researcher Aoki, a large, silver-white dragon-shaped Pokemon is flying towards the location of the Research Institute. Is it a newly discovered Pokemon in the Research Institute? Or is it something else? Aoki was stunned. He knew that this was Miss Juncha's voice, but the Pokemon the other party mentioned. Aoki quickly raised his head and looked at the big screen. Very far away from the screen, a white dragon with its wings fully spread was flying towards the location of their research institute. And, it was so big. It was so big that it was seriously over the limit. Even in the minds of a group of researchers who have done in-depth research on Pokemon, at this moment, apart from Qingliu, they could not think of any other Pokemon that could exceed its size. It was precisely because of this that Aoki frowned. He didn't remember that there was such a big Pokemon in the Research Institute, and he didn't know it, and he couldn't even tell what kind of Pokemon it was. Aoki looked around, and seeing that everyone nodded in agreement that they did not know it, he said in a deep voice, "Miss Juncha, this is not a Pokemon from the Research Institute, and judging from its flying speed, it seems to be up to no good." "I understand. Then I'll send someone to intercept it," Miss Juncha said on the other end of the communicator, and cut off the communication. Then, a Makor, a Pidgeot, and a Pidgeot flew into the air, trying to intercept it. But before they could get close, the unknown dragon-shaped Pokemon suddenly roared, and the three bird Pokemon sent out stood there in a daze, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Let the silver-white dragon speed up again and head straight for the Research Institute. "I feel my kidneys are weak, and I'm too tired from work. I'll try my best to finish the extra chapters, don't scold me." Chapter 187 The Beginning of Secret Research Evolution, 2-in-1. 2023-07-29 Author, Angry Carp Chapter 187 Secret Research, The Beginning of Evolution, 2-in-1. What are you three doing? Miss Juncha saw that the three Pokemon she sent out were all in a daze at the moment. Even though the Bureau has always required them to remain calm in the face of any situation, she couldn't help it now. In the long-term stable environment, Dr. Yamanashi was attacked and disappeared, and now if the Yamanashi Research Institute was attacked while being blocked and protected, she could really take the initiative to submit a resignation report. "What are you still standing there for? Stop it for me." Hearing the angry curse, the three Pokemon began to flap their wings vigorously to resist the strange power that enveloped them. I don't know if it was because of the powerful force that broke free from the restraints, or because the distance between the other party and them was getting farther and farther. The power suddenly weakened a lot after struggling twice. Pip, Pyga, Nugu. The three bird Pokemon, who had regained their freedom and sensed their trainer's anxiety, all tried their best to chase after the silver-white dragon. But Miss Juncha found that although the opponent was large in size, its speed was no less than that of her three fast-flying Pokemon. They could not catch up with the opponent at this rate. Pidgeot, use Tailwind, Mukok use Lightning Flash, and Pidgeot use High Speed Move. The slowest Pidgeot flapped its wings to bring up the airflow around it, using the wind to reduce the flight resistance of its companions while increasing their speed. With the help of this wind, Pidgeot and Mukahawk, who used speed-type moves at the same time, sprinted behind the Blue Eyes White Dragon one after another. At the same time, the flying energy of their bodies began to condense, as if they were about to launch an attack. But the next second, the all-round sense of oppression that had disappeared came again, and their bodies were disturbed without any preparation, and their speed dropped sharply again. The Blue Eyes White Dragon immediately glanced back with disdain. Seeing this, Dr. Yamanashi, who was sitting behind him, looked at Qingliu silently. Qingliu stroked his forehead awkwardly. Qingliu was not surprised that there were 2 flying Pokemon of more than 30 levels that could keep up with the speed of Blue Eyes White Dragon in such a strict security area near the research institute. But it seemed that the other party wanted to rush over to block the way without any discussion, which made Blue Eyes White Dragon unable to control the stability of flight and made him bump. He was a little dissatisfied with these 3 Pokemon and used Dragon's power twice in a row to tease them. Perhaps facing other Pokemon of the same level, Mukahawk and Pidgeot could easily defeat them together, and Blue Eyes White Dragon might not be able to win them stably, but the move of Dragon's power was too buggy, and it was easy to be hit when it was caught off guard. Okay, don't go too far, it's time to land. Seeing that Blue Eyes White Dragon had already let out his anger and Miss Junsha on the ground seemed to be anxious, Qingliu said seriously. Blue Eyes White Dragon seemed not to have heard it and did not respond, but its speed was slowly slowing down and landing on the ground. As soon as it landed, a windy dog led more than 10 Growlithes to surround the area. Miss Junsha and a group of police officers followed closely behind. However, Miss Junsha, who had a very ugly face when she arrived, opened her eyes wide in surprise when she saw Dr. Yamanashi coming down from the dragon's back. Dr. Yamanashi, you. Yamanashi nodded in response and said, Ms. Junsha, thank you for your hard work. No, this is my duty. It is my carelessness in my work that led to the current situation. I am very sorry for this. Miss Junsha bowed and apologized. It's not your fault. We have lived a peaceful life for too long. Even I didn't expect that someone would attack an old man like me. Dr. Yamanashi waved his hand in response. When the attack was mentioned, Miss Junsha's expression became extremely solemn, and she quickly said, Doctor, please rest assured that all nearby areas have been completely blocked, and Kakuno Tenno is on his way. No matter who the other party is, he will definitely not be able to escape this time. Miss Junsha, if possible, it is recommended to bring tools such as infrared detectors as backup. If I am not mistaken, the other party should have a special spaceship that can be invisible. Qingliu interrupted and reminded. Miss Junsha was stunned for a moment. A spaceship that can be invisible? No wonder it can sneak here without anyone noticing, and until now their radar has not detected any information. But, who is this person? Can what he says guarantee the accuracy of the information? After nodding politely, Miss Junsha looked at Dr. Yamanashi with an inquiring look. He saved me from those guys. Although I have not seen that invisible spaceship, you can believe what he said as if it were my own words. Dr. Yamanashi said slowly. Hearing this, Miss Junsha and the surrounding police officers opened their eyes involuntarily, and looked at Qingliu with curiosity and doubt. Taking his words as those said by Dr. Yamanashi himself, the amount of information and trust revealed in it is not so simple. Moreover, being able to rescue Dr. Yamanashi from the hands of criminals with invisible spacecraft is enough to show that the other party is not simple. Then, this silver white dragon that played with Pidgeot should be the Pokemon of the boy in front of him. Qingliu also did not expect Dr. Yamanashi to say this directly in front of people. If his handsome face did not look very similar to Dr. Yamanashi with a beard, he would probably be directly regarded as an illegitimate child. No, perhaps the illegitimate child and lifesaver buffs combined together do not have such a heavy weight. After all, age and qualifications are a big problem. And the reason why Dr. Yamanashi said this, after Qingliu sorted out his thoughts, it was probably because Lugia sent him to this place. However, this also indirectly shows that what Professor Yamanashi and Professor Oak learned or obtained from Lugia is probably more important than he imagined, so much so that Professor Yamanashi gave him this special treatment. So, what exactly is this thing? What is the decisive connection between Lugia sending him here and Professor Yamanashi asking him not to chase after Kenichi, who he has a high probability of catching, but to return to the institute first? Qingliu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, Miss Junsha, who was wearing a very standard feminine police uniform and had a tall and well-proportioned figure, took the initiative to extend a hand. Nice to meet you, I am Miss Junsha from Massagat Town. If it is convenient, please tell me all your information so that we can make specific arrangements according to the situation. Qingliu stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party politely, then turned his eyes slightly to look at Professor Yamanashi. After the other party nodded, Qingliu told him everything about Kenichi and his guess about the spaceship and Pokemon Hunter. Miss Junsha listened carefully while arranging the actions of the police officers behind her. However, when she heard about the Pokemon Hunter, she muttered to herself in confusion, Hunter J. It seems that this person is not on the recently updated wanted list. There is a Hunter K, whose criminal methods and behaviors are indeed quite similar, but he is already very old and has disappeared for a long time. Is there any connection between the two? After a brief thought, Miss Junsha thanked Qingliu very politely for the information provided, and said that if she needed help or supplements, she could directly tell the nearby police officers, and then left in a hurry. Dr. Yamanashi was also surrounded by a group of researchers who rushed over in a hurry. After hearing that it was Qingliu who saved Dr. Yamanashi, all the researchers turned their eyes to Qingliu. My name is Qingmu, and I am Dr. Yamanashi's deputy. Qingmu strode over, briefly introduced himself, bent down and bowed, and said solemnly, Thank you very much for your help. You can come to me for anything in the future. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to do it. As soon as the voice fell, other researchers also made the same gesture. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. With voices of thanks ringing in his ears, Aoyagi was also surprised by the solemn attitude. He wanted to explain, but after seeing Aoki's gloomy face, dark circles around his eyes, and gratitude mixed in his tired eyes, he finally nodded. They have been my assistants for many years. Although they are a little older than you, they are more straightforward. Don't be too polite. Dr. Yamanashi explained slowly. After being given the title of mentor's savior, Aoyagi then felt the enthusiasm of these researchers from the bottom of their hearts. In addition, this enthusiasm was also transferred to Aoyagi's Pokemon. Of course, Aoyagi also felt that their researcher souls were activated. All of them are Pokemon I've never seen before. This giant silver-white dragon is so handsome. Aoyagi, what's its name? Just now I thought it was some evil organization preparing to launch an attack. Such a large body and such a cold color tone are so oppressive. Not only it, but also this little dinosaur. Not only are the horns very sharp, but the muscles of the limbs are also very developed. Wow! These biceps and triceps, the density and lines are simply terrifying. How come they feel even stronger than Goo's muscles? What kind of training must such a petite body have undergone to reach this level? It's incredible. Compared to the other two, this plant-like one is also unusual. Is it a completely new species? The one on the head should be some kind of tropical flower. Below the head, it looks a bit like a cactus or something like that. And, can this tentacle be extended at will? Is it a natural vine whip? The body structure is very similar to that of Bulbasaur. Is it a mutant or distant relative of Bulbasaur? The researchers opened their eyes wide, observing the three Pokemon surrounding Qingliu, and occasionally gently raised their hands to signal Tyrannosaurus to show a little, while constantly muttering. What surprised Qingliu was that the Shibaruman was a little shy about the researchers' discussion and request, and Tyrannosaurus did not care. On the contrary, the arrogant blue-eyes white dragon did not look very happy at this moment, but did not turn his face and leave directly. Perhaps because they have been studying together for a long time, they are more obsessed with Pokemon like me. Sorry. Professor Yamanashi said as he stood beside Qingliu. It's okay. It's also a good experience for them to get in touch with other humans. Qingliu replied. Hearing this, Professor Yamanashi looked at the three Pokemon surrounded in the middle, and after a long silence, he said, if I remember correctly, some time ago, Sirona said that she found information about new Pokemon. The two registered were these two, right? Tyrannosaurus, and Blue Eyes White Dragon. Hearing Dr. Yamanashi read out their names accurately, Aoyagi was not surprised, and said, yes, it is because of Miss Shirona's help that I can travel with them so openly. What about the remaining one? Dr. Yamanashi's eyes fell on the somewhat shy and socially anxious figure. Its name is Ballumin, because it was not there when I discussed with Miss Shirona about registering the Pokemon's identity information, so it was not registered at that time. Aoyagi explained. In that case, just register it later. If you are here, you can provide some more accurate information as illustration materials, and you can also learn more about their physical condition through testing. That's troublesome. Aoyagi agreed quickly. Before registering, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Aoyagi had rarely been to the Pokemon Center, and had no ability or channels to learn the specific information of Tyrannosaurus. His height and other information were all based on visual observation. There was no way to understand his physical condition and the health of his internal body in detail, except for the panel. But if he could get tested at the Yamanashi Research Institute, the top-ranked research institute in Sinnoh, he would definitely be able to get accurate information. While solving the household registration problem, he might be able to clean up some minor problems left over from previous battles that he had not noticed. It's not a big deal. Testing them is also a prerequisite for the next series of measures. As he spoke, Dr. Yamanashi picked up the briefcase in his hand. His eyes became extremely solemn. Only by understanding their detailed physical condition can I determine whether they really meet the requirements and the necessity of conducting this experiment. Aoyagi glanced at the briefcase when he heard this. Since the other party took the initiative to talk about this issue, Aoyagi also took the opportunity to raise the question that he had always had. Dr. Yamanashi, is it convenient for you to tell me now what the things in here have to do with Lugia bringing me here? Yes. Dr. Yamanashi turned around, took some laborious steps with his injured leg, limped in front, and looked over slightly sideways. Knowing that Dr. Yamanashi did not want others to hear, Aoyagi hurriedly caught up and walked side by side. After walking to a slightly empty place, Dr. Yamanashi's somewhat low and cold voice rang out. You know that the main direction of my research on Pokemon is evolution, right? Yes, you are an authority on the theory of Pokemon evolution. Dr. Yamanashi heard this, shook his head and said, it's just what others say. The evolution of Pokemon is too profound, and I'm still only at the entry level until now. Qingliu did not respond, but listened quietly. Soon, the voice sounded again. Evolution is a very common phenomenon that occurs in Pokemon when the level is high enough, the external stimulation meets the conditions, or the bond and emotions between the Pokemon and the trainer change dramatically. It is not evolution in the traditional sense, but is similar to biological metamorphosis. Because of this, I have always believed that evolution is to allow Pokemon to get rid of their hidden defects and become more complete, until the evolutionary stage is completely completed and they become perfect beings. This is also the reason why the legendary Pokemon, a creature that is born perfect, does not have any evolutionary phenomenon. I have always believed this and went further and further on this road, until I heard a piece of news. In the Alola region, a legendary Pokemon with a complete evolutionary chain was discovered. Chapter 188, Physimorph Evolution, 2-in-1. Alola region? Legendary beasts with a complete evolutionary chain? Aoyagi's mind slowly emerged with the image of Nebula and Cosmo, which was lifted up easily by Satoshi, the Super Rookie, and weighed 999.9 kilograms after Nebula evolved. And their final forms, it seems that you also know about this, Professor Yamanashi asked, looking at Aoyagi's thoughtful look. Aoyagi nodded. I have heard of some of them. Solgalea, known as the beast that devours the sun, and Lunala, known as the beast that invites the moon, in the legend of the Alola region. Although this family of Pokemon are strictly speaking Pokemon from the universe and the ultra space, since they are here, they are naturally classified as legendary Pokemon by the ancestors of Alola. At the same time, they are indeed the first legendary Pokemon with a complete evolutionary chain. However, what Aoyagi didn't expect was that Professor Yamanashi of the Sinnoh region also knew about the Alola region, and seemed to have learned about it. It seems that his idea of becoming a doctor by publishing papers such as discovering fairy attributes and Alalazi moves is likely to fail. I just don't know if the Mega Evolution in the Kalos region has also begun to show signs. Professor Yamanashi didn't know what Aoyagi was thinking. After hearing Aoyagi accurately say the names of the two legendary Pokemon, he continued. Yes, it's these two. I spent a month on field research and borrowing ancient books. Although I didn't see them with my own eyes, the information I got was enough to prove that the rumors were indeed true. It seemed that the experience at that time formed a deep memory of the impact, and Professor Yamanashi's voice also became heavy. This discovery completely shattered my original idea and research direction. No, it cannot be said to be a shatter. To be more precise, It should be called a subversion. Everything that was originally there was reversed. At that moment, I was completely confused. But soon I thought of another problem. Even if there were really problems with my research, it was impossible that they were all wrong, because that was not the result of my research alone. It was the result of the joint efforts of thousands of people and countless predecessors. So, by chance, I found a completely new way. Most of the legendary Pokémon do not have evolved forms, and they are indeed born perfect, but under certain unknown circumstances, they will also have their own evolved forms. It's just that we are limited by the lack of scientific and technological level and cannot discover it. It may also be that the difference in environment between ancient and modern times has caused gene mutations, or it requires some extremely tricky special triggering conditions, or even, their evolution is not the evolution that we understand and accept. After speaking, Dr. Yamanashi looked at Aowagi. Feeling that the other party was asking himself this question instead of a question, Aowagi frowned slightly, recalling the various knowledge about evolution in his mind, and finally said in a tentative tone, "Doctor, what you want to express is, the way of evolution is different." "That's right." Dr. Yamanashi nodded approvingly, as if he was very satisfied with this answer. The cold lines on his face that had been expressionless for thousands of years seemed to soften a lot at this moment. When Cosmog evolves into Cosmome and evolves towards the third form, there will be two different choices, that is, evolving into one of Solgaleo and Lunala, and this branching evolution phenomenon has also been found in ordinary Pokémon. In the Kanto region, the tadpole evolved from the tadpole will evolve into the swimmer with the water stone, and will evolve into the frog with a king's certificate. There are also Slowpoke and Shelter in the same region. They will merge and evolve into two different types of Pokémon when bitten on different parts of the body. The Doi Ninja in the Hone region will split and evolve. In the process of evolving into the Iron Ninja, it will split into two, and become the Iron Ninja and the Shell Ninja at the same time. All of this proves that the evolution of Pokémon does not necessarily have to be the evolution in the traditional sense, but can also be an evolution similar to the change of Pokémon's form. I call it quasi-morphological evolution. Ordinary Pokémon have been proven to have a quasi-morphological evolution, so, do legendary Pokémon have it too? Hearing these well-reasoned reasonings, Qingliu was sincerely impressed. Unlike himself, a time traveler, who has a broad and godlike understanding of the Pokémon world, aboriginals like Professor Yamanashi must use their hands and brains to gain knowledge, and make assumptions, experiments, and verifications. Ordinary Pokémon are easy to say, but it is too difficult to get accurate data for those powerful and rare legendary Pokémon. But even in this case, Professor Yamanashi still explored and summarized so much complex and lengthy knowledge, and the key is that they are basically correct. The primitive regression and super-evolution of the Fingigan Three Fools, the origin form of the Sinnoh Three Dragons, the form switching of Deoxys, the fusion of the Three Dragons of Tao, etc., etc. There are too many examples of legendary Pokémon that can prove quasi-morphological evolution. This is simply a cognition that transcends versions. With a series of theoretical preparations, I am afraid that what I will talk about next should be connecting these knowledge with the things in the briefcase and Lugia. Aowagi waited quietly. Dr. Yamanashi continued, "After discovering the morphological evolution, I went to Kanto to find Diki in order to confirm whether I had a biased understanding. In the end, we both agreed that this was a very likely fact, and then, after confirming it with the Pokémon in the Kanto region, we set out to look for the legendary Pokémon. Although we have gone through a series of explorations and searches, we have not received any news. Their whereabouts are too erratic, and it can be said that they are hard to find. But just when we were about to give up, finally, we met the legendary Pokémon Lugia on a small island next to a deep-sea whirlpool. When mentioning the name of this thing, Dr. Yamanashi became visibly excited, and his tone of voice was invisibly raised a little, but rather than saying that we met, Daki and I think it's more like the other party took the initiative to find us. I can feel that the other party has a sense of detachment after a long time, and every step has its reason." Qingliu couldn't help but nod secretly. When he saw Lugia, he had a similar feeling. Explaining things simply and clearly, doing things simply and clearly, it seems that he is still preparing for something big. Except for the fact that he is a little bit like a riddle man, and seems to be a little unfriendly to the three sacred birds under his command, the overall impression is very good. "So what's next, Doctor?" Dr. Yamanashi continued. "After that, We began a day and night of communication around the ecology of humans and Pokemon and the matter of morphological evolution. From Lugia, I learned that there is no example of morphological evolution between it and Ho-Oh, but the legendary Pokemon in other regions have more or less this phenomenon, and there seem to be some similar traces in Zapdos, Articuno, Moltres, and even Suicune. Such a result made Oak and I ecstatic, because this is definitely a new discovery that transcends the times, but we soon realized that this matter cannot be made public, at least not so quickly, otherwise it may set off another disaster for Pokemon. It was at this time that Lugia took the initiative to propose something. Aoyagi couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" "Let's use the blood samples and genes of the legendary Pokemon as a basis to research a potion that can make the legendary Pokemon evolve into a similar form." Potion. Aoyagi was a little surprised. While Aoyagi was silent, Dr. Yamanashi continued, "Yes, after getting the blood sample, Oak and I worked day and night on it. Finally, with the 3 sacred birds and 3 sacred dogs as the basis, and with the joint assistance of Ho-Oh and Lugia, we finally made the potion." Hearing this, Aoyagi's eyes fell on the briefcase in Dr. Yamanashi's hand. But soon he thought of another question and asked, "Since they need you and Professor Oak to make them, no matter what the considerations are, there shouldn't be any surplus?" Professor Yamanashi nodded, "That's the theory, but Professor Oak and I have too little experience in this area. Even if the legendary Pokemon helps and the potion is successful, it's almost useless for Lugia and others at that level." This makes sense. After all, if the legendary Pokemon, a creature that has deviated from common sense and started to merge with the rules, was simply affected by something made by humans, the ecological balance would have been broken long ago. But the next sentence from Professor Yamanashi drew Qingliu's attention back. "Although it's useless to them, it's very useful to you now," Professor Yamanashi said slowly. Qingliu didn't respond in a hurry after hearing this. "I guess this is why Lugia sent me here." The self in Professor Yamanashi's words is not about himself, but Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes White Dragon, and now there may be a Baruman. Let Tyrannosaurus and the others use this potion that was originally supposed to be used on the 3 birds of Kanto and the 3 dogs of Johto to achieve paramorphosis evolution and stimulate the potential in their bodies that Lugia mentioned at the time, so that they can become reliable combat forces. However, what effect can this thing have on Tyrannosaurus and the others? Let alone other things, the out-of-town household registration of Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes White Dragon alone is beyond the normal understanding. Another issue is the paramorphosis evolution of the twin dragons. Does Blue Eyes White Dragon have any similar forms? Tyrannosaurus, now that 3 digital cores and 3 data are fused, what kind of posture will it have? These are all unknown questions. Moreover, Lugia's initiative to contact Professor Yamanashi and Professor Oak, who are humans, has already surprised Aoyagi a little. The current paramorphosis evolution potion has a sense of actively seeking new changes to enhance strength. Such behavior completely broke Aoyagi's inherent impression of them as good ones are kind and friendly, bad ones are mischievous all day long, but none of them care much. Considering what Lugia said at the time that he would work hard to improve his strength and that he would need to contribute in the future, there is a lot of information revealed in this. Even the first-level gods need to deal with it so rigorously and improve the strength of their own forces, so what level of opponents can make them deal with it so carefully? Qingliu fell into deep thought. Dr. Yamanashi seemed to see Qingliu's hesitation and said, "The final choice of this matter is up to you. If you need it, you can use it directly. If you don't want to use it, it doesn't matter. I will continue to improve it as a test product." After a long silence, Qingliu raised his head and said, "Sorry, Doctor, your idea of staying as a test product is going to go down the drain." Dr. Yamanashi was a little surprised to hear this sudden change. "Have you really thought about it?" "Yes." Qingliu nodded seriously. With Lugia's strength at the time, even if he didn't agree, the other party still respected his opinion. But even Lugia, who made him feel extremely psychic and even had a higher intelligence than most humans, must be taken seriously. He must be a very strong opponent, and he might even have an impact on the world. If the nest is destroyed, the eggs will be destroyed. Even if this is just a guess and hypothesis, now that we know it, we need to make preparations. Moreover, after careful consideration, Qingliu also wanted to see what kind of effect this potion originally intended for legendary Pokemon would have and what kind of changes it would bring. However, I want to ask their opinions first. If they all agree, then let's try it. Dr. Yamanashi nodded and said, "It should be, but no matter what, we have to go back and give them all kinds of physical examinations to ensure that they are in good condition and there are no problems before we can start." Okay. When the two returned to the outside of the research institute, Blue Eyes White Dragon was still lying there dozing, Tyrannosaurus was lying on the grass looking at the sky, and Whirlwind was basking in the sun, with the tropical flowers above his head emitting a faint fragrance. The researchers were standing around, holding tablets and various measuring tools in their hands, writing and drawing on them, recording something. Qingliu then stepped forward and asked them about the paramorphosis evolution, and finally got a unified answer. Tyrannosaurus was the first to say that it was no problem. Blue Eyes White Dragon slightly raised his eyelids, revealing his blue eyes and looking at Qingliu, while Whirlwind shyly raised his hand to express his agreement. They were very unanimous in their opinions on things that could stimulate potential and improve strength. Seeing this, Dr. Yamanashi, who was standing next to them, said, "Aoki and the others have completed more than half of the illustrated information. It seems that we can proceed directly to the next step. On the basis of not violating the original setting, the second setting must be logically reasonable and self-consistent. As a result, this chapter that was originally 3 hours long took more than 6 hours to write, which was a bit difficult to bear. But this paramorphosis evolution setting is very important. It is the key point of Tyrannosaurus in the middle and late stages. It is necessary to write it. I will leave the additional update for tomorrow. I will rest first. I have lost several hairs. I am still so young. If I keep working hard, I will become bald." Chapter 189, Horrible Changes Caused by the Drug, 2 chapters in 1. After the data is measured, it is to compare repeatedly to ensure that the information stored in the final Pokémon is accurate, so as to help new trainers to make the most effective response in the shortest time when encountering it. Although no one can encounter a wild Tyrannosaurus, the process must be followed. Inside the Yamanashi Research Institute, Qingliu and Professor Yamanashi stood aside, and Qingmu led people to repeatedly measure and ask questions. Tyrannosaurus, height 6.29 meters, body length 10 meters, weight 3 tons. The brown shell of the head is harder than alloy, the sharp horns, claws, and shoulder horns are very sharp. The physical endurance is more than 4 times that of ordinary Pokémon, and the race value is planned to be 540. The attributes are Dragon and Fire. Before evolution, it was a normal type of Rolling Bellman and Black Bellman. At this stage, it has not yet entered the final form. What can be confirmed is that there are still 2 stages of evolution. Recording here, all researchers stopped what they were doing, stared at each other with wide eyes, and finally looked at Qingliu at the same time. Aoki nodded and said, "Well, starting with Black Bellman, Rolling Bellman, Agumon, Tyrannosaurus, Machine Greymon and Battle Greymon. So, is this a Pokémon with 5 stages of evolution?" The researchers stared at the huge and powerful Tyrannosaurus, which had already entered the battle state. He didn't show any fear, but was shocked and excited. His height and length surpassed most Pokémon, and his weight was the heaviest known so far. He even had more than twice the number of evolutions of the big 3 Pokémon, which had great potential. This was unheard of. But, the more this happened, the more interested they were. Ordinary Pokémon had been studied too many times, and it was not as fresh and interesting as recording a new species. He didn't even care about helping the respected Professor Yamanashi deal with the injuries on his forehead and legs, and focused on measuring the data. Especially when they began to examine the inside of Tyrannosaurus and found 3 hearts beating abnormally strongly in the chest, the researchers became extremely excited as if they had discovered some rare treasure. In this extremely positive atmosphere, the overall progress was very fast. After Tyrannosaurus, it was Blue Eyes White Dragon and Pomon. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 5.2 meters tall, 14 meters long, 2 tons in weight, dragon and general attributes, race value 450, legendary dragon from an unknown area. The upper limit and form of evolution are unknown, the lower limit is 3 times, excellent physical condition. Pomon, 0.8 meters tall, 30 kilograms in weight, grass attribute, race value 340, has the special characteristic of affinity with plants, has evolved 5 times, and is in good physical condition. Dr. Yamanashi looked at the data summarized by Aoki, and after a full 5 minutes of silence, he exhaled heavily. I originally thought that the silver white dragon was strong and rare enough, But I didn't expect that the yellow little dinosaur that didn't look particularly eye-catching was the real monster. Even the weak-looking Baruman is so unusual. I can understand why Lugia sent you here so that I could give you the potion. As a Pokemon researcher, Dr. Yamanashi is naturally interested in new species. However, compared with Aoki and others, Dr. Yamanashi can more clearly understand the horror revealed by these known data. That is, strictly speaking, any one of these three has the potential to be comparable to the legendary Pokemon. The key is that they have not yet formed and completely fixed their development paths due to time and strength issues like the 6 legendary Pokemon. They are still young and have infinite possibilities. They are simply the most perfect objects for the paramorphic evolution potion. At this moment, Dr. Yamanashi's heart was filled with an urgent expectation. Unlike Lugia's idea of improving strength through paramorphic evolution, and unlike Aowagi's unknown changes in Tyrannosaurus and others, Dr. Yamanashi has the purest idea. He urgently wants to witness with his own eyes the paramorphic evolution phenomenon that he, the discoverer, has never seen before and failed on Zapdos and others through the effect of the potion. Aowagi, even the weakest Baruman meets the physical conditions, Dr. Yamanashi asked in a deep voice. Aowagi looked at Tyrannosaurus, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and Baruman, and after seeing them nod, he responded, "Understood." Dr. Yamanashi then said loudly, "Aoki, close the door of the institute and all the monitoring systems, and then open the laboratory on the bottom floor." "Understood." Aowagi looked at this environment, which was located on the bottom floor but was not much different from the outdoor environment of the research institute. The only difference here was that there was no sun and no sunlight. Instead, there was a Pokemon that emitted strong light on its own above its head. Its body was orange and round, with 8 yellow stones of varying lengths scattered around it, and red pupils revealed in its semicircular eyelids. Its illustrated information appeared in front of Aowagi. Race, Sunrock, Level, 40, Information Summary. It originated from the universe and is said to be the incarnation of the sun. It always has a blank expression but can read other people's thoughts. After feeling that someone was watching, Sunrock's eyes slowly turned to Aowagi, and after seeing Professor Yamanashi next to him, it slowly closed its eyes again. This is a refuge area set up at the beginning of the research institute to deal with various possible accidents. There are not many electronic equipment, and the basic operation depends on the power of the Pokemon itself. The sun rock on its head is responsible for the sun, and the moonstone is responsible for the moon. As Dr. Yamanashi explained, he pointed to a Pokemon that looked like a crescent moon in another part of the sky. Aowagi looked over. Species, Moonstone, Level, 40, Information Summary. The Pokemon that appeared in the crater 37 years ago will increase or decrease in strength as the moon waxes and wanes, and will reach its strongest strength when the moon is full. This level, and the psychic energy that has been covering the surroundings and not dispersing, it is obvious that these two Pokemon have been carefully cultivated. Even if there are surveillance, eavesdropping and other things, they will probably be interfered with and lose their function. In such an environment, the confidentiality of information can be basically guaranteed. Dr. Yamanashi then slowly squatted down, put the briefcase on the ground, and entered the password to open it. There was a stack of draft paper filled with various symbols and various Pokemon information on it. I think it should be the gene-related documents that Yamanashi wanted to get and that Dr. Yamanashi used as an excuse. As these materials were taken away, Aowagi saw the physical evolution potion that Dr. Yamanashi had mentioned before. There are 6 in total, 2 empty and 4 full. The empty ones have been injected into Moltres and Suicune respectively, and as mentioned before, they didn't produce any effect. Dr. Yamanashi explained while carefully taking out one and handing it over. The carrier used is a universal and easily absorbed nutrient solution. You just need to gently pierce the skin and push the medicine into the body. Yes. Qingliu took it and put it in front of his eyes to observe it carefully for a moment. After scanning it with the illustration without any results, he turned to look at the Saurus and Paimon behind him. Who'll go first? Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes White Dragon looked at each other, and Tyrannosaurus took the first step. Blue Eyes White Dragon glanced at it lightly and didn't argue, but stood quietly in place. At this time, Dr. Yamanashi next to him said, "I suggest that Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes White Dragon wait for a while, and let Paimon go first." "Huh? Me?" When Baluman heard this, he was filled with surprise and astonishment. But soon, he couldn't help feeling a little shy. It was a bit difficult for him to do something under the gaze of everyone. Aoyagi also looked at Dr. Yamanashi, ready to hear why he said that. But when he turned around, he found that Dr. Yamanashi's cold and expressionless face was full of confusion. It can't talk. Qingliu then remembered that Dr. Yamanashi didn't know about this problem. In order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, Tyrannosaurus almost always kept silent in front of people, even after Sharona helped to enter the picture book. Even when he asked for his opinion just now, he just nodded in response. But as his strength increased, he did not deliberately emphasize this issue with Paimon. After a simple explanation, although Dr. Yamanashi was surprised, he thought that Lugia could also speak, and it seemed normal for these Lugia sent here to speak, so he quickly skipped the question. Only the only guy in the audience who couldn't speak was left. He lowered his eyes slightly and slowly turned his back. At this time, Dr. Yamanashi's voice rang out. It has been confirmed from Moltres and Sukyun that too high a level will affect the effect of the potion, so starting from the lowest level should bring the most significant effect. I understand. Qingliu nodded, looked at Paimon and said, any other questions? Biruman pursed his lips, his face was green with a hint of red at the moment, but he still nodded. If there is any situation, remember to tell me immediately. Qingliu reminded, and injected the potion on the arm of Paimon. After doing all this, Qingliu stared at Paimon quietly, and at the same time called up the panel to observe carefully. The blue-eyes white dragon and Tyrannosaurus beside him also stared at him non-stop. Dr. Yamanashi looked at the watch on his wrist and counted down. It usually takes about 1 minute to take effect. 59, 58, 57. Under the gaze of 4 pairs of eyes, time passed by minute. Paimon's face was getting redder and redder. Thinking of the first time it was summoned, Qingliu knew that with its shy personality, it might not be able to hold its face after being stared at for so long. But fortunately, time kept beating, and Dr. Yamanashi's countdown soon came to an end. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, 0. The sound just fell. Dong-dong. A dull vibration sound suddenly came from Paimon. Then, the sound came again. Dong-dong. Qingliu, who had heard this sound several times in a row, quickly distinguished that it was the sound of a heart beating violently. No, maybe Paimon doesn't have a heart. What's beating is the digital core. Boom. Another sound was heard, and the tentacles on Paimon's legs, which were usually inserted into the ground to fix the body when basking in the sun, suddenly began to grow and spread at a very terrifying speed. The 6 claws on the palms that were similar to vine whips also reacted in the same way. At this moment, Paimon was like a plant tyrant with infinite growth ability, wanting to turn everything around into a root system. The only difference was that the huge tropical flower on its head was blooming more brightly. A rich but not greasy fragrance emanated from it. Dr. Yamanashi just sniffed it twice and immediately felt that the pain in his body was relieved a lot. Even the sun rock and moonstone above his head, which acted as the sun and moon, opened their eyes at the same time and watched the changes in Paimon. Aoyagi, what should we do now? Tyrannosaurus listened to the heartbeat that kept echoing in his ears, while Paimon had dull eyes and no reaction, and couldn't help feeling a little worried. It will release fragrance when it is in a good mood. Such a strong fragrance now means that Paimon is in good condition, and on the blue panel illustration in front of him, the normal on the status bar has quietly disappeared, replaced by 4 large blue characters. Incredibly comfortable. Qingliu can't quite understand the meaning of this word to Paimon now, but he can be sure that it is developing in a good direction. As for what it will develop into specifically, I think the answer will be known soon. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Paimon's heart beat faster and faster, the sound became heavier, and the vines and roots spread over a larger and larger range. It was not until it spread to a circular area with a diameter of 50 meters that the speed began to slow down. At the center of the circle, Biruman was being lifted up by the huge root system, and its height had risen to nearly 5 meters. Except for the place where Qingliu and the others were standing, there were densely packed vines everywhere. These vines penetrated deep into the soil and occupied the ground. From a distance, they looked like giant earth dragons rolling in the primitive jungle. Dr. Yamanashi was shocked by the scene. He had imagined various patterns and phenomena of quasi-morphological evolution, but they were limited to the same but not completely identical changes in the Pokémon itself. He had never thought that the potion would make a Pokémon that was less than 1 meter tall, petite and shy, like a plant-like tropical flower, suddenly awaken and turn directly into a towering tree. Can this really be called quasi-morphological evolution? Dr. Yamanashi felt that the current situation seemed to be developing in a wrong direction. And on the panel illustration that only Qingliu could see, something wrong was still growing. Mastered moves, growth, mobilize energy to stimulate the body, causing the body to undergo huge changes in an instant. General system, change type, rooting, sinking roots into the ground, absorbing nutrients from the soil to restore one's own physical strength. Grass type, transformation, absorb, after touching or penetrating the root system or tentacles, absorb the opponent's nutrients to attack. Grass type, power 20, super absorb, upgraded version of absorb. Grass type, power 40, ultimate absorb, the final version of absorb. Grass type, power 75. If only 5 moves popped out one after another, Qingliu would not be surprised enough with the terrifying talent that Whirlwind had shown before. What really surprised him was that after the moves appeared on the panel illustration, all of them lit up in an instant, which meant that the 5 moves were launched at the same time. The next moment, the ground shook. Rustling. Waves of rubbing of dry grass and dead leaves rang out one after another. Then, Qingliu saw a scene that shocked him. The area where Whirlwind's roots covered a radius of 50 meters was instantly lost. Flowers, grass, trees, and wood all dried up and died as if they had reached the end of their lives. The fertile land under their feet, which had obviously been intentionally cultivated, also began to become desertified. Even the area around where Qingliu stood was sinking due to the spread of desertification. In the end, only the huge entangled root system remained motionless. The huge life energy group that all things transformed after withering now flowed along the vines, to be Whirlwind in the center. Seeing this scene, Qingliu was completely dumbfounded. It's okay for Digimon to travel to the Pokemon world, but how come they brought the Great Desolation Sutra with them? There's one more update, don't worry. Also, please give me a monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. The Quasi form has evolved but not fully evolved. Draining all the vitality of the earth within the range of the ability and forcibly transforming it into one's own power. This is the bug-level secret technique in Wudonkai-Ankin, the Great Desolation Sutra. In principle, it is similar to the Spirit Bomb in Dragon Ball, but the goal is to borrow ki from the bodies of humans and animals and directly absorb vitality from the earth and plants. No need to borrow, just rob. Simpler and more practical. And now, with the impetus of the quasi-morphological evolution potion, Whirlwind has used the 5 newly mastered moves of growth, rooting, absorption, super absorption and ultimate absorption to do something similar. Qingliu's eyes could not help but fall on Whirlwind, whose eyes were closed. The energy absorbed by the Great Desolation Sutra can make the user have a terrifying combat power far beyond the current level. The more it absorbs, the stronger the energy bursts out. Just now, Whirlwind has drained all the energy on the ground within a radius of 50 meters, so, if Whirlwind absorbs this energy, what kind of reaction will it produce? Qingliu was very curious. Dr. Yamanashi next to him was also curious. They stared at the energy ball approaching Pommen's body. It seemed that because the life energy was too strong, Pommen's tentacles and vines began to twist wildly after a moment of contact. Even around the twisting parts, new buds slowly grew out. Until the two sides were completely closed, the distance turned from positive to negative. Buzz! The moment the energy merged with the body, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded around. Then, the momentum of Pommen began to rise wildly, and the color of the body became more lush and green. Is this an upgrade? Dr. Yamanashi next to him looked at this scene and asked in surprise. Yes. Aowagi nodded. The level number of Pommen on the blue panel was jumping wildly at this moment, and it changed almost immediately after the previous number popped up. Level 151,617. 1,718,192,021. Can this ball energy alone directly upgrade 6 levels in a row? Seeing the number finally stop at level 21, Qingliu couldn't help but sigh that this upgrade speed was really too comfortable. Whether it was Tyrannosaurus or Blue Eyes White Dragon, the upgrade speed was very slow. Before level 20, it was fine, and the level would basically increase after each battle. But after level 20, the speed dropped sharply. Even after multiple battles, sometimes the level didn't seem to change much. However, judging from the current level of Pokémon, there is a high probability that the absorbed energy will not need to be returned. Then Pokémon can reuse the same speed to absorb experience, and there is no trouble in upgrading. Even if the energy converted by absorbing will reduce the effect of upgrading, the efficiency is better than constant training and fighting. The only thing to pay attention to is to refine this ball energy to avoid the problem of increasing combat effectiveness too quickly and not being proficient in mastering one's own strength. But, Doctor, is this considered a successful morphological evolution? Or a failure? Qingliu turned to look at Dr. Yamanashi next to him. Dr. Yamanashi also looked puzzled at this moment. If it was a success, Pokémon did not show any morphological evolution. At most, it was a morphological change, and its plant body became more luxuriant. If it was a failure, Pokémon did undergo some changes, and its level was also soaring wildly, which was completely different from the effect when it was used on Moltres and Suicune. Dr. Yamanashi was silent for a long time, and finally said slowly, "It should be considered a success but not a complete success, right? But compared to this, as long as the potion can work, it is not a waste. The key is that this effect is not small." Dr. Yamanashi naturally saw the traces of the moves used by Pokémon, but it was the first time he had seen a Pokémon that could combine and achieve this level. With such a huge change, Dr. Yamanashi felt that this injection of potion had achieved its basic value. "I just don't know what will happen next." Before Dr. Yamanashi could continue thinking in his mind, a strange laugh suddenly came from the mouth of Pokémon not far away. I don't know if it was an illusion or the light reflected the color of the flowers on Pokémon's head, but Dr. Yamanashi felt a blush on Pokémon's face. How he Qingliu, who heard this impressive voice, suddenly changed his face. That ball of energy was too huge, and it caused him to lose consciousness when absorbing it, so the second personality came out. It would be fine if only his own people appeared in the occasion, but now Dr. Yamanashi is here. If Palkia suddenly makes a devilish statement, his reputation in this life will probably not be washed away, even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Before Dr. Yamanashi could fully react, Qingliu immediately took out the Poké Ball and aimed it at Pokémon, who had slightly raised his head and had a strange arc at the corner of his mouth, and then pressed the switch. Ling. A flash of red light, Pokémon was directly collected into the ball. With the disappearance of Palkia, the roots and vines surrounding it suddenly lost their energy supply and began to wither and fall. Only Dr. Yamanashi looked at the Poké Ball on the ground with a puzzled look on his face and asked, "Aowagi, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, just a small problem." Aowagi replied seriously and quickly changed the subject. "Doctor, please give me the second potion." Seeing that Aowagi didn't want to elaborate, Dr. Yamanashi stopped asking. Compared with these trivial matters, the main thing was more important, and then he took out the second potion from his briefcase. Aowagi took the potion and the test handed over by Dr. Yamanashi, and his eyes fell on Tyrannosaurus and Blue Eyes White Dragon. "Aowagi, let me do it." Tyrannosaurus still looked like he had something to do first, and took the initiative to sign up. Aowagi nodded and didn't refuse. This was also his inner ranking order. Since Palkia, who had the lowest level and the weakest physique, did not achieve the phenomenon of type evolution after experiencing it first, he would directly take over the highest level Tyrannosaurus and try it. Maybe things will turn into the opposite when they reach the extreme? With this thought in mind, Aowagi injected the second needle into Tyrannosaurus. Then, he began to wait quietly for 1 minute to pass. When the countdown time in Aowagi's mind jumped to 0, the familiar sound of a beating heart sounded. Unlike Whirlwind at that time, Tyrannosaurus has 3 digicores, that is, 3 hearts. The 3 hearts beat violently at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. Then, under the gaze of Aowagi, Professor Yamanashi, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon who turned his head, Tyrannosaurus' body began to change rapidly. Fell asleep, so sleepy. Chapter 191 Unexpected. 2 orange-yellow energies and 1 blue-black energy gushed out of Tyrannosaurus, intertwined and merged in front of him, and then split into 3 again, starting a long cycle. In this process, a change occurred. The originally strong and muscular body suddenly expanded, the spikes on the shoulders were covered, the red whiskers on the top of the head were gradually swallowed by the rich brown on the shell, and the blue-black ferocious lines completely turned back to beautiful pure blue. The body of Tyrannosaurus, which was based on the second Digicore, Earth Greymon, lost its Earth Greymon posture in a few seconds and returned to its original appearance of full body. Before Aoyagi could be surprised, Dr. Yamanashi was surprised, and a drastic change occurred again. The blue-black dark energy that made people feel a little uncomfortable suddenly burst out and enveloped Tyrannosaurus's body. The brown head carapace turned into deep black, and the yellow skin on the body seemed to have changed into faint blue, and the stripes that had just regained their bright colors also turned black silently. Born from the virus seed data, the Greymon, blue, form of the third Digicore was condensed. At this point, the three forms of the three Digicores of Greymon all appeared. And then, everything seemed to fall into a permanent cycle. Virus seed Greymon began to transform into the posture of Earth Greymon again, and after a moment, it changed into Greymon again, and the cycle repeated. Dr. Yamanashi was excited when he saw this scene. Although he only knew the Greymon that had just been measured and entered into the illustration information, the somewhat similar appearance and posture allowed Dr. Yamanashi to conclude that they all belonged to the form of Greymon in a branch evolution line of Greymon. This is exactly what he discovered and what he had been expecting, the type evolution. Now this cycle is the process of type evolution produced by the potion. It was exactly the same as what Moltres and Suicune showed at that time. Next, it was a complete change and fixation of the form, allowing the Tyrannosaurus type evolution to evolve into one of the different forms. Thinking of this, Dr. Yamanashi's breathing began to quicken. After studying the theory for so long, doing so many experiments, searching for so long, and spending so much blood and sweat, finally, the moment of witnessing it with my own eyes is coming. Just take this step again, and you will be able to cross the step that Moltres and Suicune have not reached, and move towards complete success. Thinking of this, Dr. Yamanashi couldn't help but clench his fists, hold his breath, and watch quietly. Aoyagi stood in front of Dr. Yamanashi and naturally felt his strange expression. Although Dr. Yamanashi was a little expressionless, even if he was expressionless, he couldn't control his excitement at this time. But he could. Or rather, this type evolution mode was a bit beyond Aoyagi's expectations. Of course, this expectation was not a good one. Because Greymon is a Digimon and has developed multiple cores, it already possesses the power of Greymon, Earth Greymon, and Virus Greymon, and has transformed all of them into power to bless itself. In short, it doesn't matter which of these three forms it becomes, and it can even be said that it is completely the same as it is now. This is very different from his initial guess. Qingliu originally thought that this potion could develop two other forms of Greymon that are in the mature stage but completely beyond the mature stage. That is, the normal Greymon with X antibody and the upgraded version of Virus Greymon, Greymon X and Greymon, Blue, X. If this step can really be achieved, Qingliu even feels that even if it is still in the mature stage, Greymon will have the confidence to compete head-on with the same level of divine beasts, and even cross-level battles are not impossible. But now Greymon's form switching has always been maintained within 3, and no other special reactions have occurred. It seems that even the blood and gene samples of the legendary beasts in the Pokemon world combined with the distorted technology cannot stimulate the production of X antibodies. If the first-level gods of the rule type, such as Lugia and Ho-Oh, can't do it, the idea of X antibody seems to be pinned on the panel. The virus species data can be summoned, and X antibody is not impossible, but if these two forms are not born now, then the quasi-morphological evolution of Tyrannosaurus may disappoint Dr. Yamanashi, who has high expectations. Aoyagi exhaled lightly. Not only Dr. Yamanashi, he was also a little disappointed. At least Tyrannosaurus can't improve its strength now. And what happened next was just as Aoyagi guessed. After nearly 10 minutes of continuous form switching, the switching speed began to slow down gradually. And as time passed, it was getting slower and slower. The excitement and expectation on Dr. Yamanashi's face froze, and he opened his mouth several times but couldn't make a sound, then gradually returned to calmness, and finally turned into that expressionless face again, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He knew that the effect of the potion was getting weaker and weaker, and when it stopped completely, the effect would be completely gone. Seeing this, Qingliu said, "Greymon, stop." With his eyes closed, Greymon tried to cooperate with the effect of the potion and asked uncertainly, "Is this the end?" Qingliu glanced at Dr. Yamanashi and nodded. Seeing this, Greymon immediately cut off the energy supply that was constantly flowing with the effect of the potion, and his body slowly recovered to the appearance of Earth Greymon while dodging left and right. Qingliu looked at Dr. Yamanashi and said, "Doctor, give me the third potion." This time, Dr. Yamanashi did not act quickly and eagerly as before, and said in a low voice, "Do you want to continue?" Greymon, who was the most qualified and had the most chance of success, failed, and even Dr. Yamanashi was a little uneasy. Moltres and Suicune failed, and he could still say that it was a problem of their level, ability and the blessing of the world rules. The effect of the potion was very limited for them. But Greymon was still far from their level, but he still failed. What does this mean? This means that it is probably not the problem of Moltres and Suicune, nor the problem of Tyrannosaurus, but the problem of the potion. In other words, it is his own problem. This thing is a failure. It is even possible that his type evolution is wrong. At this moment, Dr. Yamanashi inexplicably felt that the huge changes that Baruman had undergone before, as well as the phenomenon of continuous level increase, had little to do with the potion, but more because of its own specialness. Thinking of the move that drained the vitality of the surrounding area at that moment, Dr. Yamanashi became more convinced. This is not something that type evolution can bring. Maybe his theory and potion are really wrong? It's just that he and Oak ignored some problems invisibly, so it became correct? Such a blow is undoubtedly huge. Feeling Dr. Yamanashi's emotional changes, Aoyagi didn't know how to speak. If he said more, it would involve the core area of Digimon and Pokemon, and then the origin and the panel, which are all secrets that cannot be told. So, he had to try his best to give feedback with actions. Anyway, he still has the last non-Digimon Pokemon. Qingliu looked at the blue eyes white dragon not far away. The other party was also staring at him with his blue eyes. In his eyes, there was an inexplicable light flashing. Chapter 192, Mutation. A new form, 2-in-1. Aoyagi then said, Dr. Yamanashi, I think you must have experienced many successes and failures along the way. Your ability to regulate emotions must be better than mine, so I won't say any words of comfort. But, at least we haven't failed completely so far, and there's still a chance. Dr. Yamanashi was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then he followed Aoyagi's gaze and looked at the blue eyes white dragon. When he saw the blue eyes white dragon's gaze, Dr. Yamanashi took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Yes. I have spent so much time, energy and hard work to get here now, so I have to give it a try. I almost overlooked this simple truth. I am as anxious as the last time I knew that the Ulala beasts could evolve. It seems that I am really old and can't maintain a stable state of mind. While muttering to himself in a voice that only he could hear, Dr. Yamanashi took out the third potion, which was also one of the last two potions, and handed it to Aoyagi. Here. Aoki stretched out his hand to take it. Don't have to feel any psychological pressure. Even if you fail, it's okay. I can live for at least another 20 years in my current physical condition. This time is enough for me to complete any experiment. Dr. Yamanashi put the potion in Aoki's hand and said half in an instruction and half in a comforting tone. Combined with the face that was already cold at this moment, there was an inexplicable strong sense of contrast. Don't worry, Dr. Yamanashi, even if it really fails, I will at most be disappointed. After all, these are all picked up for nothing. Dr. Yamanashi was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then shook his head with a wry smile. You kid. Aoki came to the blue eyes white dragon at this moment, pushing the needle of the potion, and said, but I think this time will be somewhat different from the previous two times. As the words fell, the needle was pushed to the bottom, and the potion entered the body of the blue eyes white dragon. Qingliu slowly retreated to Dr. Yamanashi and looked at the blue eyes white dragon quietly. Although the blue eyes white dragon could not speak, Qingliu felt from its size that it also wanted to try it. Moreover, its try seemed to sense something. It was like the sixth sense that suddenly awakened when a person or Pokemon faced a special situation. Although it was abrupt, it was strangely accurate. Qingliu was willing to believe in the sixth sense of the blue eyes white dragon. After all, as I said just now, it was not so regrettable to fail the opportunity to improve one's strength without paying a high price. At this moment, the blue eyes white dragon injected with a potion had stood up straight. The silver white wings were fully stretched out, and the terrifying wingspan was opened, blocking all the sunlight created by the sun rock above the head, and the huge shadow enveloped the nearby area. Then, The neck covered with scales slowly raised, and the dragon head looked up at the sky. Roar! A dragon roar erupted from the open bloody mouth, and the invisible sound waves shot towards the sky, accompanied by a faint sense of dragon power oppression. The sudden huge movement frightened several Pokemon living here, and they all ran away. Even the Sun Rock and Moonstone above their heads couldn't help but look at the Blue Eyes White Dragon twice. After venting, the Blue Eyes White Dragon lowered its head and showed a completely different state from the previous prominent Tyrannosaurus. Its body seemed to have turned into a stone sculpture, standing quietly, motionless. 5 minutes passed quietly like this. Dr. Yamanashi, who had been holding his breath, had a depressed expression at the beginning and a little cheered up. Later, he heard Aowagi's words and had a little expectation in the successive failures, but it disappeared again at this moment. Whether it was Paimon or Tyrannosaurus, and then to the first Moltres and Suicune, after the injection of the drug into the body, they would appear in the excited state of wild heartbeats, which was the starting point for stimulating different classification forms. Moreover, Moltres, Suicune at that time, and now Tyrannosaurus all clearly showed other forms, but the Blue Eyes White Dragon did not have this reaction at all. Apart from the roar coming from it, the potion did not seem to bring any other effects after entering the body. After waiting for another minute, Dr. Yamanashi turned his head slightly to look at Aowagi, ready to ask Aowagi to stop the Blue Eyes White Dragon. But when his eyes fell on the other's face, he found that Aowagi's expression had a hint of excitement. Even if it was a free opportunity, he wouldn't be happy after 3 failures, right? Or? Exclamation mark. Dr. Yamanashi instantly thought of a possibility. Aowagi, the trainer of Blue Eyes White Dragon, discovered something that he didn't. Dr. Yamanashi instantly raised his head and stared at Blue Eyes White Dragon. It was not known whether it was during the moment when he was lost just now, or when he had no time before, that faint blue-green light suddenly appeared on the body of Blue Eyes White Dragon. It looked a bit like electric current, but it was not at all when he looked closely. Dr. Yamanashi was full of doubts, but he knew that the potion did not seem to have no effect. The effect may not be great, but at least a change similar to that of Baruman occurred. Even if the potion can only upgrade this Pokemon by a few levels, it is considered to have worked to some extent. Dr. Yamanashi thought so. But the smile on Aowagi's face became more and more. Dr. Yamanashi did not have a panel, so he could not find out the situation of Blue Eyes White Dragon, but Aowagi did. At this moment, the illustrated book of Blue Eyes White Dragon on the blue panel had begun to change slightly. Race, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Status, mutating, influenced by the genes of Lugia, Ho-Oh, Zapdos, Articuno, Moltres, Suicune, Entei, Rikau and human technology. The Blue Eyes White Dragon, which has merged a trace of Arceus power, has felt the power of the original world and is absorbing it and undergoing mutation. Mutation progress. 1% seeing this, Aowagi's smile widened. Although he didn't know what the so-called power of the original world was, just like the virus species data summoned by the panel and the X antibody that he had hoped to summon before, the things in the Yu-Gi-Oh world must be useful to the Blue Eyes White Dragon. However, we must also be prepared for unexpected situations. After all, this is the first time that the Blue Eyes White Dragon has undergone such a change, and no one can be sure what will happen. Besides, this is not his home, but Dr. Yamanashi's research institute. If something unexpected happens, it would be a bit impolite to directly overturn someone's home. Grayman, come here to be on guard, and pay attention to my instructions at any time. Understood. Tyrannosaurus, whose brain had evolved 3 times, quickly understood Aowagi's meaning and strode to Aowagi's side. Then, Aowagi turned around and looked at Dr. Yamanashi and said, Doctor, please let the Sun Rock and Moon Rock come down a little, and let them listen to my command to ensure that they can cooperate with Tyrannosaurus in action at the first time. Is there a possibility of success? Dr. Yamanashi asked uncertainly. Aowagi nodded seriously. I understand. Dr. Yamanashi's voice suddenly became solemn, and then he issued an order to the 2 Pokemon in the sky. The altitude of Sun Rock and Moon Rock's flight slowly dropped as the psychic energy spread, and they came to a place close to the ground, and formed a triangle with the position of Tyrannosaurus, surrounding the Blue Eyes White Dragon in the middle. After doing all this, Qingliu turned his gaze back to the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The blue numbers continued to jump. Status. Mutation progress. 10% and Dr. Yamanashi and all the Pokemon present, at this moment, All their attention was focused on the blue eyes white dragon. Time passed invisibly for another 5 minutes. Until a faint sound of energy surged. The faint blue-green light that appeared from nowhere, similar to electric current, suddenly began to surge, and directly turned into a crazy and agitated electromagnetic field that enveloped the blue eyes white dragon. And then, the real mutation happened. I saw that in the places where the blue eyes white dragons originally clearly layered in silver-white scales could not cover, blue-green light began to merge in them, and directly transformed from the energy state into deep blue-green lines, imprinted on the body where they gathered. On the forehead, neck, body, tail, and even on the huge wings, they were now filled with rich blue-green light, as if all the energy of the wings had been fully filled. Especially on the clearly layered abdomen and tail, the blue-green lines were surrounded in circles, and a chilly breath came along the chest and neck, from the eyes that had completely lost their lively eyes and turned into blue-green eyes. At this moment, the blue eyes white dragon's form completely changed. No, perhaps this can no longer be considered an authentic blue eyes white dragon. Now it looks more like another blue eyes series. Roar. The blue eyes white dragon opened its fang-filled mouth again and let out a high-pitched dragon roar. As it roared, the blue-green lines all over its body seemed to be responding to the blue eyes white dragon, bursting out with a strong blue-green light. And that's not all. The dragon power move that had been more or less appropriate before reached its peak at this moment. A sense of oppression that was even more shocking than the dragon power that the blue eyes white dragon had used before came. At this moment, all the people and Pokemon around were all under this terrifying pressure. The speed and strength required for standing, breathing, moving, and even blinking of the body were increased. The sun rock and moonstone flying in the sky were suddenly hit like this and almost fell directly from the air. Fortunately, their levels were not low and they had a good foundation, so they quickly adjusted. But the eyes looking at the blue eyes white dragon were no longer as calm as before, but full of caution. They could feel that in the past 10 minutes, the guy on the ground, whose appearance had partially changed, had also undergone a terrifying change in strength. If Dr. Yamanashi and Aoyagi had not issued any orders, they would have taken the initiative and launched an attack just now. The dragon Tyrannosaurus, who had a strong body and had awakened 3 digicores by fusing 3 forms, faced the heavy stomping of the dragon's might on the ground. His orange-yellow eyes were calm and fearless, staring directly at the blue eyes white dragon. The worst was Dr. Yamanashi, who was pressed to the ground by the sudden dragon's might. Fortunately, he had been exercising and had a good physical fitness, so there was no embarrassing scene. Aoyagi was the only one who was not affected. After squatting down and gently helping Dr. Yamanashi up, the heavy expression on his face also lightened a lot. It was obvious that he was no longer covered by the dragon's might. Yamanashi hero. Dr. Yamanashi waved his hand to interrupt Aoyagi's words without waiting for Aoyagi to apologize for the situation. Nothing, just a small problem. Dr. Yamanashi raised his head and looked at the blue eyes white dragon, whose appearance had changed and whose aura had undergone a drastic change. There was a slight dark red on his old face, and even his breathing became heavier. Really, it succeeded. Even though he didn't know what the blue eyes white dragon's current posture was called, it was obvious, this was a form switch. And it was switching from a fixed form to another posture. This was exactly what he had been insisting on for a long time recently, type state evolution. He didn't expect that after failing 4 times in a row, when he began to doubt the authenticity of the theory and whether the potion failed or not, he succeeded. Dr. Yamanashi was full of shock and excitement at this moment. Even more than the day when he accepted the teacher's mantle and resources for more than 50 years and became one of the most important and outstanding people in the Pokemon world since Oak. So much so that he completely ignored the scene of the sudden fall just now, completely forgot the oppressive feeling of the blue eyes white dragon, and completely ignored the sun rock and moonstone that were suppressed by the dragon's might and had a limited flying height, and kept telling him what the current situation was and whether he needed to respond. After calming down a little, Dr. Yamanashi looked at Qingliu. He wanted to solemnly thank this young man. It was he who asked him to hold on a little longer, it was he who brought the 3 most suitable Pokemon for type evolution, and it was he who brought a blue eyes white dragon. It confirmed his new research and also helped him save countless time and possible unnecessary work. But when his eyes fell on Aoyagi's face, he found that although the other party's expression also showed joy, it was not as excited as he imagined. as if things were not over yet. But the type state evolution of the Blue Eyes White Dragon has been completed. This made Dr. Yamanashi puzzled. And at this moment, Aowagi's heart was still beating wildly in his chest, just as Dr. Yamanashi thought. Not only because of the changes in the Blue Eyes White Dragon in front of him, but also because of the numbers displayed on the blue panel in front of him. Status: mutating. Mutation progress. 80%. The mutation of the Blue Eyes White Dragon is not over yet. Chapter 193: The Light of Evolution, 2-in-1. It's already basically changed into another look, but it's still only 80%. Qingliu looked at the figure standing not far away, whose body shape had not changed much, but whose appearance seemed to have been carefully processed, and was full of surprise. At this moment, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, blue energy lingered around, and blue lines like energy grooves spread from the mouth along the neck to the whole body. The wings and abdomen that fluttered unconsciously seemed to have added blue special effects, and they bloomed brilliantly. Just as I felt when I saw it for the first time before. Compared with the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the figure in front of me looked more like Blue Eyes Sub-White Dragon. One of the Blue Eyes series monsters with the same attributes, race, star level, and the same attack power and defense power as the Blue Eyes White Dragon. In addition to the appearance, the only difference is that it not only has panel data, but also has monster effects. In short, Blue Eyes Sub-White Dragon is stronger. This is not only determined by the strength of the card itself, but also by the updated panel illustrations. Race: Blue Eyes White Dragon, Blue Eyes White Dragon form, classification, White Dragon Pokémon, attributes, Dragon, general, features, destroy and then rebuild, level, 293,034, exclusive moves, Explosive Wind Bullet, Dragon-type, power 80, Dragon's Might, Dragon-type, suppression, legendary power, Dragon-type, power 110. Although it is a young legendary dragon, it has already begun to show its brilliance. It stimulates the power of the legendary dragon to cause a strong impact on the opponent. After using it, the body will fall into a short period of stiffness. Mastered moves: Dragon's Fury, Dragon Tail, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dance, Dragon Breath. Race value: 450,470, health 70, attack 90, defense 60, special attack 85,100, special defense 50, speed 95,100, intimacy 45, recognizes you in his heart and has a high degree of favorability towards you. Status: excited, eager, has been looking forward to the arrival of this day for a long time. Mutating. Mutation progress. 90%. Information summary: a legendary dragon with a proud personality and famous for its powerful attack power. Any opponent will be crushed by it, and its destructive power is immeasurable. Divine plan? Question mark? From this point of view, the relationship between Blue Eyes White Dragon and Blue Eyes Sub-White Dragon is closer to that of Greymon and Terra Greymon. Aowagi whispered to himself while looking at the progress bar that had reached 90%. According to Dr. Yamanashi's theory of morphological evolution, it is successful to present other forms of the same species and fix the form, but why is there still no sign of stopping now? What will Blue Eyes Sub-White Dragon mutate into next? Blue Eyes Light Dragon? Sin Blue Eyes White Dragon? Or some other dragon? No, that's not right. Aowagi looked at the note excited and eager, and have been looking forward to this day for a long time, displayed in the status bar of Blue Eyes White Dragon, except for the progress of the transformation, and that appeared inexplicably on the Divine Evolution bar, and frowned. Since the arrival of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the column of the Holy Plan will also appear in its illustrated information list, but there is no detailed setting about the evolution level like Tyrannosaurus and Balomon. And now is the first time that the Holy Plan has 3 question marks. Combined with the positioning of the Holy Plan in the illustrated information, a thought suddenly flashed through Qingliu's mind. Could it be that? Qingliu raised his head and looked straight into the eyes of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. But the other party's pupils, which were already filled with blue light, could not convey any meaning at all. Qingliu could only stare at the information on the panel and wait quietly. Until the progress reached 99%. Tyrannosaurus, don't let your guard down. After reminding Tyrannosaurus, Qingliu turned his eyes to Dr. Yamanashi and said, Doctor, get Sun Rock and Moon Rock ready, the big one is coming. The big one. A question mark popped up in Dr. Yamanashi's mind, But the experience just now told him that no matter how excited he was, he must always be vigilant if he wanted to avoid being suddenly thrown. Sunrock, Moonstone, don't be careless, and move all the nearby Pokemon away. Seeing that Professor Yamanashi finally responded to them, Sunrock and Moonstone looked at each other, and at the same time gathered energy to drive the psychic energy floating around, trying to follow the instructions to push all the Pokemon that were close to them due to curiosity or other reasons to their complete positions. But before they could complete all this, an invisible momentum interrupted them. Mutation in progress. Mutation progress. 100%. Here it comes. Seeing the progress bar full, Qingliu couldn't help but whisper to himself. Buzz. As the voice fell, a buzzing sound came out of thin air. A pressure that was even larger and more powerful than before suddenly descended. Sunrock and Moonstone in the air were the first to bear the brunt of the ubiquitous pressure. The characteristics and psychic energy that maintained their flight were all severely affected, and they fell to the ground in an instant. They moved their bodies with difficulty, trying to force themselves to break free from the pressure like before, but this time no matter how they struggled, they found that it was useless. Even the level they were so proud of was no longer their confidence at this moment. Dr. Yamanashi looked at this scene in shock. He remembered that when he entered the information of the previous encyclopedia, he mentioned that the level of Blue Eyes White Dragon was 30. Now the pressure was definitely from the move dragon power. Even if it has improved its strength after the quasi-morphological evolution, how could it easily suppress the level of Sunrock and Moonstone, which are far higher than its own and have reached level 40? If it was a legendary Pokemon, it would be fine, but how did Blue Eyes White Dragon, which only has the potential of a legendary Pokemon but not the strength of a legendary Pokemon, do it? Exclamation mark. Qingliu knew the answer to Dr. Yamanashi's doubts. But Qingliu didn't have the time to answer at this moment. Even he didn't expect that an attempt at the quasi-morphological evolution potion would actually cause such a chain reaction and such a scene. At this moment, the blue-green light on the Blue Eyes White Dragon could no longer be seen. But it didn't disappear, but it was covered by another light that was not so bright and strong. Compared to this sudden light, even the blue light of the Blue Eyes White Dragon was slightly dim. It was a white light. It was a white light that was faint, but it enveloped the entire body of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. That was the light of evolution. After the Blue Eyes White Dragon achieved quasi-morphological evolution through the genetic medicine, it ushered in its own evolution. Qingliu couldn't help but feel a little excited. The Blue Eyes White Dragon is now level 34. With its inherent advantages in all aspects of its body, it can burst out a combat power that exceeds that of a regular Pokemon of about level 5. At first glance, it is already very good. But, with Tyrannosaurus, who is also physically strong and has 3 Digicores that can cross the level difference of twice its big brother, in front, it is somewhat not good enough. The only way to shorten the gap is to use the characteristic Dragon's Advent after awakening to summon the Deep Eyes White Dragon form. But it is impossible to fight every time and send yourself to the extreme state and then transform. Even if Qingliu agrees, I am afraid that the Blue Eyes White Dragon will not accept it. This is a bit too low. After all, it is a famous dragon in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! After being summoned to the Pokemon world, it was set as a legendary dragon and was previously registered in the Pokemon Encyclopedia with precise data. If it can only perform elegantly when it is at low health, and can only play a supporting role when it is not at low health, it will probably become the 3rd most legendary Pokemon in the Pokemon world. If it evolves now, its race value will definitely increase dramatically, and its strength will also increase accordingly. It is likely that it will reach the combat power of Tyrannosaurus Rex in normal conditions. At the same time, Qingliu couldn't help but feel a little curious. What will be the evolution of Blue Eyes White Dragon? With this curiosity and excitement, Qingliu stared straight at the Blue Eyes White Dragon shrouded in the light of evolution, waiting for the end of the evolution process. Professor Yamanashi, who is focusing on the study of Pokemon evolution, also recognized that this is the light of evolution. His heart is full of the same emotions as Qingliu, and he waited quietly. Suddenly, boom! A dull roar filled with strong and terrifying fluctuations sounded. It seemed to be far away, but also seemed to be mixed in the near. Before Qingliu could react, there was a violent shaking after the explosion. The shaking was so strong that even the laboratory used for shelter on the bottom floor shook with a large amplitude, and even had a sense of collapse. In order to avoid being affected by the Blue Eyes White Dragon's Dragon Power move, Qingliu and Dr. Yamanashi, who had been prepared, quickly stabilized their bodies to avoid falling. What is this noise? Although it was unclear what caused it, the scope of this terrifying sound and vibration, the terrifying penetration that could even affect the underground, and from Qingliu's sensory perspective, the power was comparable to the Gaia Flame of Tyrannosaurus Rex with all its strength. It might even exceed it. Is there such a powerful Pokémon here? Qingliu recalled the memory of the Yamanashi Research Institute, but did not find any relevant information. When the shaking slowly passed, Qingliu was confused and was about to ask Dr. Yamanashi. With a crisp ringtone, the phone in Dr. Yamanashi's pocket vibrated. Qingliu tilted his head slightly and looked over. Dr. Yamanashi frowned slightly, quickly took it out and whispered, "What's the matter?" Aoki's voice rang on the other end of the phone. "Doctor, it's bad. I heard from Miss Joy that someone caused a violent explosion near the Heart Lake. According to the information provided by Qingliu before, it is very likely that it was the Pokemon hunter who owns the invisible spaceship. How come these guys are just at the time when they can witness the evolution with their own eyes?" Exclamation mark. Although Aoki didn't say it explicitly, the moment Dr. Yamanashi heard about the Heart Lake, a name popped up in his mind. The legendary Pokemon that lives in the lake. How did these guys know? According to legend, there are 3 legendary Pokemon living in the 3 lakes in the Sinnoh region, but this legend is more of a legend. Few people have actually seen the legendary Pokemon in the lake, so not many people have taken it seriously. Even the Sinnoh League doesn't care much about this issue. It has developed the other 2 lakes besides the Heart Lake into scenic spots for tourists and trainers to visit and play. But Dr. Yamanashi knew that this legend was true. The legendary Pokemon really lived in the lake. And now this group of Pokemon hunters with unknown origins and strong strength suddenly attacked the Heart Lake after disappearing for such a long time. Obviously, they knew something. And knowing means being prepared. No, we can't let them succeed. Otherwise, there will be big problems. Qingliu, you wait here for the Blue Eyes White Dragon to evolve. If it's convenient later, enter the information of the evolutionary Pokédex, and then wait for me to come back here. Dr. Yamanashi hung up the phone, took out 2 Poké Balls, put the Sun Rock and Moon Stone into the Poké Balls and prepared to leave. "Doctor, don't worry," Qingliu said. "I have something very urgent now. If I go too late, there may be big problems. If the other party succeeds, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble." After that, Dr. Yamanashi was ready to leave this floor directly. But the next second, Qingliu's words made him stop. "In that case, take me with you and go help the one in the Heart Lake." Qingliu looked into Dr. Yamanashi's eyes and said seriously. Dr. Yamanashi was stunned. Then he thought that the other party was sent by Lugia, and he also had so many strange and powerful Pokemon. It was understandable that he knew this and knew it was true. However, "Thank you very much for your kindness, but this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to take the risk." "No, it is very related." Qingliu shook his head and said with a serious face, "Every legendary Pokemon is related to the entire Sinnoh region, and will eventually affect everyone. As a citizen of Sinnoh, I have the responsibility and obligation to contribute my strength to bring those criminals who try to destroy the peace of Sinnoh to justice, and the speed of Blue Eyes White Dragon is much faster than if you go there yourself." The Tyrannosaurus next to him couldn't help but cast a strange look. "You'd better really do it for the responsibility and obligation of Sinnoh citizens, not for punching in." Hearing this, Dr. Yamanashi fell into a brief silence. Then he looked at the Blue Eyes White Dragon shrouded in white light and said, "But its evolution is a bit slow. If it continues like this, it may be too late. It's okay, we can slow it down for a while." Hearing this, Dr. Yamanashi realized that the Blue Eyes White Dragon shrouded in white light did not change in shape. It did not get bigger or smaller, and even the light began to slowly weaken as time passed, until it retracted into the body of the Blue Eyes White Dragon bit by bit. Evolution failed. Dr. Yamanashi said to himself with a serious expression. Although the matter of Zinky Lake is equally important, if it causes problems for the Blue Eyes White Dragon, it will also be a huge loss. No, I just let it hold it for a while, slow down the progress of evolution, and take us to Zinky Lake first. Qingliu said, looking at the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The Blue Eyes White Dragon, which returned to normal, nodded heavily. Chapter 194, Gods of the Lake. Zinki Lake. A huge lake hidden deep in the back mountain of the Yamanashi Research Institute in Masuga Town, rarely visited by humans. At this time, above the lake, bursts of engine sounds continued to sound, and invisible strong air currents blew, stirring up turbulent waves rolling from the center of the lake to the surroundings. But strangely, there was only sound in the air but nothing existed. Until, a distorted shadow appeared on the lake. Invisibly, the shadow slowly expanded, and the clear lake water reflected a huge brown spaceship. Then, the hatch of the spaceship slowly opened, and two figures slowly appeared. One man and one woman, one old and one young. Zinki Lake. I finally found it. The old man, who was about 60 years old, with white hair and a hunched figure, exuding a sense of old age, looked at the lake below, and an excited look appeared on his old and dim face. The short-haired woman in her 20s or 30s wearing a windbreaker and with a cold face looked down at the lake and said to herself expressionlessly, "Is this the place where the three legendary Pokémon created by Arceus, the god of creation, live in the legend?" "Yes." The old man nodded solemnly. "In the legend, the three lakes are inhabited by Uxie, who brought wisdom to the human world, Emrido, who brought emotions, and Akram, who brought will. The heart lake in front of us corresponds to Emrido." At this point, the old man sneered as if he had thought of something, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to speak, an abnormal blush appeared on his face and he began to cough violently, causing the short-haired woman next to him to distance herself from him in disgust. After a long while, the old man barely recovered, and after taking 2 heavy breaths, he said continuously, "I didn't expect that the guy in the legend of Sinnoh would be spread like a story now. It's ridiculous." Jay ignored the old man's words and just looked at the lake, showing a cold smile as if he saw some rare treasure. "So, if this thing is put on the black market, it should be very valuable, right? Not valuable, but priceless. In that case, then stop talking nonsense and quickly catch that guy." As he spoke, Jay ordered the cockpit, "Drop the bomb." Hearing the voice, the man did not act immediately but looked at the old man next to Jay. Only after the old man nodded did he press the button. A black object with a diameter of about 1 meter instantly fell from under the spacecraft and hit the lake with a plop. Watching this strange thing slowly sinking to the bottom of the lake, Jay's face did not have the joy of what he was about to get, but his face became more gloomy. The old man seemed not to see it, and said to himself, "Next, all we need is..." Before he finished speaking, a sharp voice came from the side. "What's the point of you coming here to catch Emrido? Only if you help me catch that guy Yamanashi and take away his and Oki's recent research results so that my experiment can succeed, can the world usher in changes." The wounded and embarrassed Oki came over and roared loudly. The old man glanced at him calmly and said, "We do this for money. We will help you find out Yamanashi's itinerary and specific time and then create an opportunity for you to take action. This is the whole content of the deal. What does your failure have to do with us? If it weren't for the fact that we were on the way and you could provide some useful things, you wouldn't be able to hire us with that little money. Of course. If you want to hire us to help you now, you can, just pay." Kimura's expression froze. Just as the guy in front of him said, he had no official support and was not favored by various forces. All the money had been invested in his research, and there was no extra money to use. Even this time, the deal was made by squeezing out money from various places and adding a drug that made the Pokémon go berserk for a short time, but it was only enough to exchange for the other party's information. He was almost successful, but he didn't expect Qingliu to suddenly appear. Thinking of this, Kimura's face became even uglier. But he knew that it was impossible for him to do this alone. Only with the help of the 2 guys in front of him could there be a possibility of success. Kimura's face changed again and again. After a while, he said with some pain, "I also have a petrification technology in my hand, which can petrify the surface of any organic life form in a short period of time. I can give this thing to you, but you need to help me catch Yamanashi first." Petrification? The old man and Jay looked at each other with interest. If it is really as what Kiris said, then this thing is really a very useful weapon for hunting Pokémon. Words are not enough, take out the thing and let me see it. Kiris said with an unchanged expression, "Catch Yamanashi first, and I will give it to you." Hearing this, the old man's expression gradually became gloomy. "You don't have this thing at all, and you want to get something for nothing." Kiris opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Jay came up behind him silently, and then kicked him heavily on the back. With a scream, he kicked him directly from the spaceship into the Heart Lake. How could a guy who is full of lies have something that can petrify humans and Pokemon directly? Jay said disdainfully. The world is big, and anything that seems impossible is possible, just like everyone feels that the things in the Heart Lake are just a legend, and no one believes it. The old man glanced at Jay meaningfully and continued, it's just a convenient thing anyway. You go to the Yamanashi Research Institute and get the thing he wants. Father, you don't really trust this guy? He doesn't have any money. Before Jay finished speaking, the old man interrupted him directly, and his voice became unusually cold. Just go if I tell you to go. Jay's face changed repeatedly, and finally he lowered his head. Yes. Take the spaceship over as well, so that it will be faster to go back and forth. I should have succeeded by the time you come back. Yes. Watching Jay walk towards the cockpit, the old man took out a super ball from his pocket and pressed the switch. With a flash of red light, a huge Pokemon with a pair of blood red wings on its dark blue body, a deep scar on its eyes, and a strong aura appeared. The blood-red wings flapped heavily, and the body stopped steadily in front of the cabin door. The old man slowly took a step and stepped on its back. The next second, the engine of the spacecraft roared, and it quickly rose and became invisible before speeding away into the distance. Looking at the distant spaceship, the old man's face, which was full of gloom and filled with a bad atmosphere, slowly showed a smile. Finally, I found a serious reason to get you away that can arouse your hatred for me. If the legendary Pokemon were so easy to catch, they would not be so precious and valuable. I have been struggling in the underground world all my life, living from hand to mouth. I finally had a daughter when I was old. How could I let you take risks while I am still alive? Cough, cough, cough. The old man covered his mouth and coughed twice. He spread his palms, which were covered with bright red blood, but the old man seemed to be used to it. The interval between the onset of the disease is getting shorter and shorter. We must hurry up, otherwise we may not be able to hold on until the transaction is completed. After saying that, the old man looked at the Pokemon under him. Let's go, get close to the lake. Tyrannosaurus nodded heavily, and the flapping of its blood-red wings brought up a series of gusts of wind, and it quickly came to the edge of the lake. At this time, the black bomb had completely disappeared. There was no fluctuation in the Heart Lake. The old man waited quietly. Although it is rumored that Imrito lives in the lake, strictly speaking, he is sleeping in the subspace at the bottom of the lake. If you want to skip the opponent's initiative and make it passively appear, the best way is to directly blast open the subspace. Distorting and vibrating space is not something that ordinary manpower or Pokemon can do. Even if he has completed 2 stages of evolution and is fully formed, Dragonite cannot do it, let alone blasting open space. For this reason, he went to Team Galactic to buy a special space bomb. Force it out, then sneak attack it and severely injure it, and finally rush to subdue it, and then sell it to Team Galactic, so that I can leave a sum of money before I die. But suddenly, a dazzling light suddenly lit up from the bottom of the lake. What followed was a continuous wave of terrifying energy fluctuations. Even Dragonite and the old man standing by felt this energy and their expressions were extremely solemn. The originally calm lake surface seemed to be boiling at this moment. Almost in an instant, the lake began to rotate rapidly with the center of the lake as the original position. Magikarp, Pagona, Raccoon, Pokemon living in the water were caught in it and were stunned by the terrifying energy in an instant. In just a few breaths, no less than 100 Pokemon were floating in the huge vortex. Until the space bomb exploded. Boom! Huge vibrations and roars gathered from the bottom of the lake, violently gushing out, and terrifying airwaves accompanied by the surging lake water attacked the surroundings. Even the Tyrannosaurus was blown away by the sudden power at this moment, and slowly stopped after retreating dozens of meters. Tyrannosaurus shook his head a few times, and the old man on his back wiped the water on his face, and stared at the center of the lake with his eyes against the lake water dripping above his head. In the originally clear Zinky Lake, a black hole with a diameter of several meters appeared out of thin air. Whether it was lake water or rainwater, or even Pokemon passing by it, it did not cause any reaction, as if it was an illusory mirage. The old man's face was happy. He knew that the space bomb had successfully blown a hole in the subspace of the lake. Then, a petite figure with 2 tails slowly emerged from it. There will be another update after 2 o'clock. Chapter 195 Divine Power. It looks like a fairy, with 4 derivatives on its head, 2 tails behind it, long arms and short legs, and a gem between its eyebrows. The old man looked at the Pokemon that appeared in front of him, which completely matched the description in the intelligence, and a ferocious smile instantly bloomed on his face. It's Enrido for sure, Dragonite, use Scream. Scream, Power 90, a general move. Dragonite suddenly opened its mouth with fangs, and the noisy and huge sound condensed into a beam, instantly shooting towards Enrido on the opposite side. A distance of dozens of meters passed in the blink of an eye, and the terrifying sound wave attack shook the lake's surface with huge ripples. As the target of the attack, Enrido seemed to have no sense of the threat brought by the attack, and kept his head drooping, floating in the air. Seeing this, the old man was a little angry and happy at the same time. Although the other party's attitude made him feel despised and unhappy, he could accept it if he could quickly resolve the battle. HMPH, even if you are a legendary Pokemon, you can't take the attack safely. His Pokemon is Flying Dragon, one of the quasi-gods in the Hoenn region, a synonym for powerful, fierce, and terrifying. The two words quasi-god alone are enough to prove many things. Among Pokemon, it is the Pokemon closest to God. The high-value attack launched by it has a fundamental difference in power from ordinary Pokemon. And just as the old man watched the attack getting closer and closer, until it was right on his face, Enrido didn't dodge, and the smile on his face became bigger and bigger, so that Flying Dragon had already begun to gather the next attack. He suddenly found that the big sound attack went straight through Enrido's body and landed in the broken hole in the subspace behind it. What's going on? The old man frowned. He had never seen such a situation before, but he kept issuing the next command. Flying Dragon, destroy the death beam. The orange-yellow terrifying energy condensed, with a power of up to 150, and an energy beam exuding a strong breath of death shot out. But just like the situation just now, the destructive death ray directly penetrated Enrido's body and disappeared silently in the subspace. This guy obviously didn't do anything. This strange situation, which was completely different from what he expected, happened in front of him. The old man's face turned gloomy, and he quickly took out a Poké Ball from his pocket and opened it. Gyarados, Moko, Jengar, and Jared. 4 Pokemon with a powerful aura that was only slightly lower than that of Tyrannosaurus appeared beside him. All of you attack. With a command, the 5 Pokemon launched attacks one after another. The terrifying energy came to Enrido in an instant and exploded directly with terrifying power. Then, the scattered energy passed through again and disappeared again. Damn it! Seeing this strange scene, the old man's heart sank. Such a powerful volley could not cause any damage. Such a guy. The old man could no longer suppress the fear in his heart, and hurriedly prepared to leave this place to make long-term plans. At this moment, Enrido, who had been lowering his head, slowly raised his head. On the transparent and illusory body, the eyes focused briefly, looked at the broken subspace behind him, then looked at the 6 figures not far away, and slowly opened his mouth. Bijou. The old man and the 5 Pokemon who were evacuating all paused, and a clear cry suddenly rang in their minds. It came directly to my mind across such a long distance, and, why can I feel this angry emotion even if I don't speak the same language? The old man felt horrified and hurriedly urged Dragonite to leave quickly. But the next second, the air seemed to turn into a swamp, severely restricting their ability to move. What a terrifying telekinetic power! Tyrannosaurus, use Dragon Dance to force your way through. Roar! Tyrannosaurus's aura surged, and he struggled faster and faster. At this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly rang in the air. Pink superpower energy continuously flowed out from the illusory Enrido, condensing into a huge beam of telekinetic energy. Then, at a speed that the naked eye could not even capture, it rushed towards Tyrannosaurus's location. The old man saw this sudden attack in front of him, and his pupils unconsciously dilated rapidly. Finally, boom! A deafening sound echoed around, and the strong wind blew off the surrounding trees and shrubs, and rolled up streams of water on the lake. Plop! 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 The sounds of 6 streams falling onto the lake's surface rang out one after another, and Enrido, who had finished the attack, retracted his gaze. Its already illusory body became even thinner at this moment, gradually approaching complete transparency, and then began to slowly dissipate between heaven and earth. As it disappeared, the broken subspace behind it began to squirm frantically to repair itself, until it was restored to its complete form and completely hidden. The entire Heart Lake was also restored. All the Pokemon that were stunned by the space bomb woke up one after another, looked around in confusion, and after a while, they swung their bodies and disappeared into the lake. The clouds gathered again, and the Heart Lake was hidden in the dense forest again. Only a terrified Kimura was left under a tree at a certain distance from the lake. After being kicked into the lake, he quickly swam to the edge of the lake and hid secretly, preparing to decide the next action according to the situation. As a result, he witnessed the shocking scene just now. The key is, Emrido still launched the attack in the form of a soul body. As a fellow disciple of Yamanashi, Kimura naturally knew that the gods of the lake had the ability to leave their bodies. Unless something big happened, their bodies would sleep in the subspace and their souls would go out tracked. Correspondingly, the combat power of the soul body is very limited, but just like this, it can burst out a terrifying attack that kills 5 high-level Pokemon in one hit. This is simply so horrifying. However, while being shocked, Muley couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune. "I told you not to go, but you didn't listen. You really deserve it." After laughing disdainfully at the old guy who had fallen into Zinky Lake, Muley turned around and prepared to leave. Such a big commotion here should attract a lot of people. Maybe we can take advantage of this time to sneak into the institute. Don't even think about it. A nearly 2-meter-tall wind-speed dog with flames wrapped all over its body fell heavily to the ground, blocking the middle of the road. Behind it, Miss Junsha, who was wearing a police uniform, pulled out a gun. Then, a group of police officers and a group of catmen came out from the surrounding bushes one after another. "You have been surrounded, wanted criminal Muley." On the other side, in midair, the blue-eyes white dragon with its wings fully spread was flying at high speed. On its back, Aoyagi sat quietly. Dr. Yamanashi loudly contacted the Research Institute and Miss Junsha on the phone to obtain the current information and situation. Dr. Yamanashi, Kimura has been caught. According to the information obtained from him and the situation at the scene, Dr. Yamanashi listened to Miss Junsha's narration on the phone, and repeated the situation to Aoyagi. When Aoyagi heard that the subspace was blown up with a space bomb, and Emery came out and killed everyone in one move, he fell into deep thought. The third form of the adultive Dragonite is level 50 and above. The Zapdos we encountered before is also level 50. Although I don't know what level Emery is, it should be around 560. In this case, it killed 5 Pokemon including Dragonite in the form of a soul. This made him think of the injured Zapdos and Lugia he had seen before. It seems that in this world, every legendary Pokemon has extraordinary combat power that is not something that ordinary Pokemon can achieve. Is it that the legendary beast originally has such combat power, or is there something that I don't know that has led to the current situation? Qingliu frowned slightly and began to recall the relevant memories in his mind. At this moment, Dr. Yamanashi's face suddenly changed. After a few loud words on the phone, his expression became gloomy. It seems that something special has happened to Miss Junsha. After a burst of noise, the signal was suddenly interrupted. Qingliu heard this, his eyes gradually narrowed, and then he gently patted the back of the blue-eyes white dragon. Go at full speed. The ancient and fierce momentum rose, and in an instant, the speed of the blue-eyes white dragon increased again. And as time went on, it continued to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this Dragon Dance? Dr. Yamanashi looked at it in confusion for a moment, and said with some novelty, "This is the first time I have seen someone use Dragon Dance to travel, and it can still continue to attack. It's a good idea." Aoki was just about to reply. Suddenly, amid the noisy sound of the wind, Aoki suddenly felt a faint sound coming from afar, as if it had been muted. As soon as this thought came to his mind, a sudden gust of wind blew around him, blowing Aoki's clothes close to his chest and his hair flying in the wind. Dr. Yamanashi's phone was almost blown away, and he quickly grabbed it to stabilize it. Something seems to be wrong around here. Dr. Yamanashi lowered his center of gravity and said in a low growl. Aoki nodded, and suddenly thought of a possibility in his mind, and asked, Dr. Yamanashi, you also have a flying Pokemon, right? Yes, what's the matter? Aoki looked in a certain direction ahead and said, then please go and support Miss Junsha first. Dr. Yamanashi frowned slightly when he heard Aoki's words and looked into the distance, thinking of the movement just now and an important piece of information provided by Aoki before. In that case, then I'll go first, be careful. After saying that, he took out a Poké Ball, jumped from the back of the blue-eyes white dragon to Pidgeot, and quickly left with a flapping of his wings. Looking at the receding figure of Professor Yamanashi, Aoki retracted his gaze and stared at the front, feeling the faint sound, and said to the blue-eyes white dragon, "Do you feel it?" The blue-eyes white dragon nodded. Its senses are more acute, and what Aoki can vaguely feel, it can naturally feel as well. Then stop, it's coming. Chapter 196 Time is Precious, Evolve. In the air, the wind whistled. The blue-eyes white dragon spread its wings and circled around. Feeling the faint noise coming and going, Qingliu opened the panel and began to search around, trying to find the invisible spaceship. Unlike the invisibility within the radar range under modern technology before the time travel, Qingliu's impression was that the spaceship of Pokemon Hunter J seemed to have been specially modified to achieve true invisibility, and no figure could be seen with the naked eye. But even if it was completely invisible, the engine sound of the spaceship could be heard at a certain distance. After all, the difficulty of silencing is not much lower than invisibility. Sure enough. Looking at a blue panel that only reacts to Pokemon and has no prompts at the moment, Qingliu waved it away and said to the blue-eyes white dragon, "If the distance is close enough, can you determine the approximate location by sound alone?" The blue-eyes white dragon nodded without hesitation. "That's good. Then let's fly to the research institute while performing the dragon dance. There's no need to talk about fairness and justice when dealing with these criminals." According to the information provided by Miss Junsha, the battle at Zinky Lake had just ended, but there were suspected traces of the spaceship around her, which meant that the other party was likely to act separately from the beginning. And the purpose of doing so, combined with the previous beast tied in the series of operations to attack Dr. Yamanashi, the Yamanashi Research Institute is the biggest possibility. As the blue-eyes white dragon turned around, the dragon dance move was activated again. Under the mysterious and strong dance of the twisting body, the momentum of the blue-eyes white dragon became stronger and stronger. The third dragon dance was completed. The speed of the blue-eyes white dragon was getting faster and faster, and the airflow and noise around it were also getting stronger and stronger with the movements of the blue-eyes white dragon. Until the fourth dragon dance was completed. When the blue-eyes white dragon was flying at full speed. Buzz! A buzzing sound suddenly rang in his ears, and Qingliu, who had been sitting cross-legged on the back of the blue-eyes white dragon, slowly stood up and looked behind. Clearly, what I saw was an empty space with nothing in it, but the sound was heard intermittently from there. Here it comes. Without any hesitation, the blue-eyes white dragon rushed to the place where the sound came from at a terrifying speed under the blessing of the four dragon dances. The deep blue dragon energy instantly condensed into a huge energy claw and slapped it heavily. Bang! A dull sound as if it was slapping on a shield sounded. The next second, a circular energy shield that blocked the dragon claw attack appeared out of thin air. And then, it was the spaceship, which appeared in the shield little by little. The hatch of the spaceship slowly opened, accompanied by a flash of red light, and a Pokemon with a blue and red body, blood-red wings, and a look similar to the legendary creature Salamander in the West with the appearance of a salamander as the main body appeared in mid-air. Looking at this rare Pokemon in my impression, the memory of it emerged. Wyvern, quasi-god Fingin, and a spaceship that is not much different from what I remember. It seems that it is really Hunter J. As Qingliu finished speaking, a woman with short hair and a windbreaker and a gloomy face jumped down from the spaceship and jumped onto the back of Wyvern. Wyvern then flapped its wings and came to a distance of less than 10 meters from Blue-Eyes White Dragon and Qingliu. Jay glanced at Qingliu lightly, and his eyes fell on Blue-Eyes White Dragon. Although he didn't know what the Pokemon in front of him was, based on its huge size and strong momentum, plus the rarity that she didn't even recognize, it would definitely be able to sell for a good price. The bad mood of being transferred from the operation to capture Amrita was swept away, and Jay's mouth corners raised a little arc. Combined with that face, it was quite cold and cruel. "Kid, give this Pokemon to me, I can spare your life." Really? Seeing that the other party didn't take him seriously at all and was full of interest in Blue-Eyes White Dragon, Qingliu couldn't help but sigh at the other party's dedication. How could such a person not succeed when she devotes herself to her career all the time? The only problem is that she still wants to continue to succeed, and the premise of this success is to step on herself. "I'm afraid that won't work." "Really?" Jay responded indifferently, and said expressionlessly, "In that case, then you can just die. Tyranitar, use Dragon Breath." "We will use Dragon Breath too." Tyranitar and Blue-Eyes White Dragon opened their dragon mouths at the same time, and the violent dragon energy turned into a strong breath, and then blew towards each other at the same time. Bang! Almost at the moment of contact, the two energies exploded, and black smoke rose out of thin air. Suddenly, the remaining energy of Tyranitar directly penetrated the dragon breath of Blue Eyes White Dragon and shot straight at it. After the fourth stage of Dragon Dance, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, whose speed had skyrocketed, moved its body to turn the attack away. Jay looked at this scene with some surprise, but then sneered, "Have you used Dragon Dance to increase your speed? But it's useless. Although this Pokemon is very rare, it is limited to this. There is an essential difference in our strength. Dragon Storm. Use Dragon Wave." Dragon Storm locked its eyes on Blue Eyes White Dragon, and a strong energy shock wave gathered in its mouth. An energy ball exuding a terrifying aura. Even if you don't look at the power value of the move and only look at the momentum, you can feel that the attack that is brewing now has a destructive power that has increased by several levels compared to the Dragon Breath just now. If you use the Dragon Breath just now to fight back, I'm afraid it will be easily penetrated, and it may not even be able to react after the Dragon Dance. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, Dragon Storm shook its head and the Dragon Wave shock wave burst out. Blue Eyes White Dragon naturally felt the horror of the opponent's attack, and was already condensing the explosive gust of wind in its mouth. Qingliu stopped it. The gap is indeed a bit big, even continuous explosive gusts of wind may not be useful. The illustrated information of Dragonite appeared in front of Qingliu. Race, Dragonite. Classification, Dragon Pokemon. Attributes, Dragon. Flying. Features, Intimidate. Intimidate the opponent and make it retreat. Level, 35. Exclusive moves, none. Mastered moves, Dragon Breath, Bite, Headbutt, Dragon Claw, Mind Hammer, Jet of Fire, Dragon Dance, Self-Sacrificing Charge, Mount Overthrow, Flying, Dragon Wave, Reverse Scale. Race stats, 600, Health 95, Attack 135, Defense 80, Special Attack 110, Special Defense 80, Speed 100, Intimacy, 0, Status, Normal. Note, this late bloomer Pokemon evolved prematurely due to strong stimulation. Its combat effectiveness is somewhat reduced, but it will slowly return to normal progress as its level increases. Information summary, because of its inner desire, its body mutated and grew strong and powerful wings. Once it gets angry, it will fly into the air and forget itself, spraying flames and attacks to burn the ground to ashes, tearing apart things in front of it with its claws, and will not stop destroying until it is exhausted. A level 34 Blue Eyes White Dragon with a racial value of 450, versus a level 35 Dragonite with a racial value of 600. Even if the opponent seems to have some problems in his acquired development that affect his combat effectiveness, the gap between the two is no longer something that can be made up by some small attacks. Just use that. After all, our time is also precious. We don't know what's going on with Professor Yamanashi. He just helped us, and we can't let him get into an accident. The Blue Eyes White Dragon nodded when he heard this, and faced the incoming Dragon Wave. Without dodging or evading, he just stood still, as if to resist with his body. At the same time, a white light suddenly lit up on its body. And if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 The Blue Eyes Double Exploding Dragon arrives. It was at this moment that the dragon wave that rushed over accurately hit the Blue Eyes White Dragon, but the imagined scene of energy explosion did not happen. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus energy that touched the Blue Eyes White Dragon's body quickly melted like ice in the open air under the scorching heat of summer, until it completely disintegrated. Jay looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise at first, and then frowned slightly. It actually evolved at this time. In most cases, the evolution of Pokemon will make the Pokemon's own combat power take a big step up, and the scene of sudden evolution in battle leading to a reversal is even more common. But, you don't think that evolution can change anything? Perhaps the size of this rare Pokemon in front of her and the attack and evasion reaction just now have the terrifying ability to crush when facing a situation with a similar level and potential, but she still has enough confidence. She has a completely formed Pokemon, Tyrannosaurus. As we all know, Pokemon that are late bloomers may not have too low race values when they are in the initial and second stages, but their combat power is completely inferior to other Pokemon at the same stage, and they may even be crushed by them. It is not until they achieve the second evolution and reach the third stage that their potential and the energy accumulated in the past will be completely exploded, and they will become the strongest batch of Pokemon, and their race value will reach 600. What does 600 mean? The race values of the 3 birds of Kanto, the 3 dogs of Johto, and the 3 holy mushrooms of Sinnoh, these second-level gods, are only 580. With a body that is neither legendary nor phantom, it is comparable to legendary Pokemon and phantom Pokemon, and the name of Quasi-God is nothing more than this. Although it was affected and stimulated some time ago and evolved prematurely, the combat power shown in the third form is still not comparable to that of ordinary Pokemon. Dragonfly, use Dragon Dance. Roar. Dragonfly twisted a mysterious and strong rhythmic dance, and its attack and speed began to rise steadily. Jay's eyes were fixed on the evolving blue-eyes white dragon. As soon as the evolutionary process dissipated, she would immediately launch an attack to end this battle that was already a foregone conclusion. However, when she saw the huge size of the blue-eyes white dragon changing in the light of evolution, Jay inexplicably had a slightly ominous premonition in her heart. In mid-air, the blue-eyes white dragon was shrouded in a dazzling white light. Qingliu stood on the back of the blue-eyes white dragon, and was exposed to the strong light. She had to block it with her hands while squinting her eyes. It was not until the light of evolution reached a critical point that changes occurred. The original 5-meter height began to grow, breaking through 5 or 6 meters in an instant, and developing towards a height of 7 meters. The slender body continued to grow as the height increased, and the pair of wings that were already extremely large expanded by nearly half. In the form of the blue-eyes white dragon that was produced by the quasi-morphological evolution potion, the blue-green light that was like an energy tank all over the body was now all lit up, and even the brightness of the light had exceeded the evolution light covering the whole body, and it emerged from under the white light. The next second, these lights suddenly changed from pure blue-green to blue, until the light that now covered the whole body was completely transformed into blue and white. At this moment, the biggest change of the blue-eyes white dragon occurred. The originally densely distributed scales, thick and powerful, with clear layers, from the head to the neck, to the connection point with the body suddenly shifted. Then, a head with the same scales, the same thickness, the same layers, and even the same appearance, grew out of thin air. One head became 2 heads. It was not until this time that the evolution light slowly showed signs of dissipating, and the body of the blue-eyes white dragon emerged from the blue-white light. No, strictly speaking, this can no longer be called a blue-eyes white dragon. A huge dragon appeared, about 7 meters tall, 18 or 19 meters long, with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. It was bright silver white, with blue lines like energy tanks all over its body. Its knees were protected by armor, its elbows had long horns, and its chest had spikes like thorns. Under the blue light of its body, the 2 pairs of blue eyes on its 2 heads were dawning. Before Qingliu could observe carefully, the cold voice of Pokemon Hunter Jay rang out. Dragon Wave. As the Dragon Knight roared, the violent dragon energy turned into a terrifying shock wave and burst out again. Qingliu was about to speak to give orders, but the 2 pairs of blue eyes with a chill looked at the incoming attack first. Without any hesitation, the 2 heads opened their fang-filled mouths at the same time, and the blue light and a very light blue electric current began to converge, with dragon energy blessing them. In a moment, a bursting wind bomb with a doubled size and a more powerful aura condensed in front of him. The next second, whoosh! The dragon had swallowed and spit, and the bursting wind bomb with a new posture was instantly shot out, drawing a straight line in the air, and then blatantly hit the dragon wave of the violent flying dragon. Chi. As soon as they came into contact, the 2 attacks began to collide madly. Invisible airwaves rippled with every vibration, noisy corrosion and explosion sounds continued, and smoke and dust enveloped the surroundings in an instant. Until the bursting wind bomb and the dragon wave all reached a critical point. Bang! Accompanied by a huge roar, the 2 energies completely disappeared in the air. Seeing this scene, Jay's face suddenly sank. This sudden evolution affected the previous crushing rhythm, but I didn't expect that the evolution that was originally thought to have little impact on the results would also show a completely different combat power at this moment. It couldn't even block the 60-power dragon breath just now, but now it can block the 85-power dragon wave, and Looking at the posture of the Pokemon, it seems that this is not its full strength attack. Jay felt that her previous guess seemed to be wrong. This rare Pokemon has undergone earth-shaking changes after this evolution. Now it seems to be able to compete with Tyranitar. Damn it. Even if Tyranitar evolved prematurely and its combat power is not quite matched with its current level, this type of Pokemon itself has almost invincible combat power at the same level, and now it is in a posture of being able to easily deal with Tyranitar's attack. Jay stared at the Zelda not far away. This is impossible. Tyranitar finally evolved into its current form, but it encountered a Pokemon that had just evolved and had the same combat power. Even if the opponent was very rare, it was still hard for her to accept. Most importantly, as a Pokemon hunter, Jay often travels back and forth between regions to capture and sell Pokemon, and naturally has seen many Pokemon that many people will never see in their lifetime. The evolutionary form from one head to two heads reminded her of the Pokemon at the same level as Garrosh in the Unova region, the three-headed dragon. This Pokemon also evolved from a single head to two heads, and finally evolved into three heads. So can the one in front of her also achieve such an evolutionary method? Now it has a level comparable to Garrosh, so if it can really evolve into three heads, what level will it reach? Such a Pokemon, whether it is used by oneself or sold on the black market, can definitely be sold at an unimaginable price. Even, it will not be much worse than the legendary Pokemon in Ritto in the Heart Lake. Jay couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Win, and then rob it. All of you stay here, Dragonite. Use Dragon Dance with all your strength. Roar. On the other side, seeing Dragonite begin to use the familiar Dragon Dance and the eagerness in Jay's eyes, Qingliu retracted his gaze. Now, he was also very interested in the new posture of the Blue Eyes White Dragon after its evolution. Oh. Now it has a new name. In Qingliu's field of vision, the panel illustration appeared, and the information displayed was exactly the blue-eyed silver-white dragon shrouded in blue light. Race, Blue Eyes Twin Blasting Dragon. Classification, White Dragon Pokemon. Attributes, Dragon, Normal. Features, Destroy and then Rebuild. Level, 34. Exclusive moves, Dragon Might, Dragon Type, Suppression, Burst Gale Bomb, Dragon Type, Power 80, Double Burst Gale Bomb, Dragon Type, Power 100. Two heads simultaneously gather energy bombs of the same frequency, energy, speed and power, with a significant increase in power. Legendary Power, Dragon Type, Power 110. Although it is a young legendary dragon, it has already begun to show its brilliance. It stimulates the power of the legendary dragon to cause a strong impact on the opponent. After using it, the body will fall into a short period of stiffness. Mastered moves, Dragon's Fury, Dragon Tail, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dance, Dragon Breath. Race stats, 570, Health 95, Attack 90, Defense 81, Special Attack 110, Special Defense 79, Speed 115, Intimacy, 45, recognizes you in his heart and has a high degree of favorability towards you. Status, an unprecedented energetic period since birth. Information summary, the evolution of Blue Eyes White Dragon, a more powerful form of the legendary dragon, with stronger attack power, defense power and speed, and is evolving towards a more perfect form. Divine Plan, has evolved into Blue Eyes Twin Blasting Dragon. Level 45/level 65 does not meet the evolution conditions and requires special conditions to activate. Note, evolution is irreversible. Looking at this new data panel, Qingliu showed a smile on his face. It's stronger than I thought. As if hearing Qingliu's muttering, the two heads of Blue Eyes Twin Blasting Dragon turned at the same time, with a slightly raised jaw and the noble arrogance inadvertently revealed in the blue pupils. Qingliu knew that it was also a little impatient to try out its current combat power. Just like before, Tyrannosaurus had the same look when he mastered the ultimate move Gaia Flame, the mini version of Gaia Energy Cannon, on the Island of Thunder and Rain. Qingliu himself also wanted to know, Blue Eyes Double Blast Dragon, which reached level 34 and achieved a type evolution, versus a quasi-god with the greatest potential among Pokemon, but whose acquired development was not fully complete at level 35, Dragonite, who is stronger. Qingliu exhaled lightly to ease the excitement in his heart. Are you ready? Qingliu asked softly, and Blue Eyes Double Blast Dragon nodded heavily. Then he turned his head and looked at Dragonite that had already performed 3 dragon dances. Then show me your strength, Blue Eyes Double Blast Dragon. Use. Double Blast Gale Bullet. I've been too tired recently. I fell asleep while writing last night. I just typed it out. Chapter 198 The Power of the Dragon God from the Depths of the Universe. Roar. With a high-pitched dragon roar, the blue-eyed double explosion dragon opened its mouth, and the blue light and purple electric current quickly condensed under the traction of the dragon energy, and finally compressed into a spherical energy bomb. However, unlike the previous blue-eyed white dragon using explosion gale bullets, the current blue-eyed double explosion dragon has 2 heads and 2 mouths, and the number of explosion gale bullets gathered has also increased from 1 to 2. Moreover, the 2 bullets are completely different from before after the value has been increased. Fire. Qingliu's voice fell, and the 2 heads of the blue-eyed double explosion dragon raised their heads at the same time, and the double explosion gale bullets suddenly rose into the air and shot towards the figure hovering in the air opposite. Zizzy zizzy, the 2 explosion gale bullets drew 2 neat and uniform flight trajectories in the air, and the raging energy in them rubbed against the air and made a sound similar to that of an electric current explosion. Jay looked at this incoming attack, combined with the example of blocking the dragon's wave head-on just now, and issued a serious command. Vulcan Dragon, use jet flames. A large area of flames was spit out, and the heavy burning fire energy dyed the area around the Vulcan Dragon red, and collided with the flying double-burst wind bombs. Chi. The flames eroded and burned the energy bombs, and the dragon energy burst out in waves, trying to pass through the flames. Without being able to determine who was better, a hole suddenly appeared in the jet flames, and the Vulcan dragon flapped its blood-red wings through the flames and rushed straight up. Dragon claws. The front part of the Vulcan dragon's body rushed forward, and the dark blue energy claws grabbed it directly. We will use dragon claws too. Qingliu's voice fell, and the blue-eyed double-burst dragon also raised its claws to attack head-on. Compared with before the evolution, its claws are now closer to the structure of human palms, and the tearing action is more flexible and fierce. Bang! The claws of both sides slammed together heavily, and then separated again to distance themselves and started close combat again. The dragon claws kept colliding with each other, and the dragon energy kept exploding in the attack. Bang! 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 Jay lowered his eyes slightly, watching the almost evenly matched attacks, his face not looking very good. The attack and speed enhanced by the 4 stages of Dragon Dance, and the surprise attack using jet flames as a cover, were still dragged into the current balance. Even though she had expected such a result, it was still difficult for her to accept it. However, the more this happened, the more valuable this Pokemon was. Jay stepped lightly on the back of Tyranitar, and Tyranitar, which had just withdrawn from the attack, immediately understood, spread its wings and stepped forward again, but this time its attack was no longer a dragon claw, but a straight neck and head. The gray energy covered the entire head along the neck and hit it straight. Moreover, after the enhancement of Dragon Dance, bursts of air-breaking sounds burst out from the top of the head. General type of moves: headbutt, fly to its head and hit it with the dragon's tail. As the body twisted and flew upward, the dragon energy on the tail was added, and the blue-eyed double explosion dragon lashed towards the area on the back of the Tyrannosaurus where Jay was standing. But the Tyrannosaurus was also fast. As the body twisted, the frequency of its wings increased. It took advantage of the situation to come to the area below where the dragon's tail was not very tail smoothing and launched a straight charge, forcing Qingliu to command the blue-eyed double explosion dragon to dodge the attack. In contrast, the Tyrannosaurus's headbutt attack also missed again. Looking at the figure that passed by and flew towards the top of his head with the remaining power of the headbutt move, Jay on the Tyrannosaurus made a move that Qingliu did not expect. Jay squatted slightly, using the back of the Tyrannosaurus as a pedal with her hands and feet. With the sudden force of her legs, she jumped directly from the Tyrannosaurus and jumped directly to the back of the blue-eyed double explosion dragon. In the process, her fist was also raised, and she swung it hard towards the position of Qingliu on the back. Is this a battle between Pokemon and trainers? Such a sudden and extraordinary operation was indeed somewhat unexpected. Qingliu reacted quickly, and with his well-trained body, he responded quickly. He lowered his body, raised his left hand to block, and clenched his right fist to hit back. Tisk. As if he didn't expect Qingliu to react so quickly, Jay cancelled the attack and pressed both hands on Qingliu's defensive hand, dodging the right fist, and then his body rotated 360 degrees in the air and landed on the opposite side without lingering, but jumped directly from the air. The circling Dragon Knight appeared at the right time, and while attacking with a ball of flames, it moved quickly to Jay's bottom and caught it. Roar! The blue-eyed double-exploding dragon roared, and its cold blue eyes stared straight at Jay on the opposite side. Normally, Qingliu would let anyone take his place, but now there are other annoying guys standing on its back. Even if it just stood there for a short while, it was a complete provocation and contempt for it, not to mention that it even attacked the green willow on its back. Such a guy. The eyes of the blue-eyed double-explosion dragon became sharper and sharper. The next second, a huge and terrifying pressure burst out, directly covering the Tyrannosaurus and Jay. After the evolution, the control of the moves has risen to a higher level. At this moment, the range of Dragon's might is concentrated on the area around Tyrannosaurus. Coupled with its own gradually strengthened physical fitness, the power of Dragon's might has directly risen to a higher level compared to before. Tyrannosaurus was attacked by such an invisible and completely unclear source for the first time. Even with the physical strength of a quasi-god, it suddenly felt like a layer of uncomfortable oil stains all over its body, and even its breathing was affected. Boom! Tyrannosaurus still had the physical strength to back it up, but Jay had no preparation at all. In addition, she was the focus of attention, and a large part of the dragon's might was directly covered on her. Without any preparation, she knelt on Tyrannosaurus and gasped heavily. The sudden attack of the dragon's might was not very powerful, but the effect was very good. Looking at the appearance of the man and the dragon, Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon had no intention of stopping. The next round of attacks was launched again. A mysterious energy that seemed to come from the depths of the universe condensed in the body, and a faint silver-white shadow appeared behind the Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon. It was a silver-white dragon that was no longer slender, but more like a synonym for strong and brutal. Surrounded by countless thunders, the breath of antiquity and destruction suppressed the surroundings. The next second, the figure followed the gaze of Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon and fell on the body of the flying dragon. An attack that exuded the same brutal aura as the giant dragon shadow broke the shackles of time and space, appeared from the shadow, and descended directly. The power of the dragon god. After the Blue Eyes White Dragon was injected with a morphological evolution potion, it awakened the new moves it mastered when it was in the Blue Eyes Sub-White Dragon mode. Dragon-type moves, Power 110, stimulate the power of the legendary dragon in the body, causing a strong impact on the opponent. Chapter 199 The Unknown Dragon God. There was a sudden buzzing sound in the air. Buzz! The distance between the two sides seemed to have no effect on the unknown dragon god power from the phantom. It almost shuttled in front of the violent dragon in the blink of an eye. Looking at the attack getting closer and closer, Jay couldn't help but widen her eyes, and her pupils suddenly dilated in fear. Fast. Too fast. She wanted to ask the violent dragon to dodge, but with the speed of the attack and the terrifying energy fluctuations emitted from it, she knew that even if she spoke, there was no time to dodge. Not only it, but even the violent dragon didn't have time to react too much. Only the fighting instinct imprinted in its bones made its wings shake violently, and it raised its head to try its best to cover its body with energy, and used self-sacrifice collision to force it to confront it head-on. Only by attacking instead of defending can an effective defense be made. And then the current attack is completely beyond common sense. As soon as the collision, the two energies didn't have time to completely explode. The next second, the attack filled with unknown breath of the blue-eyed double explosion dragon exploded first. Boom! A huge vibration sounded, and the body of the Tyrannosaurus was immediately washed by the terrifying energy raised by the explosion. It couldn't even maintain its flight and kept retreating. Jay was thrown directly from the dragon's back and fell rapidly towards the ground. The Tyrannosaurus flew backwards for dozens of meters in the air, and after turning over a dozen times in a row, it barely stabilized its body and stopped. Then, enduring the severe pain from the injuries all over its body, it flapped its wings and rushed towards Jay, who was about to fall. Qingliu looked down at the Tyrannosaurus that was diving at a high speed. Is the power so great? At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus flapped its wings with some difficulty. The painful expression on its face and the obviously reduced speed all proved that it was seriously injured. Otherwise, it would be much easier to catch Jay at its speed. Seeing this, Qingliu looked at the silver-white dragon that was slowly dissipating behind the blue-eyed double explosion dragon. Surrounded by hazy mist and energy, and since it was just a phantom, Qingliu couldn't see the specific appearance of the other party. The only thing he could be sure of was that it was not Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon, nor did it look like the most likely evolution, the ultimate dragon with 3 heads. Because the other party was different from Blue Eye's double explosion dragon, it only had 1 head. This made Qingliu think of the Deep Eyes White Dragon that descended after its characteristics were activated when fighting against Zapdos. However, Qingliu could be sure that the figure in the phantom was not Deep Eyes White Dragon, because Deep Eyes had a slender and graceful body, closer to a woman, while the phantom was filled with a violent and destructive aura. At that time, the description in the information summary column of the illustration was the ultimate form that absorbed the power from the depths of the universe, and he was a little confused at the time why it absorbed energy instead of descending directly. Now it seems, this matter seems to be a little different from what he imagined. Combined with a meteorite protective layer containing Arceus power when the Blue Eyes White Dragon was still in the legendary White Stone form, and the move introduction in the Dragon God Power move column, Lugia's series of actions are somewhat different from the normal cognition of the Pokemon world. In the final analysis, it's still not strong enough. Strength limits the scope of information that I can receive. Even if I have the God's perspective before crossing and know most of the knowledge, I don't have enough intelligence to get accurate information. After this incident, I have to speed up the progress of challenging the gym to participate in the Lily of the Valley conference. Only through constant training and fighting can the speed of strength improvement be faster. At this time, the Blue Eyes Twin Blasting Dragon, who had been silent all the time, also slightly turned his eyes to look over. Qingliu knew that in the moment of his contemplation, it had gotten rid of the side effects of the Dragon God power and got rid of the stiff state of the body after using it. Then, continue to attack. Qingliu's voice fell, and the blue glowing eyes of the Blue Eyes Twin Blasting Dragon fell on the flying dragon that had just caught Jay again, and the dragon power move was launched again. The pressure was overwhelming, like being trapped in a swamp. The body of the Tyrannosaurus that had just caught Jay stagnated, and the flying speed dropped sharply. Jay, who was standing on its back again, was almost knocked down again by the sudden attack of the dragon's might. Although the effect of the dragon's might move was simple, and it could not even cause any substantial damage, the main point was to catch the opponent by surprise. Especially after the evolution of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the effect of this move was once again strengthened. It was hit by you out of the blue, and no one could bear it if the level difference was not big. Use double bursting wind bombs. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 dragon heads opened their mouths at the same time, and the blue light and cyan current converged. 2 new bursting wind bombs were shot out at a high speed and bombarded the Tyrannosaurus. It was already injured to a certain extent, and Jay, who was not standing firmly on his back, was immediately attacked and bombarded and fled in panic. Jay, who had just experienced a serious life and death crisis and was dodging at this moment, looked extremely ugly. She didn't win the battle quickly with a precocious but already adult dragon-eyed as she had expected, and it would have been fine if the opponent had evolved, but now she was completely suppressed by the strange move that she had never seen before and was completely confused about, which made her very annoyed. She could accept the absolute crushing in normal battles, in which she couldn't resist and could only endure silently, but she couldn't accept the attack of this combination of moves now. This was a completely rogue style of play, and the key was that she had no way to counter it. Qingliu didn't know about Jay's inner annoyance, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. He was now rushing to check in at Zinky Lake, and the matter of Miss Junsha at Zinky Lake and Dr. Yamanashi who had helped him, it didn't matter if he kept using the dragon power move. He couldn't just go head-to-head again and use some residual blood to trigger the explosive characteristics, even if Qingliu himself was a little interested. After all, the arrival of the Deep Eyes White Dragon in the Blue Eyes White Dragon stage will be able to confront the injured Zapdos with the world's laws for a while. If the current Blue Eyes Double Explosion Dragon is superimposed with a Deep Eyes mode, the combat power that can be unleashed should be very terrifying. But it's not time yet. Bang! A loud noise sounded in the air. The Tyrannosaurus, who was unable to dodge, was hit by 2 connected explosive wind bombs. His body shook violently again, and he managed to hold on and not fall down. Come again, Dragon Might. Qingliu's voice sounded, and the sense of oppression came again. But the quasi-god is a quasi-god after all. After experiencing the continuous suppression of Dragon Might, Tyrannosaurus has a certain degree of alertness and physical resistance. The energy in his body surged, and with a roar, Tyrannosaurus launched an accelerated sprint against the Dragon Might and the injuries all over his body. Although the speed is much slower than the peak period, it has changed significantly compared to before, and even started to fight back. Jay also issued an order despite the severe dizziness. Dragonfly, use reverse scale. Reverse scale is one of the Dragon-type ultimate moves with a power of 120. Except for a few high-intensity attack moves, it is a crazy attack that completely disregards reason and physical consumption. After the limit is lifted, it will slowly fall into chaos. Qingliu also knew that Jay was going to fight to the death, and quickly issued an order. In this case, use the power of the Dragon God with all your strength. Accompanied by the roar of the blue-eyes double explosion dragon, the powerful and terrifying phantom descended behind him again, and the breath of destruction responded to the call, and then exploded across time and space. Boom! Almost in an instant, the extremely violent dragon-type energy exploded in the air, setting off a deafening roar that rippled towards the distance. After the loud noise, the invisible airwaves brought ripples in the air, and a terrifying aura that ordinary people and Pokémon could not bear burst out. Smoke and dust rose up, and in the violent energy collision, Dragonfly's figure quickly fell, and Jay was hanging on his wings with one hand, his hair was messy, and his face was ashen. After 4 stages of Dragon Dance, the reverse scale attack could not defeat the enemy. She could not figure out what was going on with that little devil and that Pokémon. Feeling her consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, Jay closed her eyes in despair, muttering silently. Damn it! At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the distance. A good boss hosted the party. I got drunk. This chapter was written in part at noon and when I was dizzy, so the update will be postponed. Chapter 200, Instant Kill. The 4 Heavenly Kings. One of them exuded a cold and creepy ghost energy. The other flapped its blood-red wings, and wisps of violent dragon energy drifted around. Kauji. Roar. Their eyes passed over Qingliu and Blue Eyes double blasting dragon, and immediately turned back to Qingliu after seeing Tyranitar and Jay, and roared. The next moment, the 2 figures did not care about the uncontrolled energy overflowing from their bodies and the dense wounds on their bodies. They burst out forcefully and rushed over at a terrifying speed. Jay, who was hanging on Tyranitar's wings and falling from the air, felt that Tyranitar's body was struggling excitedly. He opened his eyes and saw this scene. After a moment of confusion, a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. Although she didn't know why K's 2 Pokémon were here, even if they seemed to have been seriously injured, their fighting power was still terrifying, and they were not something that Pokémon of this level could contend with. Kid, you're done. Jay looked at Qingliu not far away, with a cold smile on his face. Hearing Jay's threatening declaration and the speed at which the other party rushed over, Qingliu's expression couldn't help but become serious. This speed is probably faster than the current Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon's full-strength burst, even if the Blue Eyes Twin Explosion Dragon's speed ability value is 115. There is only one reason for this gap, the difference in level. Qingliu's eyes fell on them, and the blue illustration quickly appeared in front of him. Race, Dragonite Chenge. Classification, Dragon Pokémon Shadow Pokémon. Attributes, Dragon, Flying Ghost, Poison. Features, Intimidation Spell Body, Level, 5449. Exclusive Moves, None. Mastered Moves, Dot. Race Value, 600-500. Intimacy, -20. Because you injured Jay and Dragonite, they hate you and are full of hatred for you. Status, Severely Injured X2. By chance, you avoided Imrido's frontal attack, but even so, you were seriously injured by the aftermath of the energy, and your combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Information Summary, Dot. Seriously injured by Imrido's energy. These 2 guys should have come from the scene of Zinky Lake. Qingliu instantly realized that this was probably the Pokémon of the poaching organization leader named K mentioned by Miss Junsha before. And the names of K and J are likely to be close, or even direct relatives, so this makes sense. The only thing Qingliu didn't expect was that according to the news relayed by Professor Yamanashi, 2 of K and his Pokémon, who had been wiped out, actually dodged Imrido's attack and escaped. Thinking of this, Qingliu's eyes fell on the purple fat man. If I remember correctly, Jengar can swallow a lot of things and store them in the other dimension, and can also enter the other dimension at the same time, so it is indeed difficult to kill. But, the level of the 2 guys. One is 54 and the other is 49. Even if they are seriously injured, if they attack desperately, there is no good way to deal with them. What can solve the problem now is the Gaia Flame of Tyrannosaurus that absorbs the surrounding energy, and Qingliu looked at the Blue Eyes double blasting dragon. The other party also understood what he meant and nodded. While turning the direction to stabilize his body, his wings began to charge. After the battle with Jay's Tyrannosaurus just now, his physical strength has dropped seriously. In this case, he should only need to fight the opponent for 2 moves to be exhausted, and then directly trigger the characteristic break and stand to summon the power of the Abyss Eye. Especially the skill Dragon's Inheritance, which directly adds 100 racial values to the base before summoning. Blue Eye's Double Explosion Dragon is 570, plus 100, it exceeds the racial value of the 2nd level god, exceeds the Quasi-God, and reaches the racial value of the 1st level god. Qingliu is a little hard to imagine the combat power in this form. The only problem is that there are too many unknowns. If something unexpected happens, I will not be able to deal with it. But now, there is no other way. Qingliu took out the Poké Ball of Tyrannosaurus, enlarged it and prepared to throw it, and opened his mouth to issue a command, directly. Scorpion King, use the extreme drop claw. Before the voice came out, a somewhat vicissitous but unusually heavy voice interrupted Qingliu. Gene. A response came from the sky, and a Pokemon that was covered with the gray purple all over, had film-like wings, dragged a huge pincer-like tail, and looked like a combination of a bat and a scorpion appeared silently above the heads of Tyrannosaurus and Jengar in a breeze. The next second, the huge guillotine-like pincers on both hands suddenly opened and clamped the neck of the unresponsive Tyrannosaurus. Extreme Drop Pincers, a general type move, can kill opponents with a lower level or equal to its own level in one blow. Snap! The pincers closed instantly, and the energy covered on them exploded instantly. Even if the furious Tyrannosaurus was gushing with Dragon-type energy all over its body, it was of no use at all. It lost consciousness with its eyes wide open. After dealing with one, the Scorpion King released the pincers and let the Tyrannosaurus, who was still mad a second ago and now fainted, fall to the ground. The golden vertical pupils looked at the Jengar next to him. Kauji. Seeing the example of Tyrannosaurus's lack of resistance and the opponent's silent movements, it was even more like a ghost type than it was a ghost type. Jengar was shocked and scared, and his body gradually became blurred, trying to merge into the void. A trace of sarcasm flashed in the Scorpion King's eyes, and he raised the pincers again. After the brown evil type energy wrapped around it, he raised his arms and swung them down. The dark energy that restrained the ghost type instantly knocked Jengar out of that illusory state, and then followed up with another attack to knock it down from the air to the ground, unable to move for a long time. Not far away, Jay, who originally felt that he had won, saw this scene, and the smile that had not appeared for a long time on the corner of his mouth, gradually, froze. Even if it was injured and couldn't burst out with full strength, it killed her father's 2 main Pokemon in one encounter. The key is that it was so casual. I'm afraid that even if it was not injured and in its prime, it wouldn't cause much trouble. And people with Pokemon of this level. Jay's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings until she saw an elderly woman wearing a white woolen coat next to a bush. Her eyes were fixed on her, and her hair stood on end instantly. The 4 Heavenly Kings. How come you are here so fast? Jay made a sound in shock and unconsciously, and then quickly slapped Tyranitar and shouted loudly, "Hurry! Run!" Such movements naturally fell into the ears of the old woman, and a trace of imperceptible dissatisfaction appeared on her face. Scorpio King. Na Ying. The Scorpio King in the air responded, riding on a gust of wind, moving with the wind and controlling the wind, chasing after Jay and her Dragonite who were close to the ground and trying to escape. In a moment, Dragonite was shot down to the ground, and Jay was grabbed by the collar of his windbreaker by the Scorpio King, who approached the old woman and threw her to the ground. After that, the old woman did not give any other commands or speak, but stood quietly in place, as if waiting for something. The Scorpio King flew to another part of the sky, accompanied by a surge of energy waves, and the spaceship that entered the stealth mode and wanted to escape was hit and a big hole was created, falling to the ground. Seeing this, Qingliu was silent for a moment and then said, "Go down." The blue-eyed double explosion dragon was a little hesitant. The opponent's powerful fighting power had just been fully revealed. If he suddenly attacked, he might not be able to react. "It's okay, go down," Qingliu said calmly. Although he still had a trump card, the opponent's move helped him eliminate the possible risks of the trump card, and Qingliu also had an impression of the old woman in front of him. She was not a bad person, but a person of high moral character. One of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Sinnoh region. And not a future 4 Heavenly King like Day, but an active veteran for Heavenly King. There will be another update before 12 o'clock. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.